Hello and welcome everybody, especially a big warm welcome to all of our Taurus friends. We're going to start today's video by acknowledging our friends over in opposition this month of November and have a look in on and read for the sign of Taurus in depth. It's a good time to look in on you guys. This is being recorded on November 2nd, but my readings are timeless, so whenever you're watching this video is the right time. This is part of a live broadcast that we do for all of our viewers that come into this channel. You may see people arriving on the right-hand side, and I will ask our viewers that are participating in the chat just to be patient. It's one of those videos where the first 10-20 minutes is going to be dedicated to those people who are watching later, namely our Taurus friends, Taurus, Sun, Moon, Venus, cross-watching for Taurus. And if you just all stay patient, if you got somewhere to be, in about 10-20 minutes, we're going to check everybody in and get rolling on the program. But I want to take some time today for our friends in opposition over there for the sign of Taurus. I've got your cards all mixed up, Taurus. Let's go ahead and jump into it and see what's up for you. If you're new here, my name is Nobody. They call me Legend, but I'm really a nobody. I enjoy doing tarot. I've been reading tarot for over 20 years. And if these readings help you, please be sure to like, subscribe, share these videos. And if you're returning here, welcome back. A big warm welcome to all of you, and I appreciate the support of this channel. Okay, so Taurus, let's have a look. Let's see what the center issue is. Let's see where you guys are at. Three of Swords reversed. Okay, so this is a nice time for you guys to realize actually how far you've come. It's a good time for reflecting. The Three of Swords reverse is kind of in that mirrored energy, which is nice for you being in opposition right now to say, hey, have a look of everything that's transpired over the last, 3 months, 3 years, whatever timeline, your entire life, if you like, and kind of recognize those things that you've worked through, that you've worked past, the karma that you've avoided, and those things that may still be awake and alive in your conscious mind that, they give you that cringe moment, or you tend to struggle with them when you go to bed, right? The old coulda, woulda, shouldas. This is a great time for our friends in Taurus to be letting go of any resentments, any regrets, anything of that nature, because it's about looking at the blessings that are around you right now, okay? And this is of the mind, very much so, about the human perception of our own healing process. And Taurus, you might find that this month in particular highlights that for you. You become aware of how far you've come. You become aware of, giving yourself the pat on the back to be like, you know what, good job. It may not have all worked out to a state of perfection or to a state of, we take our lumps and move on, but you acknowledge the fact that you worked through it. You were there for it. There's no denying that which has occurred in the past, but the learning, right, the healing, and the progression away from things in the past that could have occurred either to you or for you, to bring you to a point of still presence right now. So the completion of the healing process. Big hugs out to any of our Taurus friends that are still going through any adversity in regards to overcoming, past situations in love and romance where there could have been a third party, or things just kind of fizzled out, or people change and have went their separate ways. Please remember, the Three of Swords, when it arrives, especially in the reverse, is telling you to say, hey, it's nothing personal. It's never anything unless you make it that way. And if you're making it personally, you're making it tough for yourself. So let's see. What's helping? Yeah, this is the Seven of Swords now. Taurus, maybe a little bit too heavy in your mind at times, can take away from the ongoings of now, being immersed and being happy to your fullest extent, right? The Seven of Swords there is someone that, is taking the best of the situation and leaving behind what doesn't serve them, right? As well, it's a cautionary card to let me know, to tell our Taurus friends to be very careful in exercising their levels of trust based on these past experiences. You may not be wishing to let other people in, currently. You may be willing to put people to the test. Can you be trusted? Well, I'm going to issue a little bit of a litmus test. I'll trust you with something small. That way I can determine whether or not somebody in your environment can be trusted with something big. And it can manifest in all sorts of different ways, whether it's trusting them with your heart, trusting with them a task, with knowledge, with information, whatever it may be. You guys may find yourself just a little bit guarded, and rightly so. I mean, let's face it, Taurus, there's a lot of wackadoodles out there, and you guys get into your grind, you do your thing, you know what works best for you. And if somebody comes along, say maybe with a lot of brand new ideas, it might be a little bit difficult for you to kind of wrap your head around it at first, and to be in a point of acceptance. So like, yes, there are ideas outside of what I've been doing for most of my life that can help in this improvement process. They can help in this actualization and this awareness process. So with the Seven of Swords there, with the Three of Swords, is saying proceed carefully this month, or whenever you're watching it over the next little while. Proceed very carefully with matters of trust, with issues of trust. Things like information, resetting your passwords, diversifying what you do to like stay guarded against, all the crazy stuff that happens, like the creepy car salesman, or that guy that phones you and tell you your taxes are due, but he's not calling from the IRS. It's just a scam. Just always be careful. We're into this day and age of technology where you do have to remain somewhat guarded. As liberated as Apple and all of the companies want you to become with your online information and with what you can do with your phone, it's very important that you keep the necessary, the privacy, the safety, the information of all that very close to your chest, and don't jump into something if it doesn't feel right. Again, these cards are saying the mental intuition. You get that inkling, you get that spidey sense of that intuition where it's like, you just can't in the moment foresee a good outcome of jumping into a particular situation. Then these cards are absolutely saying don't. Ask for time if you need it, and put somebody off if you need to, until you can establish those levels, those areas of where you feel comfortable in the trust. So that's really excellent. Okay, we've got a Two of Pentacles. So you've just come through a time, Taurus, I feel, where you have narrowed your perspective. You've actually made great gains. You've actually kind of like stuck to a goal, and you've been able to move forward at it. But maybe it wasn't a lot of fun for some of you. Maybe it felt like a real grind. Maybe it felt like something or someone has come along and kind of like subconsciously or even very consciously, because of their approach, suck the joy of the project or the activity or just of overall life out of the current steps. And, not to pick on you, Taurus, but, some of it may be you. You may be approaching it with such a strong analytical approach where you're like saying to yourself or saying to others, it must be a set way. It must be. I'm just saying that this has served you well in the recent past, but you may be asked in the very near future to change your approach to a little bit more openness, being open to other people's ideas, to sort of engage in that dance, that social dance that we do when people come in and we're maybe either choosing to work together with others, for some of you forced to work together with others, and just that level of give and take, being like, as long I'm open to new ideas, as long as I feel that it doesn't jeopardize my comfort level in what I've been doing, then you can go ahead and go for it. But you guys are in this state of evaluation. Nobody's pulling a fast one over on you guys, because you're going to be on your guard. And if it comes across as very guarded, you may just have to say, look, this is just the way I feel about the situation, despite what you think. My feeling is that it's leaving me with a bit of discomfort or uncomfortable. So you need to come clean. You need to show me. The proof needs to be in the pudding, especially if you're cross-watching for Taurus. Your words may not be enough to convince them that your intentions or that the outcome is beneficial. You actually maybe need to go out there and particularly show them the way, show them, how it's done. And Taurus, you as well might be doing this. If there's somebody that's not getting on your wavelength, you might have to actually be in a much more demonstrative point of view or frame of mind, where you're going to be like, look, show you, this is tried, true, and tested. I love your idea, but this is what has always worked. This is what is really good, and this is what gets me by, or this I feel is the best approach to the situation. This crown source energy, we've got the Queen of Swords here right now too, because you're kind of remaining streamlined. I'm asking you, as a reader who is always here for the purpose of healing, ascension, enlightenment, and growth, asking you to be more open. But when I see this Queen of Swords card coming in from Source here, this lets me know you guys are going to be very decisive and definitive on what it is that you're allowing, what it is you're accepting, what it is that you're tolerating. And if it doesn't meet that set criteria, you're done with it. Or you know what? Try again another day. Go back, refine it, come again when this actually makes sense to you. Because if there's something coming in your environment that leaves you confused, that is taking away from clarity, just adding to the muddle, adding to the confusion, your higher self, Source, is saying just cut it out of your life, be done with it, and stay in a very focused energy. And again, you guys might be needing to be very careful about, like, you know, that old adage of the energy vampires, or the people that come along just to like throw you off your game or throw you a curveball when, you know, you were all set and on a path and you were making great gains and good progress. Somebody jumped in on that, and then they try and get a cut out of it when they haven't put in their fair share of the energy or the effort that you have, Taurus. You might be very quick to tell that person, hey, beat it, pal. Take a hike or take a long walk off a short dock. And when you want to come correct, then you can come back into Taurus's wheelhouse, because you guys are moving forward. The old bull is kind of like charging. It's got a goal and it's on its way. It's like somebody's got a big bucket of food there, or it's off to the, you know, to take care of what it needs to take care of. And so a lot of side distractions coming in, I feel, but you guys are having absolutely none of it. And hopefully it's not leading to too much difficulty in your personal relationships, romantic or otherwise. And speaking of romantic relationships, this is kind of cool as we move forward, and what you guys can be looking forward to is offerings, a consistent level of offerings. And again, these are general readings. Wherever your intention is set on, they can manifest in a million different ways. But this could be somebody asking Taurus out. This could be somebody proposing new ideas to Taurus. This could be somebody just coming in and shining a different light on the day, which elevates your mood, Taurus, which elevates your state of like happiness as you're getting the work done, as you're progressing through. And it ultimately, like all of us, Taurus or not, are striving for our own level of happiness and prosperity in our lives, sometimes working together with others in regards to offering, sharing, business partnerships, romantic relationships. Taurus is going to be apt to receive it, to take it, and other times they're going to be like, well, it has to be absolutely 100% correct. But it's almost as if Taurus is being tested. You might get get a few authentic offers, ones that like actually inspire you and make you wanting to and willing to say yes. But then there's going to be these 7 other offers that come in, and you're going to be like, huh, are you kidding? Compared to what this person is offering, why would you even come at me with such a silly idea or such a silly offering? And you may be very short with people. You may find yourself very quickly just willing to tell them, like, snap, like, absolutely not, absolutely no way. What, do you think I'm a fool? You think because I'm a Taurus and because I have this beautiful, simple way of making my life what it is, like a very progressive and consistent way of doing it, that you're going to come up and get me off your game? Absolutely not. But the reason why I'm thinking stay open here is because you guys are going to have some very authentic, very truthful offerings coming in, and you don't want to overlook them because of all of the other junk, all right? So for whatever that's worth. And this is nice. Like I said, 3 of Swords that was there on the Querent card. You can see that 3 of Swords was still there. Let's get old 7 of Swords out of the way. And now with the 5 of Cups reversed, this lets me know that Taurus, the purpose, the motive, the MO behind all this is for healing, for dismissing the past once and for all. Any kind of coulda, woulda, shoulda, resentment, regret, or whatever transgression, you guys are letting these cups roll over. You're getting ready to dump them out, to clean house, especially within. When we look at the inner, to say these things are no longer going to bother me when I lay my head down on the pillow at night. These are things that are no longer going to affect my level of happiness, because the past is not a real place. The past is something that you choose to engage with it on your level. And once you're done with a tough time that you encountered in the past, then let it be gone. There's no need to look for a silver lining in something that happened long ago that you need to just make sense of. Just let it go for the sake of letting it go, and then that will be just fine, because you could be in a bit of opposition to your own conscious mental thoughts, dragging yourself down an old path. But I think most of our Taurus friends are going to be doing a very good job to recognize when this is occurring within the mind and within the emotional intelligence of self, and they're going to say to themselves, stop it. This is, so if you're cross-watching for Taurus, You're going to kind of watch them go through this strong period of discernment where they're like kind of like breaking everything down and discerning whether or not it's right or it's wrong. But they're doing it so that this kind of stuff, this kind of thief in the night energy is not creeping back in and going to take away from them or give them worry that they're making a wrong decision or that they're just going to be very quick. Nope, it doesn't feel right, because it is a very psychic time for our Taurus friends. Believe it or not, with them in opposition, Sun transiting through Scorpio right now, they are extremely intuitive, and Taurus, pat on the back, use all of this good clarity as psychic energy to your advantage through promoting the growth and the activation of your own intuition in everyday little things, because that's what it's there for at present time. And it's really nice to see this energy, but it comes kind of like with this attachment of like, especially if you're an extremely social Taurus, with people coming in, knocking on your door, dialing up your phone, asking you for this, that, or the other thing, your opinions on this, that, or the other thing, or collaborations, or getting together for whatever reason. You know, you may be very short to dismiss it if it's not serving your highest good, which is great energy to see you guys in, right? Nice. 6 of Cups for healing. We're getting rid of the past, any past memories that do not instigate or initiate a feeling of bliss. Be gone. Be done with them. Baggage be gone, as that one card says, right? Very much so. Nice. And the Prince of Swords up here now to support her queen, being like, we're doing this very quickly. We're catching ourselves very quickly before too many sleepless nights comes in, or dwelling on particular. You may need just like a particular trigger. Every time I think about John or Jane from the past, I'm going to maybe reprogram my conscious mind so that when I think about John or Jane from the past, I'm going to associate that with, you know, something more positive that exists in my present, maybe like a Reese's peanut butter cup or something, just to remind you, just to bring you back to the present. And in meditations, if Taurus friends, if you're finding it difficult to get into meditation or to let your mind relax a lot of the time, sometimes the old stuff from the past that we absolutely despise and disdain and don't like can be our sword of truth, can be the number one thing that triggers and motivates you to dismiss a thought and to empty your mind for a time if you need to. And it's happening like a very quick act. It's very nice. We've got an Ace of Wands reversed here now for healing. All right. And the Hanged Man. Okay, so in relationships, this is saying if things are taking a while to get off the ground, or if you find, Taurus, that you're in a situation where relationships are affected, there could be some troubled waters, or the waves could be a little bit choppy right now. This is saying don't be fated to the outcome. Have it in your mind and in your emotional awareness of the quick solution, of the creative solution. You know, you take the power in, and you take this power in for a reason, so that you're not feeling fated to the situation or to others' attitudes and others' emotions towards, you know, the relationships have a consciousness of their own. So going back to that very start of things where we said it's never personal with that 3 of Swords, we just have to make sure that when we're being tested and what's happening in our here and now in our everyday life, we see it as such, and we don't immediately take it personal like the Prince of Swords might be, like an attack on you. It isn't always that way, and you may need to find some very creative solutions to say to yourself, well, here's another ding-dong in my road, here's another ding-dong along my path. How are we going to discern and play this person off so that they are in a position of harmlessness? And it's not that people are out to generally harm other people. It's just because the natural tendencies of ego and the flow of things, where it's like they'll put out a thought, they'll put out a feeling, oh, I'm grumpy today, how about you? They want you to join in that misery. They want you to come down that road with them on whatever, you know, psychodramatic babble that they've got going on. And Taurus is having none of it. They're going to be like, look, if you're not happy, tried and true, then you're really just here wasting my time. You're really just here at a point of not knowingness, right? So a pleasure, as always, Taurus. It's going to be an exciting month, right? Lots of people being around you, and you may find yourself like being very short, and that's okay. Don't allow that to don't feel guilty about that kind of stuff, because look, we mentioned it. Your oracle for this time is intuition. And this is a very nice oracle to have because we talked about it. The greater purpose of all that I feel is happening for you through this reading and through the next little while, this next little part of your journey, is to strengthen intuition and to help you actually utilize it in the moment. Like when you run into those people that are very quick-witted, they always have like a spoony answer for everything, and it makes people jiggle and giggle, and it makes other people go, right? But it's using that quick-witted in a sense where it's like your intuition, you're going to be applying this to your intuitive feelings now. So it's going to be like you won't be confronted with too many decisions that are going to take you too long to figure out, because you are growing and you're progressing your abilities within yourself to make wise decisions based on how it feels, based on what you've tested and discerned in the past, while not holding on to grudges or resentments, but to know, hey, it just doesn't feel right. Or intuitively, I've got my extra sensory perceptions going off telling me that, there's something just not quite right about that person, or there's something just not quite right about what they're doing, right? So, Taurus, thanks so much for being here. Always a pleasure to be here with you. It's absolutely, and again, if you're new here, if these readings helped you in any way, please join us. We are one of the most benevolent tribes in all of YouTube, and we enjoy getting the readings out for all you guys as we can. All right, so thanks so much. Just give me a minute, everybody. I'm gonna put on some songs here. They're gonna be just while I get everybody checked in and have a drink of water. And we're going to get going on today's regular program. So thanks again, Taurus, for being here. Absolutely wonderful to have you. All right. All right. Is this going off? What's going on here? There we go. We do have a new music sponsor. They're wonderful. They are absolutely wonderful. Staunch Records is the name of it. And, sorry, let me just get the chat back up here again. My goodness. Technical difficulties for days, right? Can we actually make this go? Oh, technology. Gurkhas retrograde. I don't even know why I'm trying or attempting to run a smooth program with music and stuff. I should just be like back to basics for all of this good stuff. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's get this back. If this thing crashes out, please forgive me. Please forgive me. There we go. No music? Fine, Mercury, no music. We'll slow down. We'll slow the pace down if we need to. I just don't know why that's not coming up. I wanted to highlight our new music sponsor, but Mercury retrograde is not allowing for it. And thanks to everybody that's come. Absolutely wonderful. That you're here. Just give me a minute. We're having like severe technical difficulties right now. Stay tuned, everyone. Stay tuned. I'm so sorry. This stuff happens from time to time. It just gets all over the map. There we go. Let me get this figured out for you. Oh. Oh. I hope you all had a happy Halloween. Hope everything was good. Can we just not play this for our friends? There we go. There we go. I'll be with you in just one moment. All right. Beauty. Absolutely wonderful here. All right. I see Desiree, D Cosmo channel. So nice for you to join us, D Cosmo. You guys, if you haven't checked out D Cosmo channel, please do. Amazing monthly readings over there. Mercury is like no music. Absolutely. I see Diane there. Hi, Diane. Welcome to the program. Nice for you to be here. Runt, welcome. Appreciate you coming in today, Runt. I see Angela of Tarot. Hi, Angela. And hello, Entity of Light. Pleasure to have you ladies with us today. We are going to be engaging on our spiritual journey that will involve tarot cards. It will involve all that good stuff that we like, and hopefully you guys do enjoy. If you're enjoying this music, the link is in the description box down below to my friend. He's a producer. He has a little company known as Staunch Records. You'll see them scroll by over in our thank yous. And if you like this kind of stuff, you can feel free to check him out. Absolutely 100%. How's your Gurkurus Retrotown going, everybody? You guys running into any problems? Are many of you ascended and awake enough now to not even be affected by the Mercury retrograde? Please chime in. Let me know how this month is going for you, because, you know, it has that way of expanding on our individuality, especially, you know, through the 12 signs, or even just as ourselves. We're meant to be these beacons of light that shine out. And when we compare, we're unique just like everybody else. So as we swim along with conscious or collective, and collective swims along with us, it's meant to actually bring out the best in everybody, or bring out maybe the worst in everybody. But at the end of the day, true colors are going to shine through 100%. Jerry Metrotown. Oh, I see Rebecca there too. Let me check you in, Rebecca. Very nice to have you. Okay. All right, we've got the OBS running. We're having a little program. We're having a day. I like to do those readings off the start, and thanks everyone for being absolutely so patient. Hopefully we didn't lose the chat. Oh, there we go. My laptop's not... Yeah, I know. It's just trouble all over the place. Like, Geminis and Sagittarians especially, I feel that, you know, if they're not staying on top of actually what's happening, I just hope that our Gemini and our Sagittarian friends are not becoming too frustrated with all of the little mini adversities that the Gurkurus Metrotown brings along with it. Entity of Light says she's been very emotional, to be honest, but I wasn't sure if it's due to Scorpio season or Merc or both. For sure, it's a deep water season. The emotions, no doubt, Entity of Light, play into it fully. Mercury usually affects communication and business, okay? So these sort of things, you look at subtle delays in a lot of things. I would say that the emotional side of things is more due to the depth of the sun transiting through Scorpio. The Mercury retrograde is stuff like, why did my satellite receiver kick out in the middle of my favorite show? Or why all of a sudden did the motor on my vacuum cleaner blow up and now I can't vacuum my floor? You got to take time to go out and fix something. Those are like the little frustrations. It's more mundane stuff with Mercury retrograde, but it can be very effectual, especially when it's in our communication and with just the general good flowingness of isness, right? But the emotions, definitely. That's sun transiting through Scorpio. Diane and Geminis, you guys influence, you guys are going to be like the reasons why your satellite receiver or your internet goes offline. The more you want it, the tougher it is to get back. And Gemini is just part of being a Gemini. I know you touch a light switch and then the whole city block goes down. Right? What a blessing. Absolutely. To our Sagittarius. Yeah, hopefully you guys aren't getting too frustrated, because it is about that flow for you guys. Things is like a river or a waterfall. When it's flowing beautiful, as soon as a beaver comes along and dams up the river or the stream or the waterfall, it's frustrating, because you're like, where did the flow go? Where did the ease to it all go? Why am I feeling stumped? Why is life presenting as a riddle that has no answer right now? And those sorts of things. Why is the sky blue and the sea green? Right? Right? The sky was yellow and the sun was blue. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Right? It makes a lot of sense. F pence, gold, myrrh, and frankincense. So welcome. I see Steve and Mel in the chat room now. Welcome to Steve and Mel. Let me check you guys and gals in. Pleasure to have you as always. Just tuning in. Hi, absolutely. Hi. Hey, how are ya? Hey, how are ya? Hey, how are ya? Hey, how are ya? Getting our native spirits out too. I got cards for days. I was gonna stack everything up. I was busy getting decks of cards out here. I got a little bit of everything, and this is viewer driven. So you guys let me know. We could start at the top of the people that I've checked in and work our way through like a list. But don't feel like you have to ask a question. Don't feel like you have to get involved. Don't feel like you have to donate. You don't have to It was a surprise for me to actually be able to come on today. And I actually have a full day of layover. So it's good. Most of my work is already done for the day. It's not a travel day for me. So I get to be with you guys. It's absolutely 100%. Is laying on the floor, embryo, fetal position, counter for... Well, hopefully not that bad. If it gets really tough, go and do a few chin-ups. right? Remember, we have the strength. And that's why Mercury retrograde is very tough for people who have yet to like really come into their own, have really sought that area within to find the answer, because they remain affected by what's going on out there. If you can retreat from, say, electronics, from commerce, from business, from too much surface level communication, hey, that's a way of putting yourself outside of it that you can, right? And if you can't avoid these things, say you got a very important job or a very serious thing to do within community, then you take these things in stride and you make sure that that stuff doesn't follow you home at the end of the day. Welcome, Lisa Rose. Appreciate you for jumping in here today, Lisa Rose. All right, we're going to start the conversation with this small group of people that I've written down so far, and we'll take them one at a time. I want to take my time and interact with you, just kind of like one-on-one for a few minutes. I see Star Power. Welcome, Star Power. I think Star Power missed the reading last time because we had to take that big break. Yeah, Star Power, stay tuned. I got you written down here. Definitely want to take a minute to chat with you. D Cosmo, everybody, D Cosmo. Go ahead, D Cosmo. Post anything you want to share with the chat room. Anything you would like to ask of me. Anything at all. Anything and everything, right? Absolutely. All right. I have absolutely no moderators. I'm on Troll Patrol, but we don't even get trolled at this channel anymore. It might take me a minute to show your comment. Let me just hand out a wrench here. If there's any volunteers of people that want to moderate today, you can let me know. Well, Mercury's capture top moments. Well, Mercury retrograde 9 is in Scorpio. Yeah, it's intense. It's absolutely intense. For sure. I got the OBS running. I should definitely get something up here. Hopefully the chat doesn't fall behind too far. And, yeah. Because we reset everything. My goodness. Stuff is... See, like my computer acting up big time. It's not even letting me push buttons. Diane says my car broke down yesterday. Oh my goodness. Hey, you came to the right chat room, Diane. Steve is a licensed mechanic. I know a little bit about what goes on with cars. So, you're in the right spot. And yes, Lisa, we are doing card readings tonight. I've got you down on my list, okay? I don't necessarily stick hardcore to the list, but I would love for everybody to get a little bit of something, okay? So, up first, D Cosmo channel, everybody. Steve says, life is good. I got thank you, garbage pizza, halapops, and pop, pop, pop. We could play charades. Pop, pop, pop. What am I? I'm popcorn. My brains are like popcorn. Absolutely. Well, hopefully it wasn't anything too major, Diane. And D Cosmo, absolutely. Jump in here, post a question, say hello to everybody, and then we're going to go on to Diane, Runt, Ange Love, Entity of Light, Rebecca, Steve, Mel, Lisa Rose, Star Power. Oh, and Bahavia. Welcome, Bahavia. Welcome to the program. It's been a minute, Bahavia. Okay. My post is coming out. Yeah. Well, I ask what everybody wants to know. What is your relationship status? P.S. You're welcome, my friends. Okay. I got to tell you, you want to hear my sob story? Life is tough. I'm a single white male living in Canada. And man, the persecution I face. No, just kidding. I'm just kidding. I am single. I am straight. And I like it that way. I have a lady friend. I call her my lady friend right now. She's not my special friend. If many of you remember that famous scene from The Big Lebowski where he's like, God damn it, it's not my special friend. She's my goddamn lady friend. So I don't really get into labels in terms of status, but I do have someone special. I'm a one gal kind of guy, but we've had the discussion, right? Do you want children in your future? And we're actually on opposite sides of the fence about that. So we keep things very casual, and they are fulfilling when they're fulfilling, and they're comforting when we're not together. So, and right now that's a very happy place for me. So my relationship status, if it were to appear on Facebook, it would say it's complicated, but it's really just the opposite of that. It's very simple, very easygoing, and it's very nice. Okay. She's a Leo. right? Show up to pick her up to go to the movies at 8 o'clock. She'll maybe make it out to the car by about 9:30. I'm just teasing. God love her. All right. Too hot for me. So thank you for the question, D. Cosmo. I appreciate that. That's an easy one. Diane, I think you're a little crooked. Is my whole setup like a little bit crooked? Hey, yeah, definitely. You could call me a bit of a phony because I like to chat on the phone. I like to talk. Oh, and Talia's here. I didn't even see you, Talia. Oh, man, we better call up Talia. Talia, I'm very sorry I didn't see you earlier. I'm definitely about to write your name down. Thanks for calling into the chat today. I appreciate you so much. Wonderful. Thanks. Okay. Be nice. Oh, God. Who couldn't love you? And I love Leos. If you get entangled with a Leo, it shows you stuff about yourself, which is why... Like, this is not the first Leo lady. This is not the first Leo datey that I've ever lated. This is not the first Leo lady. Is Gurkhas Metro. This is not the first Leo lady that I've ever dated. And chances are, in the grand scheme of things, this will not be the last Leo Leo lady datey that I've ever really dated lately. This is not won't be the last Leo lady that I ever dated lately. But I love you, Leos, ladies, because you show us so much about ourselves. The relationships are very karmic. It can be very frustrating for somebody that doesn't know what they're getting themselves into with a Leo lady, or even a gentleman for that matter. But once you know, and once you're aware, and once you're able to grow personally from your togetherness with a Leo, they can show you so much about yourself. They can show you the subtleties of your things like your communication, your presence, right? How you handle situations, all that good stuff. It's quite enjoyable, actually. All right. We're going to go on to Diane. Diane Christina asks, will Khaled call me soon? If so, when? Right? Time is an asterisk, right? Time is an asterisk. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But we can look at that. We'll go on the yes or no. Will Khaled call Diane? Will Khaled call Diane? Caller, calling the caller, will Khaled call Diane? Hopefully I'm saying that wrong. Khaled? Let's find out. Shuffling your cards now, Diane. We're going to wait and see for what jumps out at us. You're a Leo moon? That's cool. I like that. Welcome, Tati. All right. Yeah. Okay. I think so. Based on what I've got here, two major energies. I think something lets me know that he's postponing it. He wants to call you, but he's not doing it. I don't know if there's something taboo about his communication with you, like whether it would be looked down upon by like his family, his friends, or a lover. There's something that he's keeping a secret in regards to his love life. That's what the cards show up. To the direct answer to your question, I got a feeling of yes, but it's going to be a while. He's got to find some sort of like secretive time or special time and space to actually make the call, or he has to get himself out of a situation. You will converse with this person, but it's not going to be for a time here, I feel. All right, it's going to be 3 to 6 days at the soonest, I feel. But this person has to like break away from something in order, because he's keeping a secret from somebody. Okay, that's what the cards, and it is secrets of romance and love. And if that's hard for you to hear, that's kind of tricky, Diane, and my heart goes out to you on this one. But these are two big major arcanas, one of secrecy and the other one of the lovers, right? The karmic relationships we were just talking about. Ooh, the tangled webs we weave when we choose to deceive. All right, and I'm not accusing you or him or anything like that. It just shows me that a lot of what you've asked and the energy behind what you've asked is really wrapped up in a level of clandestine secrecy. Maybe either from him, or it could, because I have to go through your energy to get to him, it could be something that, your spirit wants you to know as well. But I've got a yes on that one. And it's going to happen at a time where he feels free or liberated to do it. He's got to pull himself away from somebody, something of that nature. Okay? You are right. Well, no, the cards are right. The cards are right. I'm not right. I'm just a ding-dong. For those of you just joining us, and for those of you watching much later, please remember I'm an intuitive reader. My name is Nobody. Some people call me Legend. And I've been doing this for a couple of decades. So it's really about the cards. It really is about how it comes to life and comes to light. So thanks, Diane. Appreciate your question today. I wouldn't get too hung out about the timeliness of this, right? When the phone rings, it's like he's gonna have to like get this conversation off quick or something secretive. Somebody's hiding something. I don't know what it is. Somebody's hiding something. All right. I'd like to speak with Runt now while we talk to our sponsors, because one of our sponsors is now here on the chat room. Hello to Tati Taurus Tarot. You see her over here in our perpetual thanks. 99.9, our station, our main station, thanks Tati Taurus Tarot on the regular, because she's an amazing person and because she's a network affiliate through Patreon. You guys can, I don't have a lot of exclusive content over there, but if you're growing a channel, if you want me to get a word out on your behalf to the people that we reach, you can go ahead and hit me up there. It's a great place. And we thank Tati Taurus Tarot and love to see the success that her channel has had. Not because we shout her out, but because it's authentic tarot for authentic people. And our community is continuing to thrive and grow, that being one of our little mini mantras. Saruchi Lee has also found us for even just $1 a month. We always get Saruchi some extra cards around here. She never gets missed. She's extra priority, all that good stuff. Special shout out to the good people at Staunch Records. Okay, we have a new music sponsor. I've been having trouble playing it due to the Mercury retrograde, but hopefully we get a chance to hear some more. He sent me 3 more songs to use on the channel, and if you guys like kind of indie music, some of the interlude music that you hear here, his information is in the description box down below. Feel free to check him out on Spotify. To our major #1 sponsor of 99.9, we'd like to take time to honor the good people at The Real Thank You Water. Like when I have a hiccup, when I get gassy, all I have to do is think thank you. And then all of a sudden I remember, hey, water is there. It's clean, free energy. And it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. To our house sponsor, Silver Ring Stock Car Emporium, for all your stock car needs. If you've got a Monte Carlo, a Corvette, a Mustang, anything of that nature, even if you just like cars, we give a big shout out because they're giving us a portion of their shop to broadcast from today. It's a beautiful place. You should see this. I'll do an expose one day when we have some time. To our sponsor of the month, Macaroni Artists Everywhere, and to our tarot creator of the month, Heidi Darris, who has created the Mystic Dreamers Tarot. I had all my tarot cards are in boxes, so I'll use this opportunity to open this tarot deck now. Look at this, 3 of Swords. 3 of Swords energy in Scorpio season. What does it all mean? Well, what are you healing from? What are you learning from? What are you doing about the levels of discomfort that you have within your own body? Whether it be sickness, heartache, whatever you're dealing with. Strilly, from the mind, asking you, what are you doing about it? Aside from subscribing to big pharma or weirdness or placing the blame elsewhere. What are you doing within to help you understand that healing and enlightenment are actually the same progression? Absolutely. Runt asks, I want to know, what does he think about me? Okay, we can look at that. What does he think about me? What does he think about Runt? What does he think about Runt? And I know it sounds very weird when you hear me voicing it out like that, but I'm an intuitive reader. Like, it just comes through. And then the energy, the words become right because the cards, you know, as long as I'm focused and stay grounded, is usually very accurate. So even though we've just got a he, we don't need to, like Diane says, it doesn't matter what his name is. Doesn't matter. You just take what cards comes out. Okay. So let's have a look here. We got a mitt full, and I'll just take it over to center stage for you, Runt, because quite a few popped out here, and these are your cards. You know, I can sense it. I can taste it. All right. You got a couple big 10s up here, which is it lets me know that he feels that you are very supported and secure in your life. But sometimes, I don't know if it's because your stress shines through, or perhaps hopefully you don't take things out on this person, but he's a very good listener. I feel like he'll listen to everything that you have to say about what you're going through and have an actual very accurate representation of putting it into his mind about how it is that you are feeling, because you are generally a very good communicator. He recognizes that you are an intuitive person. He recognizes that you have a good sense of emotional stability, but sometimes you have a tendency to become a little bit stressed out. There's a little bit too much an anxiety and worry because of, future planning or what you are hoping or wishing for in the future. Now, when it comes to like matters of security, I don't feel as though he worries for you, but he thinks he would like you to be less worried, if that makes sense. He would like you to, I feel, let go of a little bit of your apprehension, be a little bit more trusting, whether it's in things or whether it's within him, things of this nature. Just feel more comfortable in his presence, because the cards show me that he kind of like wants that, or he's willing to work towards that with you to like provide you with absolute comfort. He'll go out of his way to make sure that situations are very clear with you. Yet even when he does that, that leads to you kind of like take that as a little bit like, what? It's that easy? No, it's not that easy. Something else must be going on here. Something else, But I think he really likes you. I think he sees you as a very established and busy person. There's something as well that lets me know that he believes that you're on this path where you're going to discover the fullness of yourself, that you're going to come into your abundance. This person has like faith in you, or has trust in you, or is there like kind of like in support. And I'm not sure if this is a mentor type relationship, but the energy behind it, Runt, is coming off a little bit like that, okay? In terms of what he thinks about you, okay? All right. Everything and everyone is connected, and there's reasons for everything. Believe it, and it will be connected. All right. Well, a special welcome to Wilfred Smith. You're Taurus, and it's rough right now? Hey, Wilfred, we just did a reading for the sign of Taurus. If you can scroll back to the very start of this video, there's a reading just for you in the sign of Taurus at the very start of this reading. Taurus is in opposition this month, so I wanted to do a quick look in with a full spread for the sign of Taurus. But Wilfred, I'm going to check you in. I'm going to write your name down and have a little one-on-one with everybody as they filter in. Currently, you're in about 10th spot, and stuff just rolls along with very little expectations. Yeah, it's because you're trying to make sense of things based on what's happened in the past, and the cards have actually asked you to cut certain stuff out of your life right now so that you can get your intuitive juices flowing. It's a very intuitive and psychic time for our Taurus friends, but for some of them, they have to kind of reach a long ways for it. Because that's exactly, you had to laugh because it's how you act. Well, it is, and it shows with that King of Swords, Queen of Cups. It's a nice match there. There's clarity there. It's like, not that people are wearing their heart on their sleeves, but their words are at face value, and what you show is what is understood. So it's actually, there's nothing, kind of like in opposed to like Diane's reading where there was a lot of things hidden. It shows that your stuff is very much out in the open, and what you portray is like what he puts into his mind. He doesn't have any wackadilly expectations about you, what you should be, if you're like this, if you're not like this. I like the energy of your person because he is very accepting of what is and willing to work it, mold it like clay, right? That sort of stuff, right? Absolutely. So thank you so much, Runt. Appreciate it. Angela of Tarot, our friend in Cancer over there. Go ahead, Angela. If you're still here, you can post for a little bit of one-on-one time with the reader. You can pose a question to the chat. You can ask me something. We can do cards. We're keeping it kind of carefree and lighthearted, because if we try to get too serious in Mercury retrograde, it's all going to come out and it's going to be mirrored and it's going to be backwashed. Like you give somebody a drink of your root beer and they just jam it in there and you're like, ooh, that's gross. We don't want it to get gross. We don't want it to be too serious. We don't want you to get hung up on the mundane of whether or not it manifests as, citronella candles or chocolate cupcakes. That shit doesn't matter. What matters is the message behind the message a lot of the time. And I'm really in that kind of mood as we're getting into closer to the middle of Scorpio season, which is, that's go time. That's like the nitty gritty. There are seasons and reasons. So go ahead, Angela. Spirit messages, I suppose. We can do that. We can absolutely do that. Let's take a look in at our native spirit with Denise Lynn for Ange Love. Spirit, for the first guidance in our spirit messages, we will go ahead and do that. I got mini decks, you guys. I got lots of stuff open. I got oracles, I got Lenormands, I got tarot cards, all kinds of stuff up there. For those of you that come and vibe and jive with us regular, if you have a favorite deck, you go ahead and just let me know. Lightning Spark 100, let me check you in. Welcome, Lightning. Good to have you on this it's November 2nd, Saturday afternoon. Very awesome. Hello, and Manoj Kumar. Welcome, Manoj Kumar. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Where are you calling us from? Mano, is this a long distance call? Is this going to cost me extra daytime minutes? Calling you across the pond. Welcome to Manoj Kumar. Hopefully I'm saying your name wrong. But if I'm not, then you go ahead and correct me in the chat. Feel free, Manoj, to jump in the chat. I've got a running list of people that I'm going to try and talk to everybody today. So you might just have to be a little bit patient. Stick by your phone calls. Put us on in the background if you're busy washing your car, washing your floor, feeding your dog, whatever you got to do. And it'll come when it's your turn. I'll call your name. And if you're still around, then I'll be happy to talk to you. Uno bon uno, one-on-one. All right? Absolutely. All right. Thanks, Manoj. All right. Manoj Kumar, everybody. Oh, just try. You can't do that, Manoj. You can't do that. I'm gonna have to get some moderators up here. You can't spam the you can't spam the chat with emojis. All right, and I'll have because it makes it impossible for me to do it. Okay. Oh, I was just saying we don't get trolled too often, but we just got hit by something here. Yeah, you're welcome. Sonia, you can't do that. I really need small wildflowers, or I need to hand out a wrench to somebody. Just bear with me, please, everybody. Ange, you're up next, but I've run into a bit of an issue. Absolutely a bit of an issue. We're going to have a look here. All of a sudden, we got 1 million namastes. I think somebody's upset with me. I got attacked by witches on Halloween, everybody. It was very unpleasant, but it's going to be okay. Everything is going to be all right, as they say. Mercury retrograde. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Is our communication? I need a better computer. Perhaps. Let me just get back into this. Wow. Wow. Really? Really? Let me get some moderators up, everybody. I don't normally get trolled, but we've got some trouble in the chat room. God, why is it gotta be so tough today? See that frustration? You gotta rise above it a little bit. Let me just get a few wrenches out here, cause you can't spam the chat, you guys. You just can't do it. All right, hopefully that's worked out. And sorry to take so long. So hopefully everything's back to normal. It might take a little while. We're looking for a spirit message now for Angela of Tarot. What are the messages from spirit for Angela of Tarot? I think I got a couple people put out there, and there Ange's card just flipped out. Alright. Haha, I wear it on my shirt, Ange. It's one of my favorite ones. Your message from Spirit is that of peace pipe, okay? Doesn't matter whatever's gone on in the past. Doesn't matter, whatever transgressions have ever, transpired in your particular life or any of your relationships. The peace pipe, when you hit the peace pipe, it brings you right into the now, brings you right into the present moment, and it reminds us that you can start today. You can start at this particular moment. It doesn't mean that there's going to be bias or things because of the things of the past. There is no need to be sorry, right? As long as you've learned and you've decided I'm going to become better. For whatever it is that I'm sorry for, I've forgiven myself for it, and I've forgiven others for it, and now I'm a better person for it, and hopefully that other person is better for it as well. So the peace pipe is really about letting go of past resentments and actually making sure that you're still in the now and still progressing to say, yes, I am committed to this point of... and it's not selfish, but it's self-improvement. You're committed to self-improvement, and you're not going to be worried about whether or not a certain level of that is achieved or not. You just know that it's better than before. And once you do that, and then it gains a bit of momentum behind it, so that it continues to always get better. There's always this increasing ascension type energy, this progressiveness type energy, so that you don't slip into the ways of the past, or you don't worry too much about whatever transpired back then, because it all in reality begins right now, right? The peace pipe. It's okay. It's a card of peace pipe. So it's 100%. Okay? So thanks. All right, yeah, and sorry, please don't spam the chat. I mean, a few emojis are great. I love to see color in the chat, but don't spam the thing, okay? Sonia, I'll write your name down, and we'll get to you when we get to you. I also saw a few other people that had come in, okay? Just increase the RAM and do a weekly defrag. Sounds like good advice, Manoj. I will definitely try that. Okay. Entity of Light is quick to the ball. Hi, Breezy. Welcome. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Just like this. I would be easy breezy, beautiful cover. Kick-ass dude. And Edith is here. Welcome, Edith. Edith. Easy breezy. Just like the peace pipe. Oh, and there's Cher Cougar. Hi, Cher Cougar. Good to see you. All right. And if there's anybody whose name I haven't messaged, please let me know so I can write your name down. I keep a list. It's a Gurkari Metro rate, and I'm just struggling today. Can't buy... Yeah, the Beatles, right? Can't buy me love. Okay, oh man. And it's going by so fast. Did you guys get your wrenches? Jeez, I pressed the button so you guys could get your wrenches. But, according to Manoj, I need to defrag everything here. And then Entity of Light was so far on the ball. She got way out ahead of me, and I've got to scale back. No spamming, absolutely. Really don't see anything on my end, but you probably have them blocked. Sonia, no spamming. Spammer, no spamming. Okay, repeating it will not get it answered correctly. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you had posted, Entity, but it's your turn to ask of the chat anything that you wish, anything that you would like. Okay, and then Tati's wrench is there, so she can begin to handle that stuff. I tried to give Steve one too, but I don't know if it went through. But that's where we're at. Welcome, Norman Jean. Good to see you, Norman Jean. All right. Currently, we're working off this. And right now, it's Entity of Light, then All Natural Rebecca, Steve, Mel, Lisa Rose, Star Power, Bahavia. And then, was I have someone here? I was talking about Leo, and then I just wrote down the name Leo. Then I have Wilfred, Lightning, Manoj, Sonia, who wanted to spam the chat room. Hey, we live and learn, right? And then we've got Breezy, Easy Breezy Beautiful, Edith, Sherry Cougar, Rawr, and Norman Jean. Absolutely, 100%. I wish I had a peace pipe. Just a little bit of peace, just a little bit of pipe, all that kind of stuff. So, yes, welcome everybody. Yeah, it's true. We're just jiming on a Saturday afternoon before the tarot airwaves get really busy tonight. You know how it is. Saturday night, the spiritual circles, the sub-tribes, the mini-communities, they'll all be partying as they usually do. I wanted to jump in and say hi to everybody because I had the time today. Absolutely. Very good. Very, very good, yeah. Maybe for Mercury retrograde, I should just talk really slow and take it super easy. A message from Spirit as well. Sure, certainly entity of light. We'll stay in that same deck. We'll continue to talk to the spirits of the earth to get you the appropriate message from Spirit. We can do it. We can do it as long as you don't block, as long as you stay wide open like Grandfather Sky. You can have anything that you want. It's a place of abundance. And so be at one with openness to receiving. And you can have more than you asked for. You could have a second piece of pie. You could have a second, you could even have some more pierogies. Or maybe some bannock. That'd be really good, eh? You could have that. Oh, nice. I like this for you, entity of light. Because what do we see here? You've got the card of walking in beauty. And this is very nice because this is a card about new perspective. As much as it is in the mundane about like your communion with nature and your environment around you, this is a card about perspective. And Spirit wants you to know that you're elevated at this time, that you're seeing things from a higher perspective, whether you recognize it or not. Okay, entity of light, your higher self or your self beyond self, even your subconscious mind, wants me to let you know that it has a bird's eye view of everything that's going on right now. So if you're dealing with some real ding-dongs, or if you're having trouble or finding adversity in particular situations or scenarios in your life, don't worry about it, because when you receive this walking in beauty card, it's like your spirit already has the upper hand. It already has the bird's eye view of stuff going on. So it's like, it's not that it's already all worked out already, but it's like your higher self has already pegged the people that are up to no good, and it's already kind of like pushed you or gained some momentum so that you will eventually end up in the right direction or in the right flow of the stream, or of where you're meant to be at any particular given moment in space and time. When you're walking in beauty, it's almost as if the beauty of the earth, the beauty of nature, the beauty of the universe is kind of like carrying you along. It isn't pushing you there. It isn't dragging you there. It's just kind of like a guiding force that either like tilts your shoulder a little bit one way, or it causes you to lose your keys for 10 minutes so that you spend an extra 10 minutes looking for them so that you don't come across that big cement truck that's holding up traffic on 93rd Street. That sort of thing. So let go of any frustrations at this time in full recognition that Source has your back. You have your back. Spirit has your back, and your guides have your back 100%. Okay? All right. So a special welcome. Oh, I see the super chat. Thank you, Talia, for the super chat. You'll go ahead and jump the line. Anybody looking to jump the line, just follow Talia's lead there. Appreciate that. That's how it's done in these communities. Special welcome to John Pineal Gland. Welcome, John Pineal Gland. John Pineal. Hopefully you're not in the penal system. Are you calling us from prison today, John? John, welcome to the program. John, I'm going to nickname you John Pineal Gland because I feel as if you have an advanced energy. You come in here with a certain amount of knowingness and a certain amount of mastery in certain understandings that you have. Nice to have you here. I wanted to acknowledge you and thank you for coming in and joining the party today. Appreciate you. You saw the posts in the NASA and the meditative live chats, and thanks for coming over, jumping ship, and saying hello to all of us. So big warm welcome everybody to John Pineal Gland. Welcome to the community. Abide by the rules and enjoy yourself here. I'll write your name down and check you in, John. I got a list going, and then eventually I speak to everybody one-on-one. It's kind of the format for today. We're non-linear around here, people. It means we don't play by the rules because nobody's here telling us we have to, which is a big reminder for those of you watching later, like much later, 9,000 years from now. Just remember, hey, we did it. We won. Nothing. No, we didn't blow the place up. You know, the true, authentic, beautiful spirits of the world, we did it. We won. And that's why you're receiving this message today. So special welcome to John, to Priscilla, anybody else that I've missed on the check-in line, please jump at me now. And Talia, if I could be such a pain, if I could be such a bother to get you to kind of repost your question, because we're the chat room's going fast. People are jumping in, they're liking, they're sharing, they're subscribing, and it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being sincere. And John, what you'll notice is we're kind of like a hub for many spiritually ascending people that are helping guiding other people through the gifts of empathic nature, intuitiveness, all the good stuff we have. Oh, which reminds me, I got a slide I wanted to bring up for you on that particular subject. Okay, what we're looking at here, this is known as a self-empowerment pyramid. Okay, this was developed and posted. There's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. There's all that stuff as it's come through the ages. But this is kind of like absolutely, Talia. I appreciate that. We'll do an in-depth general for you. Thanks for the super chat. Just after we get through this, there's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. There's all this stuff. This is kind of like the latest tweak on it, right? As you can kind of see, like as we ascend, as we get to that self-actualization process, we have to remember that all of us are kind of like at these different stages, at these different levels as we're working our way up. And there's no particular roadmap to tell you how to go, say, from purpose to community or from empathy to curiosity. You have to do it in your own unique way, your own infinite personal relationship that you have with Source, sign at the top of the pyramid, the enlightenment. This is what's kind of like guiding you the whole way, like the yodeler, like the mountain climber, this sort of thing. So don't worry. If somebody's not overly empathic, perhaps it's because they haven't arrived there yet, or they're at a much higher position where they're actually transcending a lot of the stuff that they've already been through, right? So this is just kind of like an overall general kind of like step ladder, so you can get a sense of where people are coming from. If they come to your tarot channels, you can get a sense of perhaps what they're looking for. And I recently learned the hard way of like, I tried to give somebody a message of transcendence when they weren't looking for it. They were still very much at a purpose, empathy type stage. And then they got a little bit upset because, you know, I had kind of assumed that they were a little bit further on up. And so I've had to like kind of do my best. And that pyramid I find very helpful. Very helpful. All right. Absolutely. Right? We're all at those different levels. Okay, an in-depth general for Talia. We're going to do that right now. We're going to go ahead and shuffle the cards for Talia. Thanks again for the super chat. Appreciate you so much. We're going to go ahead and do the 7-card chakra spread for Talia. Got a quick flipper and a jumper. Talia, and welcome to all the beautiful Aquarius in our room. We've got Major Arcana number 17, the star there, reminding you to be yourself is all that you can do. And when you wish upon a star, forget Walt Disney. That star is you. You are the star. Every person, every soul is its own shining star. Right? So sometimes when you're looking up the stars and you realize, hey, the stars are looking at themselves. All a matter of that transcendence perspective. Okay. So again, maybe dealing with an Aquarius in your situation, in your environment. Perhaps, Talia, you are Aquarius. I'm not too sure. All right. What I say, I'm only an intuitive. I'm not a mind reader. Let me read your mind. I think I'm going to go down. Let Madam X read my mind. Okay, your cards are well shuffled, Talia. Let's take it over to center stage for you now. Going to go ahead and cut your cards. Wishing everybody in the chat room the best in all things. Peace, prosperity, joy, bliss, abundance, happiness, well-being. Be most excellent to one another always and to yourselves, okay? Talia, let's have a look and see how this is all going to lay down for you. Very nice. Thanks for the super chat. We're gonna ask for chakra energy here. We're gonna come in tune with it for a general reading now for Talia. Overall energy at the bottom of the deck. It's not centered very well. It's the Two of Cups, okay? There's something to do with harmony here. There's something to do with like harmonic resonance as well. Perhaps something is coming through from what you're hearing from a friend or a lover or somebody that you're engaged with on a very close level. And you kind of like what you're hearing. And if it's a situation where you're feeling conflicted or you're not sure about what you're hearing, this is asking you to draw closer to the source of that. You may be very inquisitive or in a very investigative mode, Talia, to find out this person's MO, this person's like modus operandum, or what motivates the people around you. You may be very inquisitive. It's like, yeah, I get it. You want to go and do this, that, and the other thing. But the reasons why, what's behind it? What's the motivation? What's the actual motive? Okay, that's kind of important at this time. All right. All right. Up for you in source energy is a reversal on a 10 of Pentacles. All right. You may find yourself maybe struggling with certain investments, certain financial obligations at this time, and there may be reason for worry. You may have certain reason to like kind of want to question the nature of the messages you're hearing, whether they're letters from like the insurance company or investments of things like this nature. You may as well have certain family members that could be at odds or at issues over things like estate or sharing or loans that are needing to be paid back, or people might be a little bit too one-sided. There might have been something occurred where hopefully there wasn't too much division, but this is something's come along and rocked the boat here in regards to family. I feel this 10 of Pentacles is a tough energy, and this card just does not show up for no reason at all. When it's here in a reading, it's always filled with purpose. It's always wanting you to take a look and asking you, okay, how are your family relationships, both immediate and extended, doing right now? And do they require more nurture? Do they require more freedom? Those sort of things, all right? All of that stuff. And with the 10 of Pentacles up here in your root chakra, this is about you making sure that you have enough for your future. And this, you may be deciding to look at current investments, certain holdings, and you may be looking at switching up your portfolio, or actually maybe deciding that it is finally time to invest, or that you want something that's a little bit more secure. Perhaps you have money locked up and you're waiting to unlock it, or you're wondering about locking up money for a certain amount of time. Strength of the nation, strength of the economy. Some of these factors may weigh a little bit heavily on you, your family, and your decision making. That's just what I get out of that 10 of Pentacles reversed there. Okay. Now we have a King of Cups reversed. You may be dealing with some mirrored energy from a water sign in your environment. This could be harmonic, like this relationship, King of Cups with the 2. This could be about romance to do with a Cancer, a Pisces, or a Scorpio at this time. And if this is a certain case, perhaps your water sign is acting a little bit different. Maybe they've been a little bit too pushy. Maybe they've been a little bit too forthright. Or maybe they've just been generally acting out of character. They don't necessarily need to be a water sign, but they could have heavy water placements in their charts. And you could just be dealing with somebody who has been affected in their energy very greatly by their confusion between emotion and physical love at this particular time. There's romance written all over this spread already, but as well, there's also a lot of platonic love and relationships that are coming into question for you at this time. So perhaps, Talia, you are establishing some certain boundaries about, what it means to be loved, what the nature or the dynamics of the relationships are in respect to the amount of fulfillment that you're able to take from. The King of Cups is like, you could be dealing as well with somebody or a family member that is like, could be like dependent on like booze, or maybe they're just doing something that's affecting their own health. You love them a lot and you want to say something, but it's very tricky for you to do that. This is a feeling I get. And you don't want to be enabling the situation either. You recognize that it's their own life and maybe it's not your place to say these sort of things, but you don't want the situation to go on for too long without some sort of immediate attention and that sort of things. And if you have been screwed over in the past, if something has occurred to you where somebody's left you in a place of doubt and confusion about their MO, their modus operandum again, these issues of trust coming forward again, 100%. It's like whether you want to know about the trustworthiness of an individual. For me, as an intuitive reader, all I can let you know is that, sometimes a leopard cannot change its spots. It takes huge transformation to undo repeated patterned conditioned behavior. So if somebody's just like always been prone to like telling lies, or somebody's always been prone to a level of escapism from their problems, you yourself don't feel bad, because you yourself may not be enough to help facilitate that transformation in somebody else. It may require like a larger community effort. You may need to get some more people on your side, and you may just be able to actually say to yourself, enough is enough. You know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. And you may find yourself cutting ties with somebody that has been a little bit too manipulative. They've been too contriving. They haven't made their motives clear, and it's just been all surface level garbage. Okay, all right. Now, heart energy, 5 of Cups. All right, this is my card of coulda, woulda, shoulda, and what could be, and what we hope is going to be. Right? These things are completely divided by oneself. You need to separate yourself from the past in order to find new levels of optimism within your heart-centered energy. Okay, I don't want to pick on you, Talia, and say that you're a pessimistic person, or say that you're like kind of like a doubter or things like that. But you had a lot of reasons from your past to be conditioned to be the way that you are. But the way that you are presenting right now, it's not that it's not attractive. It's just not it's not a point of attraction. Okay, I get a sense that you're a very attractive person. You're someone that could have an abundance of many things, you know, love, sex, joy, and otherwise. But in order for this to come into your essence and come into your life in its purest sense and in its most secure, because the Ten of Pentacles is all about security, and it's coming up in a secure position. So you're wanting the feeling to be real. You want it to be pure, and you want it to be real, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. But you must separate yourself from the past through the power of mind and your emotional intelligence, so that you become a beacon for this, and you don't end up attracting more conflicting energy, or like, you know, wham bam, thank you ma'am, one and done relationships, anything of that nature. You are really in a position where you are uncovering the depths of self-love for yourself, so that you can separate yourself from the past, you can move forward from it, and you can take a strong stand against it, because you don't want to be the person that gets walked on. You don't want to be the enabler just because you are present, you know, that sort of thing. That's the energy I feel that you're kind of pulling against, you're kind of fighting against, and that sort of thing. And unfortunately, it has a tendency to bring us down. Absolutely. You need to communicate your self-worth to others. You need to communicate how passionate your opinions are. It's one thing to have an opinion, but everyone's got one. But when you have a passionate opinion that you stand by, that helps define your self-worth, when you communicate that opinion, that is what's taking you to the next level lately, okay, and in the very near future. Your communication energies are kind of like, I feel you a little bit conflicted, as like being like, well, should I say something? Do I not say something? You know, is it my place, or am I going to get shut down? There's a lot of apprehension there to stand in your own power. And you recognize the power of your words, you recognize the power of your voice, but for some reason I just feel that there's this unwillingness by you to actually do it, get behind it. You know, that old saying, like kicking ass and taking names, that's not real. Like, when really do you ever just like beat the shit out of somebody and then be like, oh, by the way, what's your name? So you're not kicking ass and taking names. What you're doing here is you're voicing your opinion on something, and you're doing it from a place where it's like even the breath is coming from deep down within when you go to say it. And if that person is brave enough to look you in the eyes, they will not have to question that you're not about to tolerate any kind of manipulative behavior that, you know, takes away from you being able to separate yourself to the point of healing that you need to have in your life. There is a lot of healing that's going on in your chakra energies right now. Solar plexus and heart chakra. Oh, this is great. Spirit's on point. Spirit is on point 100%. You've drawn the card of the sun for your third eye energy, for your vision questing, your soul's journey, so to speak. So this is really nice. Your etheric realm. This is kind of like, just like the spirit reading there I did for, I think it was Entity of Light. Sorry, this is for, for Entity of Light, where it's like Source has your back. You know, your future vision of what you want for your life and your spiritual journey and progression, this is like kind of a catalyst time for you. All this mundane bullshit that you're dealing with right now in regards to people and relationships and stuff like that, what it is it's acting like a strengthening. It's acting like a catalytic growth. Like the sun catalyzes the growth of a plant. It needs a nice balance of like rain and sunshine in order for the little sapling to become strong and one day become the mighty oak tree. Okay, the sun is there. Okay, I just feel that there's this level of kindness, there's this emotional release that you need from the past to finally put it all to rest and all to bed for yourself. Because when you do, Spirit wants me to let you know that it's got a plan, that there is a lot of purpose out there for your life, for your isness, and what you're dealing with right now is like strength conditioning. It's like you haven't even stepped into the boxing ring against your opponent yet. You're still like going to training with the coach every day and jumping rope like Rocky Balboa style, and you're getting stronger from all this stuff. Not that more bad crap is going to happen in the future, but so that you can come into it and one day say, I have lived a full life. I have helped people along the way. I've ridden the race. I've ran a tough race. Okay? And now you're going to start coming into your own. And I would really encourage you, Talia, in your times of meditation, those minutes before bedtime and those minutes while you're waking up in the morning, to just really do your best to be at one with Spirit so that you can really put daily crap into perspective, that you don't take it with such maybe at times a heavy heart or taking it so super personally when other projecting their crap onto you, because I get a lot of that through these cards down here, that you are kind of like the target. Like, not that you're an easy target, but for some reason you've just found yourself in a situation where you've become the unconscious target of other people. It's where they throw their darts. It's where they know they come to, where it's like, well, you know, empathy is one thing, but when people come to you and try to draw sympathy out of you, wow, what benefit does that do to Talia? It feels good to help, but at the end of the day, it's not the best place to put yourself in, because you've got all this other stuff to balance, right? Matters of money as well coming into focus in the next month or so for you as well. You're deciding what to do, how to invest, where to invest your time and your money and your efforts and your energies right now. It's been a bit of a dance, and perhaps you've just been too busy that you've been putting off that pile of papers over on in the corner, and you know you need to dig through them and get the bank statements rolling again and just get everything paid up and get everything so it's like it's not a mental nuisance to you anymore. Thinking about working out is not working out. Thinking about doing back taxes is not doing your back taxes. Actually getting up sometimes, jumping through the hoops, doing the tightrope back, that's what it's going to do to help you feel better, to like, wow, it's finally accomplished. It's finally here and it's finally done. And I see matters of money, that happening for you. On a spiritual level, everything is great, but you're just kind of like, unfortunately, at this place where, you know, you're like the dumping grounds for other people's BS, I feel. Or at least there's that tendency, and it's like, it's strength conditioning for you. It's a clear wake-up message for you to be like, I'm not dealing with that anymore. You know, I no longer have any time for that, right? Whatever you don't have time for, express it to the people that just assume you have time for it. Do it very passionately with your self-worth as your own MO, and you'll see how quickly they tuck their tails between their legs and run for the hills. Run to the hills. Run for your lives. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just a little Iron Maiden for everybody. And why not? It's November 2nd. It's November 2nd. So, as always, that's all. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciated that. And hopefully that in-depth reading resonated for you, Talia. Absolutely. I love that little emoji, the one that does that. It's absolutely fan-fubu-tastic. I said, come on, a fugu, guys. Okay, we got Rebecca is up next. And if anybody's jumped into the chat while I was doing that reading, please let me know so that I can talk to you also. All right. Rebecca, what you got to say? What's your contribution? God dang it, Rebecca. What do you want? I'm just kidding, Rebecca. I'm just kidding. You got to take me with a grain of salt. You got to take me with a little bit of humor. If you come in here thinking I'm some kind of like oracle, you are sadly mistaken. Because I'm just this country bumpkin that just comes on here and messes with y'all's head. No, I'm just kidding. It is authentic. It is authentic. I'm finding my identity. Then I realize my identity is not an identity at all. It's just identity, like a dented up Dodge. Okay. And Gurker's Metrotown, as always. So it's kind of cool. We can get these programs off without too much struggle. All right. Oh, yeah. So a lot of that is dealing with an ex who's, still calling you. His energy's still kind of about. It was a buffering. Yeah, it was a good message. It's kind of like you could have used a good old Queen of Swords in that reading for sure, but instead you got her 7 there. Okay, saying you can't get away with waiting for this thing to go away on its own. You got to do something about it. Okay, so Talia, it was a pleasure. All right, Rebecca, paging Dr. Rebecca. Welcome, Rebecca. All natural Rebecca, everybody. This is a great little channel. If you guys are in the habit of clicking on the other little circles of the people, that's how John found us. He clicked on the legend circle and then came and found us today. But if you guys do that, if you click on that little circle, on the other people that are here, you're going to find all kinds of interesting kind of stuff. We've got other tarot readers. We've got All Natural Rebecca, who has a beautiful channel. And I'm sure, John, there you have something to offer as well. If any of you would like to promote your channel, find me on Patreon under the Legendary Tarot, and I can make sure that I'm ramping you guys up, getting the word out for you guys as much as I can. All Natural Rebecca says, I'm looking for a job in the area I'm moving. How soon do you see me finding an amazing one? All right, time is on my side. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay. All right. All Natural Rebecca, timeliness, please, for the new job. Okay. Searching for a new job in the area. Okay. And it's an amazing one. I see by the way you've worded your question, Rebecca, that it's like not just anything's gonna do, only the best will do, kind of thing. And that's kind of a nice area to put yourself in. So what? Yeah, I see your question. How I'm going to like ask the cards is kind of like, when do I see an amazing job for you? What kind of timeline do I have an amazing job for Rebecca? Okay. And because we deal with time, we deal with numbers. And because we deal with numbers, we deal with the dragon deck. Time is an asterisk, right? And then there's Steve. Welcome, Steve. Good to see you in blue there finally, Steve. Good stuff. Thanks, you guys, for moderating for me today. Appreciate that. Destiny? Dentistry? Is dentistry your destiny? Oh. Wouldn't that be something? Identity. Identity is dentistry, which is your destiny. Luke, it is your destiny to enter the field of dentistry. Mel, no, you haven't. We got Rebecca, we got Steve, and then you're up, Mel. So you're two in front of you, and then you're up. Not Africa, not Australia. You're up in 2 turns. Yeah, absolutely. All right, here we go. All Natural Rebecca, an amazing job. How long for an amazing job for All Natural Rebecca? All right. So I got it here at 6 to 8 weeks, okay? Have you started applying for stuff? I feel as though like you are going to like find some postings within the next like week, like within the next 7 days. And the stuff that you're finding that's truly interesting for you, there is a bit of a process involved with the hiring. But I've got you in for interviews, okay? Passionate, working, clubs are the suit of the work life, okay? And I've got this in regards to weeks, because when we look at about the area you're moving to, I don't know what your timeline for that looks like, but my innate feeling with these numbers is that this is coming in weeks. I've got this as a 2-month top out. To answer your question, amazing work or work that you've applied for that you think is amazing within 2 weeks. But I see a new application process beginning in about 1 week's time. So if you got your eye on the job boards and stuff like that, it'll be around next Friday or possibly the Monday following, the 11th, November 12th, where you're going to see something that really catches your eye, that you're going to be inspired to apply for. And then something like that, like taking like kind of like a 6-week to 2-month process to really do that. Or you could even be one that you've already applied for, because it's come up with wands, right? 6 of Wands, which is the card of victory, very nice. And the 8 of Wands, the card of communication. So minimum by the end of Gurkhur's retrograde and maximum about 2 months time. So check back in with me. Let me know. Our readers, we always love feedback and confirmation. One of the biggest confirmations I got, you guys, was the Washington Nationals. Baby Shark, Baby Shark. They won the World Series, and I called it back at the middle of September. I did. I knew something, and they only were given a 0.1% chance, and we were doing a live stream. I think it was like back, like, I don't know, maybe when Virgo was transiting into Libra, and I was like singing Baby Shark, and then I was like thinking the Washington Nationals, and I said it out loud, and then they went on and they won the whole dang thing. First time ever since 1924, made some serious history. That was a huge confirmation to know that, like, when I make predictions, that a lot of it, the innate, what just comes through, is not premeditated, nothing, is just, it comes out, that it comes correct. And so let me know, All Natural Rebecca. I would love to hear whether or not that works out to you. Okay, yeah. Everybody is Mercury retrograde. Hopefully it's not due to my connection, but it's possible. I'm struggling today. Thanks, Rebecca. All right, that puts our friend Steve Stenil up next. Hey, Steve. Hey, yo, Steve. What's up? Remember when we used to be dope? Yeah, you had a pocket full of fame. So what you doing now? Well, I know. It's Steve, everybody. Everybody's Steve. Steve, go ahead. Post your question. Contribute to our chat room. Contribute to society. Ask me a question. Lay down the law. Tell us what you know. Do what you like. Okay? Absolutely. Yeah, that is a long time, but I mean, that's what I got up for it. And I'm not sure about your timeline, Rebecca, about when you're planning on moving. But yeah, I don't see you. I see something amazing coming along after the retrograde's gone and about that 2-month time here. Don't you know? Don't you know? Makes me think about Sarucci moving to Minnesota. It's going to be fantastic. Where are you going, Rebecca? That's also I would like to know. Where the heck are you going? Tuktoyaktuk? Tuscaloosa, Alabama? Albuquerque, New Mexico? Dildo, Newfoundland? I mean, that's an actual place. It's an actual place. I'm not just messing around. That's an actual place. All right. If you're witchy and you know it, comb your hair. If you're witchy and you know it, comb your hair. If you're witchy and you know it and you really want to blow it. If you're witchy and you know it, comb your hair. All right. Who writes this stuff? Who comes up with this stuff? All right. Steve. Third call for Steve. If Steve isn't there, we're going to go on to Mel. Okay. Then we've got Lisa Rose, Star Power, Bahavia. Somebody I wrote down just says Leo. That might be Lisa Rose. I think that's Lisa Rose. And then Lisa Rose. And then Wilfred. Then Lightning. Then Manoj. Then Sonia. Then Breezy. Then Edith. Then Sherry Cougar, Norman Jean, John, Priscilla. There's Yvette. Good timing, Yvette. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Yvette. I appreciate that. Yeah, you can look it up. It's a little town called Dildo, Newfoundland. Flin Flon, Manitoba. Yeah, it's the actual name of the town. It's far from here. Oh, that's a Kathmandu. All that good stuff. Kashmir. Yeah, it's all a matter of perspective. Sometimes it feels like the days slow down, Breezy, when we're in a bit of a retrograde. And that can be a good thing for some, but a difficult thing for others. It's like time flies when you're having fun. It's all about perspective. When you don't want the night to end, when you're having the most romantic, beautiful night of your life, and it's like a Sunday night and you got to get up and you just wish the night with that person would never end. It seems to just go by so fast. But then when you're sitting in the office and you're like 3:30 and on a Friday afternoon and you're waiting to get out at 4 o'clock, it's like you actually watch the minutes go backwards. That's a rough go. Welcome to Tiger Dragon. Just kidding. Hi, Tiger Dragon. I'll write your name down, check you in. Okay. Mel, it is your turn. Go ahead and post, Mel. Appreciate you. Hi, Lisa. Yeah, I've got you up here. I got a few people ahead of you, Lisa, but hang in there. Of course I would know. It's in Canada. We don't screw around when it comes to naming our cities in Canada. Right? Absolutely. Unapologetic Mel. We'll give third call for unapologetic Mel. Welcome to the program. Called Broke. Isn't that interesting? How about Frankenmuth, Wisconsin? Home of perpetual Christmas. I think it's Frankenmuth, Wisconsin. It's Christmas 365 days a year in that town. Unbelievable. Can you imagine living there? Be unreal. Tuscaloosa is my other one. Flin Flon, Manitoba. How about Flin Flon, Manitoba? Or Regina, Saskatchewan. You ever been to Regina, Saskatchewan? Canada. Canada. We're going for a rip there, are you, bud? So funny. Reminds me of my roots. How does this old Stomp Tom? Take a little piece of PEI and old Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, Quebec and Newfoundland, Alberta and Manitoba, Ontario and BC. Then you have found the stomping grounds of all my friends and me. Just interesting stuff that you people in the great country of the United States of America probably don't get to hear that shit too much, and it's fabulous. All right. Okay, Mel, we're going to move along, and if Mel comes back, then you can let her know. We'll do go-backsies today, okay? Your species is extinct. Yeah, don't worry. Like, we fly the greater part of the Milky Way galaxy. We stop everywhere, Sagittarius A, Ophiuchus, the Pipestem Nebula. We go over there to some of the other, Sirius, Polaris, some of our other favorite stars. We fly the light ships around. We get there, in relatively good time. We love Earth because it has the best coffee in the galaxy. But unfortunately, we long ago, we kind of treated it like a sleazy Motel 6, and we kind of screwed up the place. And now they've had to hire some extra people to come and clean the place up. But it was so bad they quarantined it. But we're breaking out. This stuff should be entertaining. I get it. It should remain authentic tarot for authentic people. We will never divert from that. But you don't want to go and be bored somewhere. Absolute Waka Papa Turunga. Oh, it's the number one hit. Shout out to Stompin' Tom Connors. Alright. The good old hockey game. It's the best game you can name. And the best game you can name is the good old hockey game. This is just funny stuff from my childhood. Really. Okay. Lisa Rose. Go ahead and post, Lisa Rose. We are musing straight along. Hopefully you find it amusing. All good stuff. We need more people. Or do we need less people? We need more people. We need more good people. We need more amazing people. Yeah, for sure. There's no point in the seriousness, right? Everything in life is so serious. So when you guys tune in, we should have a little fun, right? I get it. We're not Saturday Night Live, but we're also not like super stuffy, like, Madam X's Louisiana Bayou Witching Hour. We're not like that either, It's just good stuff. It's fun stuff. It's like, it's real life. It's real people. And it can be fun, right? It's spontaneity, right? Beautiful levels of spontaneity from the chat. From when I get inspired through spirit to do these for you guys. It's great level. Like if everybody could act as if they did on The Price is Right. Like, who gives a rat's fat ass how serious tomorrow is? Let's just live it as if we have like nothing left to lose, right? Just a general love reading. Oh, you don't ask much. Only a general love reading. I'm just teasing you, Lisa Rose. Let's go ahead and see what we can see for you in a general love reading for Lisa Rose. We need more animals. The only answer is more, 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 more. And they're screaming less. Okay, you got a Two of Wands flipped out for you, Lisa Rose. Okay, so this lets me know that you may be considering moving on at present time. You may be looking at other options in your love life, and that you may be like looking further outside of your current, I don't know if it's residence, probably not the right word, of your current resonance, resonance for love and things of that nature. I see you kind of searching and filled with desire at this time. Generally, when it comes to love, it's like you are seeking that fulfillment, and you are actually ready to make some changes in your life when it in regards to your fulfillment through love. Let me just get a few cards up here for you. Appreciate the question, Lisa Rose, everybody. Good to have you here, Lisa Rose. Wish you the best in all things. Okay, Ace of Swords. Okay, and slow moving. Things are going to pick up on a situation, Lisa, where you were worried perhaps about somebody being untruthful or telling you a lie. Communication is going to become very clear. This is aside from the Mercury retrograde. This is in regards to a particular person. They could be an earth sign, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn, where the situation is there might have been a perception of a mistruth, lying by omission, or a certain untruth. But these cards are letting me to know to disregard your own suspicions without any proof. Like if you're worried about something, and if you are single right now, I see that integrity and honesty is something that you are moving towards in your next relationship, or in your current relationship, or in your new relationship. And the communication of integrity and honesty, trust being a very important cornerstone for you, and things in communication, like people you've been either talking to online or if you've been dating, communication and openness are going to be picking up for you in your love life. People are going to kind of be opening up towards you. They're not going to be as shut down or as hidden in the very near future. Okay, does that make sense, Lisa, with that Ace of Swords reverse there, this integrity piece, and with that Two of Wands? I feel you like moving on. I feel you like kind of saying like, I've held on to this idea about love, or this particular relationship in particular, or whatever it might be, and now you're looking at being like, whoa, so much more is attainable here. Whoa, there are so many other types of people out there that I didn't even realize I was attracted to, that are now, because you yourself, we're always constantly changing, and you yourself have been through some dynamic changes. I feel that you're kind of looking outside what normally was your comfort bubble of people, you know, that you were into it with, or that you enjoyed, and now you're kind of like, so this is going to be an adventurous time for you, this next chapter in your love life, but it's going to be based upon that authenticity, integrity, with that Ace of Swords being there. Okay, and the openness of communication, all right? And I do see things picking up with an earth sign, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricornus. All right, so thanks so much, Lisa. Appreciate that. Thanks for letting me get a few cards out for you today. Very good. Looking for someone by the name of Star Power. I love Star Power. Star Power! Right? It's like, I'm just excited to... Oh, Mel. Mel wanted a general. Did you and Edith fall asleep when my name was called? No, Mel. No, Mel. No, Mel. Mel, I got a song in my head when I saw you there. It's like that old one. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Give him 2 lips of roses and clover, and tell me that my lonesome night's all over, Mr. Sandman, right? You could be experiencing Scorpio season completely through the etheric. You could be having some very intense dreams lately, Mel. That's the feeling I got. There's a lot of messages through spirit, through subconscious coming forward for you at this time. Probably because you are a highly intuitive person, and you're very open to the receptive mode. But I feel as though it's kind of like your dreams might be shifting gears a little bit, where it's gone from more of like processing a lot of like mundane garbage to actually like some very cool visions, or some very inspiring tidbits, if you will, coming within the dreams. Okay, but let's have a look at the cards and see what come up for a general for Mel. And thanks for joining us here today, Mel. It's really awesome. Hey, Lisa, I appreciate you. Thanks for being on the program. Thanks so much. All right. And tell me that my lonesome nights are over. I don't know why I got that song in my head. So perhaps there's new romance on the horizon for you as well through your dreams. There could be like a spiritual connection coming through. All right, for you. First flipper up. Yeah, look at this. You got the Five of Pentacles up here. Okay. Now, Five of Pentacles to me as a reader, this is one of the most highly spiritual cards in all of the deck. Okay, especially of all the pip cards, of all the lower cards. This is a card where it's enlightenment that's come through a point where you release any kind of lack mentality. So there's something in your life, Mel, that you feel that you don't have, or that has unfairly been kept for you, that you were like kind of like a product of circumstance, or that you were a result of things that happened, and you've kind of like maybe kind of just acknowledge the fact that that's the way things are, and that, you know, maybe you did get the short end of the stick of things of that nature. But it comes through to a Four of Wands here. Sacred space. Yes, you're going to be dreaming of lovers in the very near future. If not, you already are. This is a sacred space. So imagine the castle behind the people is like everyday life and consciousness, and the little pergola or pagoda that they're standing under, this is a place where they've both gone to sleep in the castle or in 3D life, and then they get together in their dreams. And it's very nice because Spirit smiles upon this and blesses this in so many different ways. And I really like this energy for you. And I think this is going to continue for you through most of Scorpio season. And then, yes, eventually, as long as you mind your P's and Q's, mind your P's and Q's, Mel, as long as you like go about you and be your open, receptive, and balanced self, then stiller waters will come into any facet, and it creates a great space for what you've envisioned or what you've dreamed about actually become manifest to actually start towards, again, fulfillment. Because lately, fulfillment, you were journeying towards it, and then it was almost like you got cut off, and Spirit said, take a break. You got to define a little bit better what it means for you. You have to want it for all the right reasons. And if you don't, then, you know, you drop the oar into the water and you can't paddle forward anymore. But there's going to be messages coming through dreams and spirit, not from other tarot readers, not from your circle of spiritual friends, but deep within you, from your ching, as they say, or from your chi, that actually allow you to get in touch with that which is trying to get in touch with you. Okay, there's a connection coming for you, and it's an etheric one. So very interesting. I like that energy. It's really good. Stop playing with your emotions. No cups out there, really. No cups. So I don't see you having to get like super wavy, super emotional. Maybe, like you mentioned earlier, maybe a lot of the emotions are coming through because of the Scorpio season. But remember, when you're at rest and you're processing and this stuff is coming through the etheric, it can inspire emotions, but it's not driven from an emotional place. You're not neither emotionally creating or reacting at those particular times. You're just experiencing, and that's really beautiful energy to be in. Okay, so thank you so much, Mel, for coming in. I'm glad we didn't miss you. Okay, even though Edith and Tati were slacking, absolutely slacking. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. All right. Did we see Star Power? Did Star Power come around? Is Star Power coming into our lives? Is Star Power coming into the chat? Or did Star Power have to go down the street to get 3 for $5 taquitos? I don't know. You ready for the dreams? Yeah, hopefully they're really good. Hopefully like they're inspired for you. If you do dream journaling, I would really encourage you. If you already don't do dream, you can see how the Gurkha and Metrogress gets me. It's really not about like getting frustrated with stuff. It's just like it mundanely and tick-tackily affects my ability to communicate. So that's really good. But again, it'd be a good month for you to actually take 14, 15 days in a row and write down. It doesn't have to be a manifesto. It doesn't have to be a Harlequin romance novel about what happened. It can just be like key things, like one thing that you remember from 15 days. And then you've got a little list of 15 words there. And then you go down and be like, what is the common bond beyond? And then through your conscious mind, you look at all the unconscious messages from the last 2 weeks. And then you formulate a conscious story to be like, this friggin' makes sense. This is what happens, right? Okay. So Mel, that's wonderful. Okay, third call for star power. Star power more than meets the eye. Stars are powerful. They are. They are. They're not as powerful. They don't have as much power over us, however, as what do the earth, the moon, and the sun do, right? These are our three heavenly bodies, our three celestial bodies that affect us the most. Stars are great, and we come and we go to the stars through our soul's journey and our life. But as far as our life, our walk here on earth, it's all about the sun, the earth, and the moon, okay? You know, like Pluto and Saturn can go dance around in the outer rim of the solar system, and astrologers can have a pissing contest about what it means to everybody. And it doesn't, at the end of the day, you stop looking for that stuff way out there in the void of space. There's lifeless planets, right? And you realize that Saturn and Pluto are actually going around in here, not out there. Woo woo! Raise the roof on this biatch. All right. Did you just call me just kidding? Just call me just kidding. Just kidding, just call me. Just call me just kidding. Don't call me. Call me, don't call me. Okay, sorry Star Power, you missed your turn. Bahavia, so patient Bahavia. If you're still here, Bahavia, we'll give you a quick minute to jump into the chat. And if not, that'll be that. That'll be that. You're very welcome, Mel. Thank you for being appreciative. Namaste a while. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate that. We wouldn't do it if it wasn't for you guys. Absolutely. Wholeheartedly, 100%edly. Absolutely. Okay. I have a feeling Bahavia has bounced. Okay. Lisa, and we read for Lisa Rose. Did we read for Lisa Rose? I can't remember. Jeez Louise, this happens to me all the time. Someone named Wilfred. Hi, Wilfred. If you're still watching, Wilfred, you're on my radar. You beep, 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 beep. You're on the radar, Wilfred. Go ahead, come on in, sit right down. Enjoy yourself. Shake your booty. All right. Yeah, a lot of people come in. Everybody kind of comes at the same time, and they realize, oh my effing G, it's going to take so long for them to get around to me. And then they bounce. They totally get it. They're like, nah, I can do it. I can do it. I can go to another tarot room where they're not as busy. But that's okay. Lightning strikes 1000. No, lightning spark 100. You're doing laundry, but you're falling asleep. Well, how about this? Fall asleep, but do your laundry. Try the backwards of that. Fall asleep, but do your laundry. You can conserve energy that way. Just do it. Just sleep. Just do your laundry in your sleep. I'm just kidding. It's good that you're doing laundry, because thinking about doing laundry is not doing laundry. Thinking about working out is not working out. It's just not working out. Sometimes you have to tell someone, it's just not working out. It's not you, it's me. All that stuff. To all of our helpless romantics out there, we love y'all. We love y'all. Okay, Bahavia, Wilfred, I'm baffled. I'm baffled now. Lightning Spark 100, go ahead and post your serious note. Lightning Spark 100. It's a cool number. You are ahead by a century, right? You are ahead by a century. Run dun 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 dun. I'm a little lotus flower, short and stout. Here is my nose and here is my spout. Oh, I don't know who writes this crap. Who really writes this stuff? And perhaps my chat might get a little laggy. The longer I find that I broadcast with the OBS, sometimes the chat really lags, and I could be like really far behind you guys or quite a ways ahead, depending. I don't know. Can I get a general, please? Sure. General. All right. General cards for Lightning Spark. Absolutely. Thanks for being here, Lightning Spark. Hopeful romantic. Helpless romantic. Hopeless romantic. You made that account when you were 14. Oh, man. When I was 14, I was like kicking rocks on the road. I was like trying to throw rocks and hit another rock off of the post. That was my entertainment when I was 14. Believe it or not, I'm old enough to come from a time where they still had like UHF radio or television frequencies, and we only had 2 channels. where we had color TV, but there was only 2 channels, off and on. And what was on sometimes was just awful. So it was better to turn it off so that you could actually go get turned on doing something else other than screen time. It was a rather interesting time when I was 14. It's good. It's not me, it's you. Yeah, it's true. Okay, general messages for Lightning Spark 100, please. Tara, what does Lightning Spark 100 need to know? Lightning Spark 100. I love what we inspire in the chat. And I love that you guys are all so benevolent, in love. You guys are all so like just lighthearted, kind-hearted. Here it is, Lightning Spark. Doing laundry and falling asleep. The 4 of Swords couldn't speak more clearly of it, right? Taking care of yours, being in sanctuary, right? You know, it's what you make it. It's that time. If you're using sanctuary to its fullest, that means you're recouping in sanctuary, you're getting stronger in sanctuary, you're actually like surviving the daily grind in your sanctuary. Sanctuary for you might be a very important time because I do feel this transformative energy around you, Lightning Spark. You're doing a lot of letting go of conditioned thinking. You're as well. You're done. The feeling I have is that you got pissed off to a certain degree about somebody or something in your environment, and you decided to like go complete Taylor Swift and shake it off. Like and you're in that kind of process right now. You're shaking it off. You're getting rid of it, and you're looking for the grander change. But don't expect it all to be there at once. The cards are also letting me know that you're needing a bit of rest and you're needing a bit of retreat. And I think it's good because I think you're taking Spirit's advice right now and getting some of this done. But it's been a little bit tough on you. Hopefully you're not feeling too guilt that you're not like being super active or that you're not being super person right now, which is a mainstay of this. Yeah, 4 of Wands. If you're going through an awakening process, I would suggest for you, Lightning Spark, that you take a little walk. And if you live in a city, I would like to see you really pull yourself outside of any kind of like town or city or concrete jungleness that you're in. You really need to put yourself in a natural environment right now for healing. Your sanctuary is great, but it's almost has this feeling like you need a little bit of balance in communion with nature, the stillness and the simplicity of it. You know, a nature hike, a nature walk is going to do a world of good for you. 4 is the number of Gaia. 4 is the connectedness to Gaia. These are usually the people that are like, they're like the dog whisperers or the horse whisperers, or these are the people that appreciate, you know, the smell of a beautiful flower or freshly tilled soil or something like this. You need, whatever you're going through here, what it's saying is a complete removal that's balanced by both sanctuary and nature is what Spirit is asking you for. It's asking you to break things down as well. Like in a mathematical sense, like the lowest common denominator, it's saying don't overcomplicate things at this time. Make things as simple as you can for themselves, especially if they're bothersome to you in cerebral and in your mind. Yeah, oh wow, they just flipped out again. This is huge, all right? So again, in regards to like, sorry, get them centered, relationships and invitations and engagements and the things that these cards traditionally speak of, they flipped out twice for you, the same 2 cards, as they were flipping around. Very interesting. So there's a strong message here for you about maybe there might be an invitation here where you're deciding, well, I don't really want to go. I don't want to be committed to having to go to this particular event. You might want to take a second look at something that you're been invited to or that you're going to be invited to and actually show up here. And for some of this is about getting out of apathy, of expectation of what happiness looks like. Because if you're like looking for happiness as down the road, as being dependent on something else, you know, the earth spirits and everything want you to know that you've been given everything already in order to make yourself happy. And if you're not happy at current time, it's about realigning your thoughts or transforming yourself so that it is. Shake this energy off here. Whatever's been dogging you lately, Lightning Spark, I would really encourage you to shake it off. You know what you like, and that's a good energy to have. You know what you want, and you know what happiness looks like for you. So why are you going to rest on the idea that it's going to happen tomorrow, or that it should happen tomorrow? And I get it. Life is busy. Two of Wands is kind of in a way almost about doing that dance. The work-life balance. Sometimes we're not feeling as energized at the end of a long workday to do the stuff that we want to do to promote our own happiness. So we end up just like spending it at, here at Legend Tarot or watching This Is Them or whatever it might be. But this is asking you perhaps to dig a little bit deeper while you have the hours that you have in Sanctuary to start creating, to start making, whether that's a plan, whether that's art, whether that's whatever, making it happen for yourself 100%. Okay? So hopefully that resonated and helped you out, Lighting Spark. You just, whatever that is, you just shake it off. How does she sing? I can't even sing like, shake it off, shake it off, shake it off. Right? Shake, shake, shake it off. You're going to shake it off. Okay. All right. Manoj, M-O-N-O-J. Manoj, are you still here, Manoj? Please step to the plate. Step up. Whack one out of the park. We'll go, a Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. And on that note, everybody, don't forget our sponsors of the month, Macaroni Artists Everywhere, reminding you that without macaroni art, Western society would be royally screwed. You would have no common bond with your fellow human being if it were not for macaroni art, okay? You can eat the macaroni, you can paint it green, you can glue it to the construction paper. Hell, you can throw it at your neighbor and call it art and get a good laugh. But remember, get a little macaroni in your life. Get creative, okay? Thank you again to the Macaroni Artists for sponsoring us for the month, Manoj. I have a feeling that Manoj was kind of like, what have I gotten myself into here? What's going on? Is my answer coming immediately? Is there instant gratification right next door? How does it all work? How's it all going to shake down? We'll give him the benefit of a doubt, right? We, like Edith says, it'd be great if we like just exploded and we had millions of people watching us. But at the same time, it's good that there isn't, because we've got one another, we've got this community, and we've got this slow growth going on because, everybody's meant to find us, but not everybody is ready to find us, because this shit gets real and it gets heavy and it gets personal, right? And it gets to the point where it's like, once you start going down that path, you gotta be like Deepak. You gotta really be committed to finding your way to the top of that pyramid. Oh, there, Manoj is here. Sorry, Manoj, if I judged you a little bit earlier. Glad you were ready to find us. Okay, you came in when the spammer did, but thank you for your patience and sticking around, Manoj. I appreciate that. All right, it's a long process to get from having your basic needs dialed in to the process of enlightenment. And if that's the journey you're on, if you choose the path of ascension, if you choose the path of self-empowerment, enlightenment, and awakening, you gotta be all in. You gotta be ready. Whether you got a pair of 7s or you got a pair of 4, you have got to be ready to go all in. Then you get all the way up there, and you got to realize there's no coming back down until you actually get all the way up there. Like, there are certain people, like Deepak is a good example of someone that's made it all the way to the top, and now they're able to gracefully come back down to the bottom and say, I'm going to do everyday life like everyday life was meant to be done. But for those of you in the process, it might be very difficult, because the powers of empathy, the powers of transcendence, the demands of community can be so overwhelming that you feel a little bit like, whoa, I am a blade of grass. I do have to go with the flow here 100%. If I try and fight against it, then I might as well not even be on this journey to begin with. Okay. Manoj, good question. Manoj asked, what is the purpose of your life? Okay. All right. Best for society. Okay, Manoj, yeah. I'm glad you made that clarity, because life purpose, there's kind of two purposes. The first purpose is like, what's the purpose? Like, why did I wake up today? What the hell am I going to do? Am I going to go to the groceries? Am I going to go take care of somebody? Am I going to go look after my brother, my aunt, my uncle, or my mother, or my sister? That's part of the purpose of life, okay? But then the underlying purpose, or like the meaning of your life, that is that transcendent kind of question. What is the purpose, right? Not the purpose of your life, but what is the purpose of your life? Like, the etheric why. Why did I come? What is meant to be? And this is something that you know innately, but it's been veiled from you, Manoj. You kind of like signed up to a particular contract or a particular story that you wrote for yourself. But then when your mom and your dad made a little baby Manoj forgot all about it. It's like you became whitewashed. You didn't know. And then what I would encourage you, Manoj, is to look into what they call the Akashic Records, right? Or for those of us that know or that are searching for a life's purpose, a lot can be derived from getting in touch on a spiritual level to our Akashic Records. There's a lot of information that can be gleaned from the past hardships on our life and our current situation that can point us towards our life purpose. You know, perhaps you've been in a lot of situations where it's been like adversity and selfish people, and then you realize your purpose is to like change the motivation of the collective consciousness to be less selfish and more equal. They're like more of an equilibrium. Okay, so when I look into your Akashic Tarot, Manoj, I pulled the Two of Keys here. This is the card of treasure. So what we have, you see this person here, and they're in there. The room has kind of been tossed about and turned about because they've lost something and they're looking for it. So this person is kind of like you, and they're looking about the room being like, where the hell did I put that piece of paper where I wrote down the purpose of my life on it? And you can't find it. And you know why you can't find that little piece of paper where you wrote down what the purpose of your life is? It's because you haven't written down on that piece of paper yet. I would encourage you to manifest a purpose in your life. Don't be subjected to some omnipotent purpose that chooses you. Be a conscious co-creator and manifest the purpose of your life. You have resources, you have abilities, you have ideas, you have treasure inside you. You have a lot of innate gifts, which are all very beautiful. Now, what Source, I believe, is saying to you is that you have the conscious choice to make a purpose of your life, okay? This is why you get out of bed, why you're going to do what you're going to do. You have yet to kind of draft that out, being like, maybe you want to be a philanthropist, or maybe you want to invent something. Or maybe there's a particular thing, a cause that you want to take up and you want to fight for. Maybe you can't stand macaroni artists everywhere, and you take your mission in life is to put down macaroni art in every sense of. No, I'm just kidding. But you get the sense of the smaller picture that I would really encourage you to journal out what's important to you, to write out what's important to you, whether it's mundane, whether it's esoteric, whether it's completely odd and taboo. Write that stuff down, because you can do it, and you can find a path to purposeness that way. And normally, when we wake up with that short-driven purpose, today I'm going to make the world a better place. I'm going to take it upon myself to hold the door open every chance I get for everybody I get. And that's one little thing that you make your purpose. You make it your goal. You make it your mission. Whatever that might be. And you just keep it in mind. You keep it in your conscious mind, and you do it. You do it, right, outside of your job. That is the kind of thing where it's like then life's larger purpose begins, like when you get an abundance, say you get a windfall, like a lot of money that comes in all of a sudden, and you realize, hey, the last 6 months while I've been doing good deeds for like orphan children or whatever it is you decide to do, now I'm being rewarded through maybe cold hard cash or an opportunity to travel the world. Then you will like get a the United Nations approached me last month. Oh, okay. Let's see what else we got for them. Yeah, I can see your reason for uncertainty. Okay. A birth and paths unknown. Okay, I don't get political on this channel, so I'm not going to touch the United Nations or my opinions on them with a 10-foot pole in this particular forum. Okay, but this is paths unknown, and this is Perth, right? You're not really meant to know your greater purpose for your life until you yourself become attuned to it, until you yourself become aware of it. No tarot reader, nobody's actually going to be able to come on and say, Manoj, you were meant to bring globalism to the nations of the world, because unfortunately you don't want that. You don't want somebody to tell you that. But this comes from the inkling. This comes from the understandings that you already have. And then as abundance, as life begins to flow for you, you start to become attuned, you start to become awake, and you start to become in recognition to that purpose. And if it agrees with you 100% down in your lower Tao, in your gut, then you run with it. Then you know 100% that it is. If you come against another stumbling block, if you feel like you're set up only to be torn down and you're like, what's my purpose? You got to realize that that particular adversity or that particular stumbling block was there for you as a stepping stone to get a greater vantage point so that you can more efficiently gather information about what's important to you. And that's why I think, Manoj, that the journaling part, writing that manifesto out about your ideologies, about what's important to you as a person, because what's good for the goose is not always good for the gander. And if you're working with governing bodies or people that wish they could be governing bodies, that's a very difficult place to be. If it doesn't sit well with you, perhaps you can go along for the joyride, but keep it in mind that, hey, I'm not going to do anything outside of myself. I'm not going to hurt anybody along this process, but I'm going to use this as a catalyst to get me from point A to point B, taking with you always the treasure or that little thing. There's a little program, I think it's called the Little Brown Book, or somebody forgive me if I'm wrong, or the Little Red Book or the Little Brown Book, where they do an exercise where you write down everything you want, no matter how silly it is, no matter how wildly creative it is. You write that down, okay? You designed Eco Park for 7 years and lost hope. Well, hey, you know what? What that was, if it didn't come to fruition, if you've invested all your time, please remember, Manoj, that is your body of work. If it was not received by the world's ding-dongs, okay, it was nothing personal. It wasn't that it wasn't the best thing, because what you designed probably was the best thing. They were just not ready. Their hands were tied. That's like a huge bureaucracy of people that think they know what's best for everybody, even though they don't participate with everybody, okay? And I don't get political. I could go on about this I might even start a separate channel, because we keep we keep the poo completely away from us, okay? So, Manoj, that's a tough field to be in. It's a tough place to have yourself in. If you're feeling like your dreams were shat upon or that you're feeling lost and these sort of things, I would encourage you to absolutely go back to the basics. That 2 of keys, that treasure card where you're in your room, where you can go within yourself through your meditations, through brainstorming, and be like, forget Eco Park for a little while. What makes Manoj tick? And you might find yourself going back to a time when you were 6 years old, where you were 8 years old, where you let go of protocol, where you let go of science, where you let go of economics, and you just go to the root fundamental of what is the goal here? Happiness, abundance and prosperity for all, and then poof, a light may go on for you, and you come up with the next best thing. And it's not that you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater with the Eco Park. You can still take the best parts of what you've already created and sandwich them in there with that new thing, and then all of a sudden you find that ball is already rolling. But it might be rolling in a completely new direction. It might be rolling in a way where, you realize maybe the UN is not the place that's going to be in recognition of the thing that's actually best for the planet. There might be some private investor out there that has a real benevolent heart and is a real philanthropist and will take on an idea such as yours, right? And that sort of thing, okay? Again, Manoj, that's a tough one. I want to give you a big high five and be like, keep going on it. Keep strong with this stuff, okay? Because the world needs these powerful minds that are there to make the world a better place, okay? 100%. So I value that question, Manoj. I appreciate that for you. And again, it's very tough because we've got so many different bureaucratic agendas out there that they wish to they're like I call them our overlords, right? They want this for everybody. So, okay. Thanks, Steve, for bringing me back down to earth there. I could have got really, really on a tangent and been kicked off the airwaves. And welcome to Christina L, everybody. Manoj, Christina L is a very wise lady. You should be wise to listen to her. And thanks for being on the program, Manoj. Hopefully my words resonated for you. I haven't jumped into the Akashic Tarot for like months now, and it's weird. I feel like that deck comes out like for like specific, very like, what is my life's purpose, right? I'll jump into that, but I'm putting that away because that will not tell me if Henrietta is going to get back with her ex next week. And let's face it, everybody wants to know if Henrietta is getting back with her ex next week. Okay? All right. Bernice. Am I saying that right? Berenice. It's not Bernice, it's Berenice. Welcome, Berenice. Okay. So thanks, Manoj. Okay. This is that lady, Sonia or Sophie, who was spamming the chat earlier with like 1 million namaste emojis. Namaste emoji is like my favorite because it's like helps me show appreciation. The true essence of namaste, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it goes like this. The spirit in me acknowledges the spirit in you. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay? It's just like an old Zen master passes a wise Buddhist monk on the trail, and the Zen master just gives the Buddhist monk a slightest of nods to acknowledge, hey, not that you're more powerful than me, not that I'm more powerful than you, but to give you a slight nod to say, the spirit in me acknowledges the spirit in you. Continue on. Continue being most excellent to one another. Okay? I did. I had that one on the late night Akashic programs. When that one was new, and becoming familiar with it, I did have that deck out a lot. But part of me keeps that one sealed up in a box. And I think it has to do with the nature of the Akashic records themselves. It's weird. I get a weird energy when I reach for that deck, and it doesn't happen oft. Okay? So thanks, Manoj. Feel free, if this reading helps, tell your other United Nation friends about it, because I'd love to have them in there and give them a whoosh. Tell them what's up. That's okay. We'll leave the politicking way over there yonder, all right? And anyone remote viewing us from the Secret Service, just take a chill pill. And for those of you watching like 8,000-9,000 years from now, we did it. We won. We finally figured it out. Okay. So I think that person spamming the chat room, her name was Sophie or Sonia or Sonia or something like. Oh, there she is, Sonia. Hi, Sonia. Welcome. Thanks for not spamming the chat anymore. I appreciate you. Parlez-vous français? Je ne parle pas français très bien. Merci buckets. All right. Je m'appelle Legende. Okay. Je suis. All right, beautiful. So go ahead, Sonia, post your question. And keep in mind, je ne parle pas français très bien. I'm meant to, but I don't. And my Spanish, as some of you well know, my Spanish is off the hook. I am getting so good at la español, okay? Nintendo habanero si habla. Okay, so... muy importante. Everything is muy importante. It's a beautiful... I feel like we read for Khaled already. Do we have two people named Khaled? Who else asked about Khaled? Mercy Buckets. Did we not read for Khaled already? Is it possible we have two people that have the same boyfriend named Khaled? Oh no, it was Kumar. One was Kumar and one was Khaled. Okay, sorry, I'm getting my cuz mixed up. Okay, what's up, cousin? What's up for let's have a look. I'm gonna go into the dragon deck for that question. Thank you for being so patient, Sonia. All right. Welcome to Gazelle Daily Tarot. Everybody, it's Gazelle Daily Tarot. Hello, everybody. And we were just talking politics, Gazelle, and I was thinking of Anderson Cuckoo Cooper. The beautiful rescue dub. His name is Anderson Cuckoo Cooper. Yes, Berenice. I put your name down on the list. I got you here. 100%. Yeah, you did, Steve. You missed your turn, you ding dong. I even called you. I'll read for you. We're doing go backsies today. 100%. Yeah, you can donate for a reading or you can wait for a freebie. Deep reads, we get a lot of cards, get a lot of devoted and dedicated time to you via donations. But if you would like to wait, Boss Rising, I'll put you on the list, and you're currently sitting about 15th place in line. But if you would like to donate, donations boost you to the front of the line. It's like I feel like a bouncer at a nightclub being like, where are all the hot girls at? Let's get them inside. It's always an option. Okay. Looking for Khaled. Will Khaled and Sophie be married? Yeah, we're on the stream. We're steaming. We're piping hot like a kettle in the kitchen. Just sitting here doing tarot and straight bitching. But no snitching, because they don't need to know when you gotta go. All right. We've got a Jack of Swords out here, okay, or the Knight of Swords, Jack of Spades, because that tells me a little bit about Khaled. Okay, he moves quickly towards things. Right? I feel as though if this person had intentions of marrying you, he would have asked you already. This is the give and take, okay? As well, I feel like he's kind of like worried about his support systems. I don't know that he feels as if he's ready to become married and start a family just now, okay? He's gonna focus on his career before he gets involved in relationships. He wants to advance his career, or he wants to secure resources for himself. The Eight of Cups. You're going to have to be patient with him. What the cards are saying, Sophia, is that it's kind of like a story that's left untold. Okay, if this makes sense. He moves forward. With things, but he is concerned about resources. He doesn't want to start a family, but he is interested in one day becoming married. It's just he's putting it off. So if he does, and I can't, to be honest with you, I can't completely see you guys getting married in today's energy because it hasn't been communicated to me. Okay, but there is good pairing. I do like this matchup between you guys. Okay, but it's almost as if he's wanting to get his career settled down, and he has to come to the end of a current mental cycle that he's on before there's any chance of an engagement or a proposal coming. So to be honest, I want to give you a big hug, Sophie, and thank you for being patient, but I don't see a proposal coming in these cards in this reading or anytime soon. And I'm sorry if you've heard different from another tarot reader, or if you've asked this question multiple times to many tarot readers. When that happens, it can add to a lot of confusion. There was not a lot of clarity in those cards for you today, but I was not seeing any cards that indicated proposal anytime in the near future. The energy behind the message is that this person that we looked at was very focused in making sure that he was ready for marriage and a family financially before he gets started. And I just feel as if Khaled doesn't feel that it's ready. The soup isn't ready yet. Still stirring that up. Still making that cold hard cash, right? Still gathering that nest egg before he pops the question, okay? I'm not seeing a proposal there today. So, Sophia, I'm very sorry. Big hugs out, Sophie. All right. Let's see if I can do. Don't worry about it, Steve. It's all good. No worries at all. I'll do go backsies for you if you have a question. Thanks for modding. Voss Rising says, can you tell me who is coming towards me in love? I certainly can. I can certainly try. I'll certainly give it my best, Voss Rising. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you today. And after this one, there's a little funny thing I want to talk about. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm sorry if it wasn't the answer that you wanted to hear. I'm just not seeing it in my cards today. Okay, it's almost as if the feeling was as if he's not the type to jump the gun. He's coming across with King of Pentacles energy. You know, it's not out of the question. It's just not happening anytime soon. All right. And I'm sorry if you have to go away disappointed. We don't like that here. But that's been known to happen. Okay. Justice. You could have a Libra or an Earth sign. Give your chance a chance. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Christina. Appreciate you for dropping in today. It's so awesome of you. Good to see you here. If you see that crafty character out there, tell him to stop by. Okay, Christina? See you in a little bit. Okay. We're going to reading for Vast Rising. Thanks for the super chat. That's huge, Steve. Appreciate that. Okay. All right, Vast Rising. Let's take it over to center stage. See what's going on. We're going to go ahead. Wishing everybody in the chat the best of all things. Look at that card. Peace, prosperity, joy, bliss, abundance, happiness, well-being. Look at that card. Wanted to stay out there. Just want to stay out there. What is this all about? This is a King of Cups now. So, Scorpio energy being big here as well. We're going to see how this plays out. I'm going to set that off to the side because, and we did have that flipper, that Libra card. But let's take a look and see who's coming. All right. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let's see who's coming towards Vast Rising in love. Okay. Wow. Okay. 7 of Swords up for your root chakra energy here now. So the feeling I have on this is that it's not looking as if it's anybody that you're currently thinking about it. This card is asking you not to fool yourself about situations or relationships that seem unrealistic. Don't fantasize about something that's not there. Okay. 9 of Wands reversed. This card lets me know that your next kind of intimacy will be with someone brand new. Okay. We've got King of Swords here. So definitely whoever's coming towards you is an older person, somebody that's matured. I'm not sure how old you are, Vast Rising, but what I have here is a situation of somebody that's older. This is somebody who is in their early 40s or later, okay, that is interested, could be interested in you in love, or that's coming towards you in love, either an air sign or a water sign. That Libra is showing up heavily again as well, okay. You might have a lot of like younger fellas, you might be getting a lot of offerings or opportunities. I don't know what platform this occurs on, but you might have a lot of offerings for you to like get together, to like do the hanky-panky, to, you know, make whoopee and stuff like this, but you're having none of it. You only engage with that upon which you like. There could be like a lot of like, you know, lustful or short-term relationships that you could go out and make some love and make some nookie, but it's just on the short term. Okay, that's what it's saying, that there's like younger folks interested in you. Now again, the communication, we're needing to heal up areas of communication so that love can begin flowing in your life. As far as who's coming towards you, it's going to be somebody that's wearing their heart on your sleeve. You're very good at realizing people that come your way, what they call damaged goods, or people that have not gotten over their ex at a time where they support you. Like the feeling is that you're getting offerings or opportunities like for rebound relationships, oddly enough. Okay, is what this lets me know. But you don't want to be a part of that, I feel, Voss. Okay, you don't want any portion of that. So just be on the lookout for that, because you don't want to be wooed or swayed by somebody. I would just rest in on this, because who I see coming in the long term is an older Libra or potentially an older water sign here. Yeah, and the water sign is coming reversed. There's a water sign that emotionally knows what they want, okay? And they may have been single for a very long time, but this is an older person that I see coming towards you in this reading. But you're also having other offerings coming towards you, but this is like kind of like stuff that, you know, unless you engage in like free love and one night stands and things, which I don't think you are, you want to be very careful of this kind of energy coming out, especially through Scorpio season. You could have a lot of sweet, good loving if you want to, but for the deep romantic emotional connection, this is coming through somebody that's older, potentially a Libra or a Scorpio that has been single for quite some time. Does that make sense? That's what I see coming towards you in love. But don't be fooled. Don't make fantasy into reality. Or if there's somebody there that it's like you are wishing or hoping that it would be them or that sort of thing, but part of your realistic mind is letting you know that it could never be. Listen to that realistic part of your mind and don't go chasing waterfalls. Just don't go chasing things that just are not there at this time. And again, stave off all the little boys that want to come in to get their spaghetti wetty, right? And hold out. The Four of Swords. Hold out for that right one, that divine connection. Okay? Confirms it. Okay, well, that's good. Yeah, I'm getting strong Libra because that Justice card jumped out there as well. It's asking, and with Four of Swords, it's asking you very much, be fair to yourself, be true to yourself. And thank you so much for the super chat and for that question, Vaz. Appreciate that. Glad it resonated. Glad it resonated. All right, where does that leave us? Back to Steve. Hey, Steve, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you for coming into the chat room. Hello, Alex. Welcome. Alex, I'll check you in. Fortunately, we're first come, first serve, and there's we're upwards like maybe 10 names. We got after Steve, we've got Breezy, Edith, Sherry Cougar, Norman Jean, John, Priscilla, Yvette, Tiger Dragon, just kidding. Christina had to come and go. We checked Christina in. Bernice, and then that was Vast Rising. So thanks, Vast Rising. Okay, so that's how we roll. That's just how we do. That's how we do. We're for the people. That's how we do. We're here for the people. All right, Steve, go ahead and post. PEF, that's the most. Toast, I'm the host. But go ahead, Steve, and post. And I promise you, it's you I will not roast. Coast to coast. All right. You're welcome, Vast Rising. Thank you so much. Appreciate you that for keeping the channel vibrant, functioning, and alive. Love to see that color in the chat room. All right. Saruchi must be studying. Thank goodness. Just teasing. God loves Saruchi. You're welcome, Alex. Chill with us for a little while. Vibe with us for a little while. We'll get around. We get around to everybody eventually. If you got your subscription and your dinger button on, we do get around to everybody eventually. All right. Donations pop you right up. You get like pretty quick service around here. It's like ding ding. It's like Burger King. Have it your way. And what happened to the thank you water? We haven't really. Has it been an hour since we acknowledged our sponsors? I got a little bit of coffee on the go today on my layover. But the good people at the Real Thank You Water remind you, if you do get thirsty and you're wondering what the hell to do when you... Because some people, let's face it, they just don't know what to do when they get thirsty. I've got the answer for you, and they've got the product. It's called Thank You Water. You can find it anywhere that water is. And all you got to do is you got to just... Well, you can't... The first part is optional. You want to determine what year it is. This is a very subtle 2019... A late 2019. Okay, no fluoride. Beautiful, beautiful vintage. Okay? And then you think, God damn it, am I ever happy I have some water? Thank you so much. And then you drink some, and it will make you. Because let's face it, the good people at Thank You Water have a lot invested in you. And you, and you, and you, and you. Think about it. We jiggle and we jangle all around. Dang dingles, our dangles be dank because we've got water for days. Okay? This is good stuff. No, we got a ways yet, Tiger, for you. We got Steve, then Breezy, then Edith, then Sherry, then Norman, then John, then Priscilla, then Yvette, then Tiger. Sorry. Show 'em you're a tiger. Show 'em what you can do. Did the woman I married who ghosted me have her green card premeditated before ghosting me? Oh, was it all a ruse? Was it all a plan? Okay, Steve. That's a rough go. That's a rough go. Were you taken to the cleaners? Were you taken to... My innate says that, I don't know if part of you perhaps already has yourself convinced that this was the case, but it's a very strong energy pointing to yes through my innate, okay, without pulling any cards. But hopefully that's just not conditioned by perhaps you kind of like really strongly convincing yourself in your knowingness that it was, okay? So let's do some cards just to be certain, all right? Okay. All for Steve. Was the Greek card a premeditated notion? Was it all just a ruse? Was it all a giant con? Yeah. This is the one that says stinky like fish. This is I remember this smell, Steve. I remember this smell because we've read for this lady before. And it smelled like fish. It smelled like fish. All right, Steve, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and cut the cards, see what's going on. I want to take a look at this lady's energy from back then, okay? Wishing you all the best in all things in the particular chat room. In this particular chat instance, okay? Let's see what's going on. All right. Okay, Nine of Cups, right? She was searching for hers. This is the root chakra type deal. I get the essence of the feeling that her intentions were not that for emotional completion. She wasn't looking for the emotional securement to develop herself with this Nine of Cups. It was like kind of making a gamble or hedging a bet or be willing to like sacrifice in order to have. And that sort of situation. So that's interesting. Yeah, you've got the devil reversed here. So it's almost, and this comes up from your sacral chakra energy. It's like what was being created was an illusion. What was being created was like, the intention wasn't honest. There was no like real integrity there. So again, this kind of confirms my innate that it's a yes. Okay. Through all of this, you found some temperance. What transpired between the two of you for a time was what it needed to be. For you to like kind of come into a position for your life where it's like, you know, your best intention. You put your heart out there in that sense of purity. And just in my knowingness of you, Steve, from the gifts that you've had from birth, from the ascension and the awakening that you've kind of rejoined up with through this particular lifetime, it's almost like, you know, you got sucker punched, right? And your inner feeling, your intuition, your inner knowingness, this comes from your solar plexus chakra. So, you know, if you know deep down that that's what it was, don't doubt that. You know, it's honest. Like, I appreciate you. You don't have to look for me, actually, is what this temperance card is saying. We don't see temperance up here a lot. But what this is saying is you don't have to wonder about whether it was or wasn't in her mind, because there's a great portion of you that knows as a result of what happened that it absolutely was. And here's the trickery. Here's that trickery right there. Here's that, you know, I'm gonna do me, screw the world type situation. It's my kingdom. My subjects are my subjects. And it doesn't matter, you know, who gets left or who gets torn up along the path. And this, I feel, is what's up. What was up in this person's in their heart, right? You know, they got what they wanted out of you. They got what they wanted out of the situation. They clawed their way to it. And with this King of Wands here, it lets me know that there was that portion of you that never wholeheartedly or completely trusted what was happening while it was happening. And it's that intuition that has to serve your cerebral or serve your mind to know, like, hey, I forgive myself for screwing up or for allowing this to happen, right? And that sort of situation. In the communication, what we have here is the communication in itself, right? If it was for anything less, you know, things wouldn't have developed the way they did. This is the quick moving Eight of Wands up here now. People communicate very acutely, very strictly, and very transparently through their actions. With this Eight of Wands here, in the knowingness that it's like, you look at the way it all went down. You look at the way it all kind of dissolved and the ghosting and the falling apartness, and you get a strong sense, like, was the love strong? Was the love real? Was it all there? And was that person, was that lady herself fooled and convinced? She was a non-supportive individual from the beginning, okay? Not that I have a hate on for the King and Queen of Wands, but I'm asking for a situation in the past. And what I get here is as somebody that was like willing to give off these false energies. It's almost like, dare I say the N word, the narcissistic word, where it's like they used the premise of love to get what they wanted, and they never really had that intention of being all of that supporting through that situation. They knew somebody was going to get hurt along the way, and they were damned if it was going to be them. So they put on this falseness to themselves. And, you got in the way, because I feel a certain portion of your life path, Steve, needed to ring a bell for you in order to get you to slow down in terms of like coming into your fullness of your philosophy of spirit and all this stuff. Think about the great gains that you have made since this all went down, Steve. It's almost as if whatever kind of pain or if you felt frustrated as a result of you being on the end of this has happened, if anything, what it's done is catalyzed a confirmation within yourself that, you know what, you've risen above people's games, people's small time agendas, and you realize, hey, even an ego that has been destroyed, that ego then starts to take a higher look at itself, away from itself, and is like, and it's funny because we're all out there trying to improve our own lives. It's just some people take it like a thief almost. They're willing to do the dirty stuff in order to get ahead. And it's really frustrating and it's really sad. And in your case, I feel it really happened because you came to a point where you stopped and you realized, I don't have to be any better than I am. I don't have to improve a goddamn thing about myself, my essence, my isness, my business, nothing. Happiness is a choice, it's a gift, and this particular thing was a catalyst that it's not that it woke it all up with you because you were very woke from a very young age, but this was like a reinforcement. This is a reinforcing being like, look, you lost touch with it for a time, boom, along comes Fish Lady, and all this shit goes down, and then boom, that's a reinforcement. That's what you were meant to remember from when you were coming out of the hospital as a stroller. This is what you were meant to remember for your creative control of your birth, life, rebirth processes, all this stuff. To answer your question, innately it's a strong yes. And when I see these cards here, especially with this reversal, this person was like coming from a narcissistic point of view. I don't think they premeditated every like kind of angle about how it all happened. It wasn't like a strict like Ocean's 11 type con. It just was in that free knowing that when that moment comes and I have my card and I have that chance, I don't owe this ding dong Steve anything. Although the exact opposite was true. You gave her a lot. You gave her the means to the end that she wanted to. And unfortunately, the ghosting was just the confirmation of that person's own narcissism, that person's own selfish abilities. And it's unfortunate, but what comes around goes around 100%, wholeheartedly. And this Temperance card, this is what stands out to me in this reading, Steve, very much so, is that it all went down for the particular reason of bringing you to the present moment today. And whether that's here with us, which we totally appreciate, and whether that's like, in the state of being single right now and having to like move past it and let go and to find a better resemblance of your forever person or your true romance, as it were, then that's what it needed to be. And I'm glad that you're kind of like at peace with it now. And I'm glad that it's like your momentum in thinking that and actually coming to acknowledgement and acceptance of that it was a bit of the truth. The Creator and I. Yeah, it's good. It's led you to that point. And that's probably what you need in this lifetime. Like you and I always joke about it as we do as woo-way-woo. The invisible action that's invisible. Action that's invisible action. Way-woo-way. Woo-way-woo. Right? Very much so. And it's like, you don't have to lose touch with it. You can drop the faith because faith is the evidence of things unseen. So the belief in it, or the belief that it needs to happen in your life. Absolutely, I agree with that. You can deal with years and decades away from that and still be just fine because you have a deeper well as it were, to draw upon for your fulfillment, for your own needs, for your own esteem and things of that nature, which is very beneficial to you. And it's nice because you're like the fish out of water. You're the one that's growing the legs and evolving because you actually recognize the past, that you don't necessarily need it in the form that millions of other people cling to and are desperate and strongly desire for it, right? You got your head above water there, right? Let me save you from drowning, said the monkey to the fish as he put him up safely in the tree, right? 100%. And as well, comes around, goes around. You know, Spirit has this beautiful way of naturally correcting that which set people back, okay? And they talk about it. Some people, they just call it bad karma. I don't really believe in that particular label, but Spirit has an interesting way of correcting that sort of stuff. If you're going to use others to get what you need, there will come a time, come hell or high water, where you will be used to somebody else gets what they need, right? And for Fish Lady, that's just part of that process. That's just part of that process. She's going to have trouble falling in love. Yeah, he's been my man lately. And also the Tao of Pooh. The Tao of Pooh has been big, okay? Yeah, and I don't agree necessarily with everything, but there's so much good stuff there. You know, without Alan Watts, I don't think that Eckhart or Deepak would really had as much momentum to get their stuff going. He was ahead of his time, and thank goodness that those recordings were all preserved. It's very beautiful, very beautiful. Okay, so big hugs to Steve. Thanks for the super chat, Steve. That's a big yes. That's a Texas size 10-4, good buddy, to that question. I don't think that the mundane aspects of everything that transpired were premeditated, but the knowledge that at any moment she would just blow, that part was. There was no empathy there towards the wake of the past that she would leave. She was too narcissistically, narrow-mindedly focused on her own self-improvement of her life. Okay, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. And don't feel bad about losing faith in that kind of stuff. And you may be surprised in years that go by where it slowly starts to return, that faith in that 3D love, you know, that man and the woman, where it slowly starts to return without you recognizing it. And then the next thing you know, all of a sudden, boom, it's there and you're really feeling it and feeling together again. It's not out of the realm of infinite potentiality whatsoever. Okay. Okay. I feel like Mr. Mackey. Okay. Okay. Or Matthew McConaughey. All right. All right. Breezy living. Easy breezy beautiful. We living. Doesn't matter if you're from Arkansas, California, South Dakota, Louisiana, South America, Australia, Africa, Montana, Canada, Winnemucca. Where are we? All you have to, if you're ever wondering where you are, all you have to do is go, and the name of the place that you are probably ends in that sound. It's as if the person that named all the places in the world was never truly sure of themselves or where they were at. Being like, hey, Eddie, where are we? Nebraska, or Alaska, Alabama. They really didn't know. They really didn't know. If you think about it, language is a funny thing. All right. So just, all right. Yeah. You hate myself for not hating her. Isn't that a juxtapose, right? Dude, you're just so beyond. Like, you get to this point where you're absolutely beyond, and you turn it into this like little riddle of like, right? If you could see her again, you wouldn't hate her. You'd just mess with her head, and you know you would, right? Thank you. Thank you so much to our sponsors, the good people at Thank You Water. I'm getting a little tickle in my throat. It means I've been talking for a long time. Oh, like the X's and O's, no tic-tac-toes, LTD knows. This ain't a game, I'm on a mission. Call me a hip-hop tic-tac-tarot technician. Okay? It's the brand new edition. Breezy Livin's got a sweet question for our perdition. For our position. What's our position? Okay, you're welcome, Steve. Thanks for the super chat. That's wonderful. Steve keeps his channel vibrant and rolling and keeps the lights turned on. Appreciate that. If you like pina coladas and reading Breezy Livin's cards, if you're not into yoga, Breezy Livin's just asked for a general. Absolutely, we can do that. And then Norman has decided to skip the line. Thanks so much for the contribution, Norman. Let me just make a mark there. Just make sure I get you up next. What are David's feelings for you? I'll read for you as soon as I read for Breezy, Norman. Thanks so much. It's the singing, not the talking. It's the living, not the hoping. It's the kissing and the groping. It's the wrestling and the roping. If your bedroom's a rodeo. Hey, 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 welcome. Hey, hey, hey. Thanks so much. Celebrating your son's 8th birthday. Can you pull a card for him to send some positive words? He is an autistic awakened child. Most all autistic children are awakened. Anyone on the spectrum, they've decided to say, see you later, this stinking place. This is like, what we live in is like a sleazy Motel 6. And our young people that are coming up that are on the spectrum, they're like, no, screw that. You guys have screwed this place up beyond FUBAR. Fucked up beyond all recognition. So we're going to stay out here in dreamland. We'll be a part of it. And, you know, thankfully to the good people like Sungaya or anybody that's a parent to a child that's on the spectrum, you're being taught a very valuable lesson. And it's most wonderful. Sungaya, let me get to that. I just got a few ahead of you. I got to do a general for Breezy, and then I got a Q&A for Norman, and then I'll pull a card for you. Hey, hey, 100%. All right. Yeah, and people in the chat definitely can send out good, encouraging intentions and kind words for Sungaya's 8-year-old son. That's happy birthday. Happy birthday. That's a score. I know if I was born in a true Scorpio, you know, it's a little bit early. I'd have that. Did he come a few days early, Sungaya? Was he like maybe like a week earlier than he was supposed to be? You can let me know if I'm wrong, but I would get a sense that it would be like a full-on double Scorpio that would be like, nah, screw it. I'm over this place. All right. I've got your first flipper is a card of strength. Okay, Breezy Livin'. So this is the card of Leo, but this is also the card of strength for you that's up. So when I look at this, it lets me know that you're ready to, like, hopefully not retaliate, but you're ready to, like, push back on something, I feel. There's an encouragement or there's a point where you're saying to yourself or to others that I can only be pushed so far. Don't test me beyond this particular measure, because if you do, I'm going to reach out, I'm going to slap you with the silly stick, or I'm going to put you in your place very acutely and very sharply. That is the card of strength, all right? It's very interesting to see that. You also may have situations going on with a Leo, okay? That's kind of the mundane meaning of that card, okay? Oh, wow. Okay. I feel as though, Breezy Livin', that there's a situation that's kind of been like rearing its head, but it happened a long time ago with the Hermit here. And you've got a serious case of the coulda, shoulda, wouldas as well, right? This is my 5 of cups, those 3 cups that are laying down. That's coulda, woulda, and shoulda. You have to, I feel the message from Spirit is know directly and innately that there's nothing that you can do right now to fix that which has already transpired. You are actually kind of like struggling and needing a great amount of strength for your acceptance of a particular situation. Hopefully this is long since buried in the past, and if it's meant to be buried in the past, but there's some ding-dong in your environment that's out there and keeping it fresh, you might need to tell that person, like, no, you gotta go, you gotta lay down. I will not be pushed past this point, okay? This is the strength of wisdom right here. This is the Hermit and the Strength card. This is using your intellectual self, your intellectual knowledge, and the entire gamut of wisdom, wise thoughts, the proper proceedings and way of things to actually help you rise above, okay? This is something unethical that may have happened to you in the past as well. I don't want to get too personal with you in these roundtable readings, but you may have had a very long healing process where it was very difficult for you to kind of understand that you were in that situation and you had to deal and accept that which kind of was dealt out to you, and it was very negligent on the spirit of the other party involved, but it's very hard for you still to this day. Okay, I would encourage breezy living, and I love the way you have it. It's just easy living. It's breezy living now, because it's almost as if something happened to you in this particular go round or in this particular lifetime that voided karma from lifetimes before, or mini lifetimes all wrapped up together. But you feel the acute pinch of it every once in a while. You're like, dang, that stings, or ouch, that was never supposed to be there for me. And you're right here. But you've got to cut out negative self-talk about the coulda, woulda, shouldas every time when you're in bed, when you're going to bed at night and things like that. You have to make sure that your cerebral is on your side, that you quickly eliminate taking on any unneeded guilt or anxiety from shit that you can't change about that situation. And it's very hard for you sometimes, I feel, and I want to reach through and give you a big hug. But the magician is here to say you can do it, because you, I think, are very aware, breezy living, that you are a co-conscious creator, and that if you are having bad thoughts, part of that is because of your experience, but you're facilitating the bad thoughts by even having them or entertaining them at whatever. So use the resources at your disposal as well. If there is something, and I picked up how I feel on something very heavy and very sticky and very difficult for you to deal with, if there is somebody that you feel like you need to talk to, you need to use all resources available to you at this time. If you just feel like it's something, again, that's kind of dogging you, because the world is meant to be your oyster. You're meant to awaken into a brand new day. But sometimes when you do, it's almost got that feeling like you're very tired in the morning, or you could have a very difficult time being kind of like me, you just need a certain amount of coffee before things actually really get upped and ramped up and going. But this is a return to your natural self, your natural way of being, and it's more about letting go of the things that modern technology, we're blessed with it, but at the same time it's also a little bit of a curse. And it is about finding this number one, this true manifesting balance of making the most of your life outside of what other people would have us believe, or what even sometimes you condition your own mind into believing by giving something too much attention when it really doesn't deserve all that much attention, even though it might be painful. And you kind of it's important for you to never forget or to remember. There's part of you that says, some of these things, you can just acknowledge that you had that thought and then dismiss it and continue on. And if you catch yourself dwelling in any kind of situation, you're best to keep your mind busy and keep your hands active at this time. And you may find, just from a general sense over the next little while, that you really want to just have the strength to do your own thing. You might be taking a step back from community a little bit. Okay, breezy living, and not just this community, but maybe community in general, wherever it is that you've been engaged with or involved in. You may, if it's employment, you may be thinking about a larger transition to sabbatical or taking a step back. With that hermit or magician there, it's almost as if you're uncovering a different level to yourself that requires you to have the strength to step back from the thing that kind of keeps the weight on your shoulders, whether that's, your employment that you help hold up, or the community that you help hold together, however that manifests in your life. You may be finding that you're putting some momentum into making some changes there and stepping away from that for a little while or for a little bit. So don't be surprised if that kind of happens for you. All right. So that's kind of an interesting twist coming up. And thanks for the question, Breezy. There's a heavy energy. You're a great, very deep person. And I really enjoy that. And I kind of want to reach through and give you a big hug for coming as far as you've come in regards to that and saying, hey, there's no need to relive that shit anymore, ever. So if people are out there doing that for you, that might be what you're taking a step back from. You're going to be like, no, I'm going to go talk to somebody else where I can get the nutrition, the spiritual and the emotional nutrition I need without having to go back there all the time. Okay, so that's really cool. Edith Intuitive Tarot, everybody. Is Edith here? I want to mention Tati Taurus Tarot. You see her in the chat room. You see her over here on our perpetual thank you border because she is amazing. If you enjoy this style of roundtable readings, hey, give Tati Taurus Tarot a call. Just dial up her channel by clicking on her dot, go to channel, subscribe to channel, and then the next time that Tati goes live, you could receive a reading very much like this. And hey, you're very welcome. Okay, Norman Jean, sorry, I called Edith, but I need to talk to Norman Jean. Forgot we got a small donation station list rolling. And thanks to those of you that donated today. Steve, especially, Jessica the Goddess and Robin's Realms readings, and Megan the Real OG, the people that donated last time. Thank you again so much. Okay, and we're... Mercury Metricate. Norman has asked how David feels about him. Okay, so we're gonna look at that real quick, and then we're going to pull some cards and get some messages from Sungai's 8-year-old son, which is very cool. It's very cool. Hey, and welcome, Nicole. Let me check you in, Nicole. Good to see you here today. You changed your dot and your name. No, maybe not your name, but you changed your dot. Gotta love that smile. Gotta love that smile. 100%. Thanks for being here, Nicole. Means a mile to me. And don't worry about your blue wrench. We had to reset them all because we had some drama. Sorry, Edith, I got ahead of myself. You're next on the free list, but I just got to get through 2 on the donation list. And then it's going to be Edith, Sherry Cougar, John, Priscilla, Yvette, Tiger, Bernice, and Alex. And if I've missed anybody, now is a good time to get at me. Wholeheartedly. I can wait. Just chill and eat. Yeah, have some foods. Get some foods. All right. For Norman, how does David feel about Norman? How does David feel about Norman? All right. Let's take you to center stage, Norman. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. We're getting the close-up today. Dang. Here we go. Wishing everybody in the chat the best in all things. Peace, love, prosperity, bliss, joy, abundance, happiness. Oh, okay. Sabrina with Ishmael. Hi, Sarah. I'll write your name down, Sarah. Thanks for being here. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead, Norman. See what's happening here for this situation. We're going to go old school for you, Norman. We're going to go Miss Cleo style. Take it back to the 90s. See how David's feeling about you. Okay, 7 of Wands. A little bit defensive. 3 of Wands. Ooh. Kind of like has recently moved away. Okay. Wow. Yeah. I see this person's like mental position towards you kind of like not as close as it once was. This person, David, is very aloof. And I'm not getting a lot. There were no cups here, all right? So I've got passions and I've got thoughts. I've got wands and I've got swords, okay? And now thoughts here, it's like they've clearly made up their mind that that they're not wanting to interact or that they haven't been interacting. And again, they are kind of like looking away from this situation, or they've taken and they've turned their energy in a new direction. And this, I'm sorry, Norman, if this is tough for you, like, I don't know if you got like the worst luck in love that I've ever seen, or if this is like something that was like meant to be like completely romantic, but you know, you really have this tendency to pick these these people that are just like, there's no conviction behind them. They're very surface, right? And I feel that this David person is a very surface level person. With the Prince and Princess of Swords here, it's like this David person has a lot of growing up to do, right? And again, much like we just read for in like Steve's reading, this is someone that uses their relationships, I feel, moves on past them without any empathy for the wake of what's left behind, or what they've done or the impact or their effectiveness over the other person in the relationship. This person has a very kind of self mindset, right? The Seven of Wands is here. They're very standoffish. They're very defensive. They don't let people in. They don't let people close to them. And when they do start caring for people, it's like they do so for a time, but it's just for a means to its own end. And I want to give you a big hug here because I get a feeling that there's not much integral emotion or feeling coming from this person towards you at this time. And I'm not sure, like it has a feeling like it has like you've known this person for a while, but this person is like he's completely has a lot of growing up to do, and there isn't even like a willingness to mature, right? This is in need of maturity, but they're reversed as well. So this is like an unwillingness to mature. They haven't gone through the harsh lessons of heartbreak, heartache, being let down, what it feels to be like on the receiving end of how he's left people on the receiving end. He hasn't gotten his just rewards yet. He hasn't gotten his just desserts yet. So therefore he continues in this very haphazard, like, I'm indestructible, I don't care what happens to other people kind of mentality. And you fall into that for him, no exception, because he's the king of the castle and everybody else is the dirty rascal. And if there was a point where he let you in, he got what you wanted, and that was that. And that's very difficult. That's very tough for you to see, right? Because it's like he didn't see you as the end destination. He saw you as like a means to the end. That's good that you got it, because I don't see it happening. I don't see that happening, Norman. That's really a tough one. Let me just grab you an oracle message as well, because you know when you guys drop a donation and you get he's an idiot. Yeah. I guess plainly stated, you knew that, but he's he doesn't treat anybody with an emotion. Use this relationship or the feelings that you ever had for this person as the foundation for the new boundaries that you set with your other options. That would be the way to go, in my mind, Norman Jean. I can't tell you what to do. You can accept it to whatever level that you would like to, okay? But yeah, I don't have a sense of this coming around. And this guy's facing a completely different direction because he's living his life very haphazardly, okay? Being like, ridiculous, all right? Okay, Norman Jean, yeah, straight up with David. It's tough. You wish you could just like ring his bells, like wake up, you ding dong, especially if your feelings were out there, right? But you care about this person a lot because you're a caring person. You're a caring individual. When your heart goes out to somebody, it's like, it takes a lot for you to pull your heart back from a person, even if they are an idiot, because you do still care. You do still have empathy towards actually how big of a ding dong they actually are. Okay? It's tough, I know. All right, Sungaya, are you still here? Also known as, this is my favorite because I always do my Fat Albert and hey. Sungaya, let's do it. We want to get some amazing messages for Sungaya, okay? We're going to get some cards out for your boy, okay? 8 years old, Scorpio. Rock on, fellow Scorpio. That's right. Keep on rocking in the free galaxy, right? Forget this world. You're just on a short stopover. A short stopover, right? I feel him in my spine, to be honest with you. Hey. It's like, it makes my spine want to dance, more so than my spine rocks when I'm meditating or when I'm feeling Kundalini energy. But it's like, it makes me want to sway like the grass, very much so. So, your boy is very much in tune with the subtle nature rhythms, okay? This means like, he sees himself like a blade of grass, which is very zen. It's very high up. It's very like, it takes, just from not having to like come into like full acute consciousness like we do, he attains what it takes like Buddhist monks and Zen masters lifetimes to do. Okay, 100%. And the feeling I get in the spine is one of sway, one of very much like, If the wind has blown me this direction, then this is where I am. And where I am is where I'm meant to be. And where I'm meant to be, whether it be land, air, or sea, is what is free for me. Wow. And that was a poem. For him, by him, through me, for you, by him. You know, there's this happiness. There's this like, there's this tug. Like, you know when you pet a cat right on the back of its neck, and how a mama will lift your baby kittens up. They carry them around by the nape of the neck or the back of the neck. There is a sense of bliss there for me as I read about this person, or about your son. Okay. This lifetime and this situation, absolutely about karmic clearing. You see his directness with source. If we can look at this part of the card as sort of like the Godhead, or like your son's higher self, and then here's your son on earth, kind of in shadow, but at full expression at the same time. The light shining through, absolutely. This is a karmic clearing lifetime that he's doing for himself, and it's going to be most beautiful. And here you are, Sungeya, as one of these birds that comes in from an angelic point of view to assist with this process. So it's very beautiful. It's kind of like this path. You see this path? It's almost like a tree trunk. It's almost very non-linear. It looks like a tree that's been laid down, but if you kind of tilt the card, it looks like he's standing like sideways on a tree that's going up. He recognizes that he's an expression of the universe, from the universe. He's like a branch on a tree. But that's the part that is not as meaningful. The part is the expression back to himself in this karmic clearing lifetime cycle. That's very nice. I like this card for him because this is a spiritually anchoring thing that he's doing. It's a spiritually anchoring card. He is someone that, when you and me and Tati and Steve are all old and gray, and he's there in his 30s or 40s, right? This is going to be a point where it's like, hopefully mankind, I shouldn't even say, hopefully human beings, hopefully beings kind, will come into the recognition where we on this channel already understand that people on the spectrum are absolutely 100% advanced and actually key seers through the veil. And they can be recognized for that, and we will have technology that can help us interact on that level. And he might, even in this lifetime, whether you know it or not. I know you're not going to subject him to like rat lab testing, but there may come a time where he may be the beneficiary or someone who participates in technological programs that allow for our understanding of the etheric through quantum technology to be able to understand what they understand. And it should be very amazing. Okay? And you wonder in amazement, right? Yeah. The birds and the grass, right? And the kitty cats, right? There's something of that nature. I feel as though it was like the karmic clearing was like, not because of anything weird or stuff that happened in past lifetimes. This was more from just like an earth-based perspective where he's a Scorpion now. He may have transformed through lifetimes, through like, through the whole spectrum. Like he may have decided to actually be very carnal, very like a lion or a tiger or something very much so. Your son has he already has attained what we are striving collectively for, which is creative control of birth, death, and rebirth cycles, right? And for this one, this karmic clearing that's going on each day is medicine, okay? Here we go. This is the rebel inside, okay? Beyond the mind, the heart beats, okay? And I know, as tough as it can be some days, just in the mundane, each day you have this beautiful opportunity to be with him beyond that of the mind. So it's 100% victorious, right? I love this card of 21. This is about to bring about your soul connection where you awaken to this finer stuff, and I don't even have the proper words for it in the English language as to what it's called, what you're receiving by being there in that particular relationship as mom, okay, as mama bear, all right, but it's wonderful. I can only label it as great, right? You know, the Tao is great. Heaven and earth are great. Humanity is great, right? The oceans are great. And what you have as a result of this relationship can be classified in with that. It's great, right? Someone once told me a year ago he holds the key. They said he knows. Even I don't. Yeah, I believe I kind of like explained that thoroughly enough, where it's like it takes a lifetime, even for someone in Kathmandu that's meditating 8 hours a day, to have the level of insight that your son already does through the veil. Like when he closes his eyes, you can't look at the inside of somebody else's eyelids, but when your son closes his eyes, it's more than just like a regular person doing like vision questing or astral traveling, whatever they call it. This person is like witnessing the entire planet, the entire solar system, the entire Milky Way. They see it and they can go, they can do. It all comes to them, right? It's very nice. The metaphor of a key is maybe there for you more so because this is a key by him being in your life, a key that helps you unlock certain mysteries by being there in that supporting role. Okay, 100%. Let me just look. I think that's primarily... Yeah, let's pull one more oracle from the Power Oracle. I appreciate that. And maybe a few Lenormand cards to support it. Sungaya, thank you so much for the question. I like this. I like this. Da 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 da, da 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 da. Set adrift on memory bliss of you. It's taking it all in, and it's more than we understand what we're even able to take in. He takes in, but the sound is a bridge. Okay, the sound truly is a bridge, and as I said, that thing that I saw about like decades from now, where he's in his 30s and 40s, and we're all old and gray. Maybe some of these technologies that I was sensing where he would be the benefactor of these things. Beneficiary of these things and of these new technologies. The bridge that's going to come through is like almost like a new musical language, almost like a language of love, light, and sound. It's wonderful. And he closes your eyes? Yeah, for sure. And it's good that you're spiritually awake, Sungaya, because you can pick up on the subtle communications. It doesn't have to be there like 2 + 2 is 4, 4 + 4 is 8, CAT spells cat, DOG spells dog. That's where we lose our connection with Source, actually. And the fact that he can't do that, and he communicates to you by doing that, it's beautiful. It is beautiful. And I'm glad you can immerse yourself and see the beauty and all that stuff. It's transformative for both you and him in that sun sign of Scorpio. Tell him happy birthday, okay? Tell him happy birthday. And make some noise. Find the coolest, like get a kazoo. Talk to Dusty Blue. Find this beautiful artistic way where it's like or use a sound bank or a synthesizer, a keyboard synthesizer that has something with just like a million different sounds. And you'd be amazed at what could be created. You know, I love that card. That Oracle of Sound that we pulled for him is absolutely wonderful. All right. What's your birthday, Sungaya? How do you guys match up in terms of your astrology if he's Scorpio? I'm just curious. I don't necessarily need to know. I'm just curious. Yeah, you don't need eyes to see where we're going. I like that, Tiger. I like that. 100%. All right. And you got the right one, baby. You're jamming with the right people now. Does he like water? Who doesn't like water? Especially when you got to get the good stuff. Thank you, water. Brought to you by the good people that provide sustenance to all living beings without competing against them. Water for your health. Thank you. Nicole, I got you checked in. We can get you some messages today. I got you checked in. 100%. So that takes care of Donation Station. Thank you guys so much for your super chats, Norman, Steve, and Sungaya. You're January 26th, so you're in on Aquarius side of things. Oh, very nice. That's good friendship. That's a strong friendship. I like it. I like it. So that puts us back on the free list. Which means I want to talk to Edith now. Hi, Edith. Edith, are you listening? Are you there? It goes like this. Edith, Sherry, we read for Norman, John, Priscilla, Yvette, Tiger Dragon, just kidding, Bernice, Alex, Nicole, and then Sarah. He's freest on the beach. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The sound of the waves. Absolutely. You're welcome so much. Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to read the energy of someone who's already there. Like, that lifts my spirits. That gets me, like, aligned and in tune to all that stuff. So, thank you, Sungai. It was a blessing to have you here with that particular question. You don't know, like, that'll give me the strength to do the next 100 relationship questions that I receive. To just be able to read that one energy gives me the courage, not even just courage, gives me the will, gives me the strength, gives me the desire to know that I could read for 100 more relationship questions, knowing that one day I'll be able to read a question like that again. Anything good? Hey, Edith, you ever heard the saying, it's all good. It's all good. And it's very service level. People be like, server, bro, it's all good, man. It's all good, bro. Let's just be server guys. It's all good. But think about that at a very deep, profound, philosophical level. It is all good. There's nothing there that exists for the sake of bad. And if it is bad, hi, Miriam, I'll check you in. I got you on the list, Miriam. Thanks for being here. All right. So it is truly all good, right? So what's good? I don't know. I know, like, it's the yin and yang of things, right? We often talk, Edith. I feel this important message. And Tati and I were talking about it. So just kind of loop you in on this particular conversation we had about, I was getting frustrated with the amount of, like, real phonies that were out there. The really sick and sad people that were, like, passing themselves off as, like, intuitive leaders and life coaches and guides and stuff like that. And I was mad. Like, I was upset. I was like, this is bad. This is horrible. This can't happen. But one of my spirit guides came in and they clunked me on the head. And they were like, here, you ding-dong. Look at it this way. And the way that I needed to look at it, and you can apply this to many things in your life, is that sick and sad things are in essence the yang to our healthy and happy things. We cannot identify with happy and healthy unless there are the certain things out there that are absolutely sick and sad. And we all know what they are. We all know who they are, right? The proof is in the pudding, so to speak. But they do become the yang to our yin, right? And it's like we feel more comfortable. We cannot have this identity or even be able to have the ability to help the people that we help through reading cards and through being in the community as we do if it's not for the fakies, for the phonies out there, right? So I stopped getting mad with them and being pissed off at the fact that they were out there and, like, warping people's brains, because the people's brains that they were warping, hey, that's the vibration that the other people on that yang side were resonating towards too. And it was beyond me from wishing it was better or wanting to control it or, like, wanting to go in and absolutely save them. But it does. It bugs me, right? Yeah, they do. Because what happens is they take it, like, especially like in a millennial tone where it's like they say, oh, I'm awake, I'm woke, I know what's up, right? When truly that's just their ego that has now identified with this trendy word of woke, and now the ego takes over on a much more dangerous or on a much more higher level. Okay, Steve knows what I'm talking about because we're talking about the Alan Watts things, where it's like when a thief breaks into a home, and I'll use this from Alan Watts, when a thief breaks into a home and the police are called, Well, the thief runs upstairs because the police are coming in the front door. The thief runs upstairs. And now the thief is now one level up. It's the same way when people say that they're woke and they identify as woke. Well, that's really still just the ego being up there being like, and it turns into one big pissing contest. I'm more spiritual than you, and we're better than them, right? And that sort of thing, and we're more woke, and all this stuff, and it just goes back to competition and like this giant pissing contest of who knows more and who resonates at a higher frequency. But at the end of the day, that shit really doesn't matter, because it still comes from that point of selfishness, right? And so with that said, as we identify, I think that part of us need to kind of be like somewhat sad a little bit ourselves of the fact that they are so sad, because without them, we wouldn't be able to be defined as the good work that we are doing, right? And that sort of thing, okay? Yeah, and it's a grind, Edith. I feel you 100%. It's a grind to getting people to that point. But each and every seed that we plant, each every little thing that we do, can help people resonate in the way and in the space that they're meant to resonate in, right? And without giving the secret of the fool away, the whole shebang, right? We get to these certain levels of this precipice where it's like, I'm going to venture on. I'm going to make things happier and better for my life. Well, why the hell are you doing it, right? So that I'm happy and healthy? Well, it's all really an exercise in futility when we look at it. But that's what's good about the fool. That's what's good about it. Just kind of being like, you know what? We take our work very seriously. We take it very authentically. But at the end of the day, and it's what is so beautiful about your channel and about how you resonate, I feel, Edith, is because the harmonic resonance of even just your laughter, 9 times out of 10, that is bringing people's vibrations up than what the cards are saying. They come in and they see you and they come and they get messages and they go, right? But at the end of the day, really, you know as well as I do, it's crazy 8 countdown out there. We can't do, good things for everybody that's out there. 1 in every, 800 or 1 in every 80 readings that we do is going to like send somebody off in some weird spiral where they end up sending you some angry message through Instagram or another platform being like how much you were wrong or how much you hurt them or anything like that. You have to recognize that for the foolishness and the craziness that is, and that people are meant to come across you for a reason. And even if you give them a reading that makes them upset or angry or take a long, hard look at their life and they define it as bad, that is still in the yin and yang of things. They can't understand good unless they can identify with what is bad, right? And you might just give them a push in the right direction. But oh my God, no, you hurt them. You weren't caring enough. You hurt me, right? But no, you realize that gentle approach might not be as helpful or be what they needed to hear. So you give them a little shove. You give them a little push. And I really appreciate that about your approach. I think it's really needed, Edith. And I think that you're refining this. And I'm really happy that your channel's growing. And I'm really happy that all this is coming about, right? Yeah, it's a slow growth. And don't be afraid to evolve, right? And if people tribe with you for a time and then they drift off and they sub-tribe somewhere else and then they come back, it's never an issue of loyalty. This is an issue of resonance. And that is in a constant state of flux. That's always changing, okay? And again, you're pulling yourself away from a past where it's like, you don't have to bring as much with you. Bring the good times. Bring the good memories with you. And I feel like you are doing that. And remember, each time you go live, each time you do a reading, you're creating a positive experience for somebody. And that's going to continue to perpetually grow, right? I'm seeing a lot of slow growth along with this. As long as you stay passionate for it and you don't get frustrated by people that come across as Prince of Wands energy, right? The instant gratification, the me, or as you put it, the vampire type energy, right? The energy suckers out there. As long as you don't get down and frustrated about that, there's nothing that's coming along your way to challenge you. And that's what's good. Okay? Absolutely. Love the 6 of Cups. Love the 6 of Cups. So thanks, Edith. I don't know. I just kind of got out on a tangent. I didn't even really let you ask a question. Did I? Oops. Oh, silly. All right, that's good stuff. We keep it strong. We keep it rolling. Sherry Cougar X. Is there a Sherry Cougar X in the house? If there's a Sherry Cougar X in the house, please stand up. Would the real Sherry Cougar please stand up? The ego boogers. Oh wait, boosters. Not boogers. Yeah. And some of it is so bad. Like, you see people out there, like, dude, and they just start digging for gold. They just start they're up there, they're just digging for nuggets, right? And there's other people that are actually out there so physically sick with flu or cold. You just see, like, it dripping from their nose, and then they can't even talk. And it's like, what are you doing? You're shaming us all. But you gotta realize that if it wasn't for those idiots, we wouldn't... They make us look good. We make this look good, but they make us look even better. 100%. And Sherry Cougar X is here. The real Sherry Cougar has stood up. Sherry Cougar, how may I be of service to you today? Do you have enough macaroni in the pantry? Do you have enough macaroni? Because if you got extra macaroni in the pantry, get creative with it, all right? Our sponsors of the month for November, macaroni artists everywhere, encourage you to get out the glue. Get out the macaroni. All right. Bullet in the chamber. Yeah, exactly. Paint that picture, those analogies. It's beautiful. We're all evolving, and we're all going to keep evolving, and it's beautiful. Wonderful, beautiful stuff. What is it? A wonderful thing about Tiggers, a Tigger's a wonderful thing, and a wonderful thing about Tiggers, and Tiggers are everything. Thing, spring, here we go. I guess just a question of work. Will it be spiritual? Will your work be spiritual? Ooh-wee. I like that question. All right. Actually, Sherry, let me pop into this one. We've been doing a lot of readings today, so let's keep the cards rolling. Oh, okay, Miriam is wondering where she's at on the list. It goes like this. And the list goes a little something like this. Sherry, Cougar, John, Priscilla, Yvette, Tiger Dragon, just kidding. Bernice, Alex, Nicole, Sarah. Then it's Miriam's turn. So Miriam, you're about 9th or 10th on that list, okay? Thanks so much for hanging in there with us. Okay. All right, right now we're going to ask for Sherry Cougar X. Is work going to be spiritual? Will work be spiritual? The wonderful thing about work is a spiritual thing. The wonderful thing about spirit, you got to work at it to make it a thing, okay? Yeah, working on your awakening. Working should be spiritual, whether it will be spiritual. Because work is a form of yoga. There's yoga doing, yoga feeling, yoga being. So, and it's tough. Because a lot of it is dependent on who you're working for and the ethics behind what you're doing, right? That's a big thing in our day and age, okay? Yeah, and you're in a situation where not everybody sees things the same way, and we can't really expect people to see things the same way, I feel, Sherry. Even if it's like a matter of spiritual awakening, everybody has that infinite personal relationship with Source. We can come together as a collective to share our ideas and to share our togetherness and our emotions and stuff like this, Sherry. And it's a very beautiful thing. And then what it comes to is like, how harmonious can it get? How harmonious can it become? But you always run into that person that's got to be more writer. Maybe they're a writer. Maybe they have to be righter or more right than everybody else. It's like, all the religious leaders get together and one religious leader says, yes, Catholicism is right. And the other leader says, no, Muslim is the only right way. And then another religious leader says, no, Methodist is the only right way. Or the Jehovah's Witness would be like, we have the only answer. And it just turns again into this pissing contest. And then even the person that comes along and says, well, I believe in all religions. Well, that's the biggest pisser of them all in the they're just doing it, Because it's like, oh, you look better than everybody else, right? And that sort of thing. So the main thing, Sherry, I feel for you in this awakening progress. I always said progress. I wanted to say process, but I said progress. So it lets my innate know that you are progressing nicely. Is this ability to relax, this ability to take this edge of seriousness off it, of marking progression, of comparing yourself to what it should be, or what other leaders or masters have told you that it needs to look like, if that makes sense. I think we still got a flipper here. My thumb's got a little heavy in this old deck. Maybe we're okay. Oh, we dance. We're dancing, right? You treat it like a dance. And, to people that are like striving to be like at a place where they feel comfortable, that their ascension and that their awakening has taken root and that it's real, those are the people that I encourage to relax. It's okay. It is. Don't worry about it. And then it's the other people that are just like too nonchalant. They're caught up in like depression or anxiety, or their mind's too far in the future or the past, where those are the people that I kind of shake them up and I'm like, get serious. You have to get into the now. It's time to get real about that sort of thing. And I feel that you're in the former more than the latter, where it's like you can just relax into it and it doesn't matter so much about marking your progressions as it is about just establish it in your knowingness that, it's fine and it's going to be just fine. There's no like prize at the end of the rainbow, so to speak, right? Or even if we look at this again, which is our ascension pyramid, as it were, security, purpose, community, empathy, then curiosity, then transcendence, then enlightenment. Even up at the top there, when you get to the top, you still kind of got to come back down and be like a real person. And you can continue to contribute, right? All the way up and all the way down, all right? And the sense that I have here is that you are kind of like in this community empathy area where it's like you're branching now into this curiosity part of it, or you're starting to see that being a little bit more highlighted by the synchronicities and the things that you've been given lately, Sherry, is kind of like, ooh, it's curious. So then you become like a kitty cat, but you got to kind of be careful when you're the curious little kitty cat, because you don't want to get kitty killed, right? Because you don't, these things can be very difficult. If you get like serious, like energetic downloads or interstellar downloads, and your awakening takes you to your mind to places where you couldn't have even fathomed them a year ago, or things like that, it can be very difficult, and you have to make sure that your body is protected. So relax, take good care of your energy for the most part here. And surprisingly or not, you may have a return. This community portion of it is helping you with your identity. And your identity is giving you a place of security for your newfound curiosities about what comes next. You've already established that what works for you works well. And there may be a inkling, maybe if people are telling you that needs to change, or that's not the realist, or that's not the key, the link, don't worry about it. That's where it needs to be for you, because you... And it's the big paradox. You're unique, just like everybody else, right? But this infinite personal relationship you have with Source, this is all well defined through your genetics, through your makeup, even through your spirit and your soul's journey, right? You're here at the sleazy Motel 6 we call Earth. I love Gaia, don't get me wrong, but we've turned it into a sleazy Motel 6. You're here just like all of us, right? And you've got your wake-up call set and you're ready to go. If anything I can give to you in addition, for your work to be spiritual, give yourself time to just be outside of your doing. You're not a human doing, you're not a human thinking, you're not a human feeling. You're a human being, right? So it's kind of tough when you're working and you're doing the yoga of work, tab A into slot B, or whatever it is you do for a living. If you teach yoga, or if you help people shine, or whatever it is that you do, you need some hours outside of that, so that you can have the perspective of like, that work was spiritual, but the spiritual understanding that you attain outside of work, this is where it's meant to be rewarding to you. The work is rewarding, but at the end of the day, when your conscience is clear and the work has been done, you've got the card of unification and deep understanding. So this is very nice. I feel that your work is leading towards this for you. Unification, whether it be through community, through somebody that you're meant to meet, and as well, this is deepening your understanding, and it's deepening your emotional intelligence, your work. And I think that there's no reason to believe that it won't continue to be so. And if it stops, if it ceases to be so, that's you actually saying maybe the nature of your work doesn't need to change, but more so it's a look at what you're doing outside of work just for you. Because if we spend our whole life trying to get better, we never enjoy how awesome we've become. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, Sherry, it's a pleasure to read your cards. Thanks for letting me dig into the Lenormand deck for that. It's been absolutely wonderful to have you all here today. And we're just musing right along. It's turning into a little bit of a stretch, a little bit of a marathon type thing, and that's okay. We'll just keep plowing on through, keep making our way. Making our way the only way we know how. And that's just a little bit more than the law will allow. Just the good old boys, never meaning no harm. Been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. All right. Thanks, Sherry Cougar. Appreciate you for the question. Okay. John, are you still here, John? John was the one that came on. I was chatting in on one of those documentaries about outer space, and I just came in, and you know me in a chat room, I'm like, most infinite blessings to everybody in the chat, and John thought I was a robot. John thought I was a robot, and he's like, get out of here, you silly robot. And I was just seeing if there was any awake individuals in the chat room, and John happened to be somebody that was awake, that understood astrology and all that stuff. He ended up coming over and checking out the channel, joining into the chat today. Wasn't sure how it all worked out, but I'm glad he came. And John, if you're still here, it would be my honor, my pleasure to read some tarot cards for you, if that's what you would like. All right. It takes a while sometimes to get around to everybody. Yeah, Bo and Luke. It's Bo and Luke Duke, everyone. Absolutely. Oh, my knees. I might have to get up for my knees. He had a plethora. Would you say, hey, El Guapo, would you say I have a plethora of piñatas? No. Why not? Why not? Because I do not know what a plethora is. It means many. A plethora. Why not, senor? Because I am not as smart as you. Ja, 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 ja. R2D2. Absolutely. Ja, 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 ja. Ja, 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 ja. Okay, we'll get my mind back on track here. Hey, El Guapo. A legend, they know him as El Guapo. And I'm like, oh, yes. Yes, I'm sir. Muy importante. Muy El Guapo. Okay. I'm just kidding. I'm just tooting my own horn. Toot, toot, honk, honk. Pop, pop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. All right. Speaking of relief, let's move along then from Long John Silver, John Pineal Gland, to Priscilla Pope. Priscilla Pope, are you still in the room, Priscilla? Thanks for tuning in today, everybody. We're kind of working our way to the end of the known free list, the end of the known universe, and it's a pleasure. My hopes was to come on today in a live program. I know a Saturday night, all of the tarot airwaves will be busy. Who knows? Maybe Edith and Tati will even be popping off. Anybody could be on the roll tonight. Could see mainstream readers, could see like the newbies going at. Who knows? There's a lot going on in the tarot world. But I might come back for a gentler, quieter sentence. For a gentler session, like we used to do in the old days with the late night Akash. I might dim the lights a bit, have some fun with you guys, pull some collective cards, and just relax tonight. Yeah, no Nintendo. No Nintendo is a rough go. All right, third call for Priscilla. Priscilla, if you are in the house, please let us know. Oh, it's been a while. I feel like I have this karmic thing with Priscilla where she comes in for a reading, but she's usually late to the party, and we have to wait a while to get to Priscilla, so that's tough. That's a tough one. I know Yvette's here because Yvette says the Dukes was a favorite program. Yeah. The General Lee. Everybody asked for the General. We give him the General Lee. All right. Priscilla Pope. So go ahead, Yvette. I don't think Priscilla's going to answer. And that's all right. Priscilla's just all right by me. Priscilla Pope is just all right by me. Okay. I don't know where I'm going with that. Fill my belly before you fill my soul, as they say. And thank goodness for that. Who am I after again? Miriam, you'll be after Sarah. It goes like this. It goes Yvette, Tiger, Bernice, Alex. Who the heck is that? I have Arsteric. I don't know who this other person I scribbled down there. Nicole, Sarah, and Miriam. And it's Yvette's turn. Yvette joins us from the beautiful islands of New Zealand. Eventually, when we all hit the big time and we're going to rent a big cruise ship and we're going to tour around the world, we're going to pick everybody up at certain ports of call. And then we're going to go down and we're going to pick up Yvette last. Because that's a long ways to stinking New Zealand. And all of the global warming people will be so mad at us because we're cruising in our big old cruise ship. But we'll be like, it doesn't matter. We won. We already did it. We're not, Oh, you're cooking? Okay, Yvette. If you want, I'll probably be back on a little later tonight. You can come and vibe with us then. I know you got your life together. You got your food. You got your culinary arts together. So we won't disturb that. Now we're cooking with gas. Now we're cooking with gas. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. I love all those old sayings, right? All right. So, Crouching Kitten, Hidden Just, Tiger Dragon. All right. Go ahead, Tiger Dragon. If there's anything you wanted to bring to the program today, now is your opportunity to do so. Oh, okay. Vet does have a question while she's cooking. All right. Chicken, a winner, chicken dinner. Hold that thought, Tiger Dragon. Just kidding. Hold that thought. I'm going to go ahead and read for Yvette. A general love for something different. I love it. I love our English language through text, right? Because I totally know what Yvette means, right? She's meaning like, it's the same old, something different. Can I have a general love reading? But the way I could interpret that, if I was a ding-dong AI robot, is, could I have a general love reading for something different? Something out of the ordinary. Something different, normal than usual, right? So if not for the love of men, maybe it's for the love of petunias, or squash, or zucchini for that matter. For the love of zucchini, somebody give me a general reading, right? Well, thanks, Yvette. That's sweet of you. I appreciate that. The big NZ in front of that. Big shout out to our friends in the Southern Hemisphere. All right. Makes it tough for our Celtic calendar to have people in the Southern Hemisphere. What are you doing, Yvette? Thanks so much. The thought would swallow me whole. Look at the Fool card has popped up again for you here as well. This is rather interesting. This could be like a bit of Pisces energy, okay, up for you at this time with this Fool card here. And I know it's not generally Pisces. It's more so like kind of has an Aries feel to it as well. But I'm picking up a little bit of Pisces action here. Not sure why that is, okay? And we definitely have this situation about knowing what's good for you in love. Like, what is it for you of that, about love, that resonates for you as being good, as being true, as being wholesome? These are the energies behind the messages, I feel, that my innate and the Fool want to pick up on. It's kind of like, again, goes back to modus operandum. That which drives you to desire, to romance, to togetherness, to love, right? Unconditional love, spontaneous love. And again, that's huge. Spontaneous love. It must be spontaneous in order to be fulfilling for you, Yvette. Because if it comes with any sort of attachment of demand or control or expectation, then that's not the love that's resonating for you, I feel. You have so much to offer yourself and to the world that any kind of love that's coming by that is not spontaneous, that has like pre-noted, or as Steve mentioned, premeditated expectations of what it needs to be in order for it to be fulfilling, is just not cutting the bar. It's just not making the grade. It's just not cutting it right. Holy smokes. Those cards literally jumped out of my fingers onto the table. It was really cool. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. I feel like one of Santa's little elves coming in for you. All right. Wow. The authenticity, or sorry, the integrity of new love. You got a pair of aces that literally just jumped out of my hand, Yvette. This could be somebody new coming in for you. This is like this has newness written all over it. So this is like either a new take on love, a new aspect on love, or a new relationship that's coming in for you, all right? You're done. You're fed up with the old archetypical systems of what relationships are, what they should be. This is progress for you, Yvette. The feeling I have is that like even the love you share platonically with friends, and platonically, through people that you're dating or anything of this nature, or that you're seeing, you are really immersed in just the actual memory creation portion of it. It doesn't matter if you're going to the chapel and you're gonna get married. Going to the chapel. That shit doesn't matter to you because it's today. You're very aware. You're very awake, right? You're very in the now. That's why I love these aces. It's like you hold pocket aces right now. You're very much about the realization that we're creating beautiful memories in the moment. And that itself is the spontaneous type of love that drives you, that inspires you, and things of this nature. I really like these cards wholeheartedly. Anybody that you're thinking about, I feel for you as well, is not where the source of this is coming from. This is almost about you like putting the truth away about what's happened, or putting the truth away about what your current understanding is, and allow yourself to be immersed in this beautiful energy that you're in right now. And I'm not sure if it's just the time of year for you or what your positions are, but this is a very nice, like the Ace of Cups, the ever-flowing cup, the fountain of youth, the fountain of love, and this sort of thing. I feel like you've come a long way, over the course of your winter, and you're waking up now to a beautiful spring, a beautiful summer, where you're ready to embrace, engage with many things. And it's like you're creating love, not in that old-fashioned sense, like not like that per se, that we don't, that's nice when that happens, but we're not hinging all of our fulfillment on that, because you're creating love by being at one with your environment, and the recognition of how much your environment is beautiful and carries, this Ace of Cups energy with it, so that you actually become nature. You actually become naturally, and you're actually going through like this beautification process, this beautifying, this refinement of self, because you're experiencing love through the etheric, and there doesn't even have to be necessary Fabio present. There doesn't even need to be the Harlequin romance ending to it. You're just doing it. You're just creating it. You're doing it out of thin air, and your mind is like actually very inspired. It was a bit of a conflictual. You'd be like, can I actually make myself happy by being this way? And the answer was yes, 100%. Because for you, Yvette, it's more like this spiritual process of singularity, right? One fool, one ace, one cup, one sword, like one tree. This lets me know that your energy is becoming singular, and it's beautiful. Like, even if you are a single person, this is a portion of your life where it's like you see it as the blessing, so you're able to take from it the spontaneous love that it has to offer. And many people don't necessarily understand that. And once you have that in place, that's when we see like Fabio knocking on your doorstep, or you meet this person that you're completely vibing with, and you don't care if you're going to the chapel and you're going to get married to this person. You had today with them. You had lunch with them. And that in itself was like that little piece of heaven on earth where it's like I was in spontaneous love, and I can't wait for the next time it happens. Your mindset is in a beautiful place right now, Yvette, and I really like this energy that you're in, because it shows me that you understand. You freaking get it. And it's awesome. It's really good energy. So, and thanks again, Yvette. And the general love messages remain as such. I didn't pick up so far like so much on people as I did around your energy of singularity, which is, I think, beautiful. It's what Source would want for many of us, or for a lot of us who are going through this kind of thing. Okay? So, Yvette says, that's me at the ATM. Or wait, at the moment. Not at the ATM. ATM. All right. Yvette, thanks for being on the show. I appreciate you so much. And thanks for the super chat. That's cool of you. Let's see if I can get... I used to be able to get my foot around the back of my head. I'm pushing 42 years old. And I'm... Hopefully I'll get back there again one day. If I can do it. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. I can almost get there. Not quite. All right. Nicole shining through with a big yellow super chat. Thanks so much, Nicole. Appreciate that. And I'm glad it resonated, Yvette. Yeah, that energy of singularity, it's more than just being single. It's being the one. And when you can fall in love with yourself, when you recognize that you're one, and then you fall around with Gaia and the environment and all the beauty that is, oh my God, there's no coming back. You'll never want Fabio ever again. And then he just shows up and you're like, what are you doing here, ding dong? Come with me, I'll show you where it's at. All right. Nicole says, how is Eric feeling about me? He's a Leo, I'm Aquarius. He's 35 and 10 years older. I'm really into him. We seem to click. I hope we get along and match well and fit each other. Okay, let's take a look at that for you, Nicole. This is good. I like the energy of this question. I'm not sure if it's Eric or if it's you, or just the fact that you're moving on from this other relationship, or you had all your eggs in that one basket for such a time. And I'm glad to see that you're like kind of branching out. We were talking about dating Leos a little bit earlier. And so that's good. Relationships with Leos have this tendency, and it's not always true, it's not 100% true all the time, but relationships with Leos have this tendency to be ultimately karmic. They teach us a lot about ourselves, especially for you guys that are vibing out here in this situation, that are awake. It's actually a beautiful process to date a Leo, okay? You seem to click and get along and match well, okay? Yeah. You had an 8 of Cups flip out here again. So this is kind of like the crazy stage of the whole thing. Like, is this real? Is this actually happening? Wow. Like, romantic traffic kind of thing. Right? Yeah. He said, you make his heart happy. And you were like, I say that too, right? Okay. And that's tough. And I understand the reasoning for your question. Because, sometimes when a guy is much older than the lady that he's interested in, and I only speak from personal experience on this one, so it may resonate, it may not, but just kind of like the pulse that I have. I do have a pulse. Do I have a pulse? I got a pulse. Yeah, I'm still alive. Sometimes I got to check. When an older gentleman, it's a gentleman who's a little bit older, has his eyes on a younger lady, it's very tough for him to be sometimes direct with that lady. And Leo shouldn't have too much of a problem with that, because they don't want to come across as creepy or weird or that sort of stuff. So they need to have a clear indication that your interest in getting together is as strong as theirs is, right? Because they'll be apprehensive to make a first move until they're absolutely 100% certain that it's going to be well received, because it's not that they're afraid of rejection or anything like that. They just understand like the tenderness of the situation, the fact that to some people age is a big deal, but I don't get a feeling like to either one of you that the age difference is going to be much of a big deal. You guys are much stronger individuals to get hung up on that old style of energy, so that's good. Well, that's good. He's open with, so that gives you a good clue as to how he's feeling. If he's open, then he's ready, right? But I know that Leos can sometimes give you that bit of a guessing game. They're like, they kind of go into like a little bit of hiding, or they go into their den, and they're like, all of a sudden it's like, ooh, the mystery is alive again, right? Well, that's good. That's good. Well, let's ask some cards. Let's pull some cards then, Nicole, and see what's going on for the two of you as a result. Maybe instead of like, because you kind of already know how he's feeling towards you, would you be okay if I asked the tarot what the future looks like instead of how he's feeling? We can pick up on how he's feeling, definitely, but I think you already know, so that's good. All right, we're going to go ahead and cut the cards, and we'll take it back over to center stage for you, Nicole. Thanks so much for the super chat. Wishing everybody in the chat room the best in all things. Peace, prosperity, joy, bliss, abundance, happiness, heartfelt humor, truth, and wisdom. On the 99.9, we've got a 9.99 up on the board. Thanks so much, Nicole. It's really cool. Okay, that's what I did. I asked permission, but that's what I was already doing. Okay, so this is kind of neat. Oh, let me put this around. There's the overall energy at the bottom of the deck is the Eight of Pentacles. Wow, this is nice because I get this essence that the energy behind the messages here is that both of you are ready to work towards this common goal. Both of you are willing to put in the time and the energy and the effort it is to make something of this, to make a goal of this. So this is really reaffirming and positive type energy. The Eight of Pentacles is an awesome card. Know it or not, it can be like a lot of hard work sometimes, but I feel as though the fact, like you mentioned that the awkwardness is not there at all. So to be seeing that is really good. It's a really strong indication that you're both willing to work on it. Is inspired by you, likes you, okay? Look at that. You guys are like divinely and truly happy to have met one another. You've got the Wheel of Fortune up in your root chakra energy. You know the potential behind this guy could be life-changing, life-altering. You could be in it for the long haul. This means, like, when you guys solidify the deal, or if you haven't already sealed the deal, as my friends like to say, if you haven't already sealed the deal, when the deal is sealed, or the fact that the deal is sealed, or the seal did a deal, right? You get the wheel. So when you seal the deal, enter the wheel. And when the wheel comes in, it's appealing. This is a longer portion of life's journey. This has affected the timelines of both of you. Okay? Absolutely. Don't be nervous talking to this guy. He likes you for what it is, right? And the nature of the sacral energy in this right now is kind of like, this kind of relationship with a gentleman of this nature, and the fact that you mentioned he's very open with you, he's hoping that you're going to open up beyond what you've ever experienced. This is going to add to your repertoire of things like your lovemaking techniques. Okay, I don't want to make it too personal or too X-rated, but in a general form. But this is what the Princess of Swords is saying here in reverse. It's like he's going to teach you things, right? And it's going to show you things, and it's going to be like very vibrant and alive type energy. But you can't get too much in your head about how you look, how he perceives you, and stuff like this. You have to go on faith and the surety that what he's telling you is the truth of the situation, that when he says you look nice or you turn me on, that you actually do look nice and that you do turn him on. There's no like ulterior things to like saying towards this or things of that nature. Okay, don't be afraid of what other people are going to think about your togetherness with him, right? And if there's any challenge that's to come about, it's going to be like finding like-minded activities to do together. How are you guys like perceiving date night and that sort of thing? Of course, you got the pulp culture stuff all in common, but it's like if he likes hunting, do you like hunting? If you like fishing, Does he like fishing? You know, is he going to go swimming in the lake? You know, and the other thing that needs to be discussed is the whole situation around family, about children, existing children, more children, all of that stuff. Don't worry about that stuff. These conversations will arrive when they need to be. But if you do have apprehension, you're in a position where you feel like, I don't want to waste any time with this guy to know whether or not he's in it for the long haul. You know, rewind back to a vet's reading there, and you think about the spontaneity of it all and immersing yourself in the experience. Be happy that it's there, and, you know, don't overthink yourself out of something great because you have anxiety about it, what it's going to be or what it's not going to be for the future. It's a really harmonious energy for you to be in, but don't trick yourself. Don't trick yourself into like the expectation or the dominion of it. And like I said, finding the like-minded activities or the common bonds between the two of you is the next big part of what you do. Okay. He already asked you about his boys, and it's nice he takes an interest. Well, that's good. And that's pretty much where you want to be about it, right? You're not looking for replacements. You're not looking for insta-husband. You're not looking... And I don't think he perceives things this way. He just really likes you. And I think he really sees... Like for a gentleman, an older gentleman, to take an interest in somebody amazing, such as yourself, they're there for like the procurement of harmony for the two of you, not just one-sided or the other, you know. But the common activities, you guys are going to have to make sure you find time for things like date night and finding something that's mutually beneficial to both of you. This is nice. This is going to be the gentleman that comes into your life. Don't forget, the Wheel of Fortune is here. That really helps you see your self-worth. Where other people came into your life and they took away from how you saw yourself because of their selfish actions, this is almost like the kind of person that's going to return all that to you. They're going to give it all back to you. But remember, you got to feel that way for yourself. They can help catalyze you feeling your self-worth, but you have to make sure that it sinks in, Nicole, so that you realize it. So you don't like get vibrating low or feeling like, oh, I got problems to run away from. This is a person that's going to help you forget about the yesterdays and is going to return a sense of self-worth to you. The Princess of Pentacles is beautiful here in this situation, all right? And as well, yeah, I get a feeling of these butterflies in your stomach that you have about this guy, but this is just due to the fact that this is a very new experience for you. This is a kind of a guy that has come along that hasn't been like your lovers of the past, right? And so it can leave you feeling a little bit unnerved or in a bit of childlike energy. And that's okay, especially if it's compounded on the fact that you already know you're 10 years younger, but it can really bring out some of those, hopefully not too much insecurities or things like this, but it challenges you to be confident, to know your self-worth absolutely and 100% within yourself, so that you don't have to question whether or not this is the right thing to do, this is the right person to be seeing, all that kind of stuff, all right? Because again, we've got the Three of Cups up here in reverse here. So again, this person, you might come across as very beautiful to them. You know, I think if there's anything that, you know, he might be worried about, it could be to the fact that, you know, there is, you know, baby daddy that is, you know, somewhat there. There are ex-boyfriends. There is your current social circle all around you. And he might be kind of wondering, like, how that all fits together or how he might integrate his portion of his life into that portion of your life, how it might all work out. He's thought about a future with you. He's absolutely entertained thoughts about a long-term future with you. These cards are no doubt about it. Okay, but in this Three of Cups reversed energy, this is about taking things very slowly. This is about taking things very much one step at a time and making sure that you're both in your comfort zone. You know, checking in with each other, where he says, are you comfortable with that? And you say, well, yes, absolutely. But then you flip the question back to him, be like, are you comfortable with it? Just so that you're making sure that the communication lines are open and that everything is being openly shared. It seems like so far so good, but I'm kind of like seeing this thing where it's like there is this need to take things slowly. Not to get too far ahead out of things here, but it can be explosive. It can be quite passionate. And that's what I like about this person's energy. It's very nice. Wow. And this person, I'm not sure if he has kids as well, but I have a feeling like he has some old family ties as well. Not sure if he's already been married once. Excuse me. or been through the ringer, kind of similar to your situation where you had all these other relationships that kind of brought you to this particular moment in space and time where you met one another. Because he's going to have his old past too. And, he's not going to be worried so much about your past and your situation as he is going to be like, well, how do I tell Nicole this? Or how do I help open Nicole's eyes to the fact that, I'm just not maybe aligned with this or that, because he's going to have his conditioned ways of thinking 100%, but it's very nice. He's recently single. That's what I'm going to say. This is the end of an old cycle for him. And he may be very communicative about that. And if he's not, it's almost something as you're going to come along and pull these swords out of his back by stimulating inspiration and thought process within him. You come and grab this one sword and you'd be like, what was your ex like? And you pull that sword out and you help him feel comfortable about talking to the areas where, he probably subconsciously feels a little bit uncomfortable. As open as he's been, there are still certain things that he's keeping that he needs to keep because he doesn't know that it's the right time for that sort of stuff. Because he has a very deep and rich past, and he has the past relationships in his life were probably there to, make sure that the divine timing was there to meet you. And doesn't that make sense for you with all the ding-dongs you've met in the past? And you finally understand now that they were all there, not only for the birth of your children, which is very beautiful, but in your harmony and what you're meant to have and what you deserve in this life to put you in this particular situation. It's very nice. A Queen of Swords, okay? Yeah, it's not even really saying you realize through what you went with that other guy, forget his name already, not to put all your eggs in one basket. The Queen of Swords is saying you've been there, you've learned from that lesson, and she's holding that big old sword out there being like, you better damn well have learned, Nicole. Right? That it's like when you put your happiness, when you give your heart out there, and it's nice to feel vulnerable. I totally understand from the divine feminine point of view the desire to feel vulnerable and the desire to put your heart on the line and to put it out there. But the Queen of Swords is out there saying you absolutely better remember the lesson from the last relationship. Not in that we're expecting your new Leo to run away or do anything like that, but you bring a certain level of happiness to this relationship. And it's not like the relationship is there as the fountain of happiness. You are the fountain of happiness, 100%. And your Leo is the fountain of happiness. And then what you have together kind of takes on its own consciousness. But it is not the source of your happiness at all, 100%. But the visioning here, you care too much too fast, absolutely. But have you been learning this lesson, and how are you progressing in this lesson in the cerebral, from a mental point of view? Are you okay with feeling vulnerable but not giving away too much of your power, and that sort of thing, where it would lead like little mishaps or little misunderstandings lead to big blow-ups because you're so emotionally invested? But it's green light, go girl, you go girl. I feel like one of the girls. No, but you got the Chariot card. This is really nice. This is a card of Cancer. They are the love makers of the zodiac. Okay, I know you're Aquarius and he's a Leo, but the card of the Chariot means green light, go. Go ahead with this. Pursue your wildest dreams, fantasies, and imaginations with this person. When you got these two cards up here, this is beautiful energy to be into here. I would take what you can get here, like in terms of fulfillment and kissy and all that good stuff, because it's here in your life for a reason. You deserve it. You're mama bear that needs to like have some fun and live your own life too. And if this person's there and is going to want to be a part of it, and what do Edith and Tati always say? Deliver the purple pickle. If he's going to be that guy in your life that's doing that right now, why not enjoy every little bit of it without giving your power away and without caring too much too fast and without overthinking the little things? Just allow it to be, because you're both very willing to work on this. Right? Let me pull one more card here for you. I didn't mean to moon you. I've been into some decks that I don't normally get into. You don't see me holding this one too often. Jeez Louise. Let's go ahead and find out about Nicole's Leo. What can you tell me about Nicole's Leo? Angels of romance. What can you tell me about Nicole's Leo? Angels of Romance, please tell me about Cole's. Oh my God. Ooh-wee. The Wheel of Fortune says it. When you seal the deal and you know it's real, that's when you get the card called Wheel. It is true love. The romance of a lifetime. I really like it. I really like this guy's energy, Nicole. I'm glad. In the background of the streams. Are there streams? What am I hearing? No. Pretty soon I might have to take a break from this stream so I can create my own little mini stream. Okay, but that we won't get into that. The wheel is the real deal. I like the Wheel of Fortune. It's good energy, especially to see the wheel out in Scorpio season. That's like jackpot. That's good stuff. But this person has his own things that are taboo, and they're slowly going to come out. They're slowly going to come out. If I see him worried about anything, it's not about you or what you got going on. It's his own issues of like, oh, how am I being perceived? Does she really like me? It's almost like your energy's being mirrored. Like, ooh, how am I being perceived? He's kind of feeling that same thing in essence, okay? So Nicole, great reading. I like this relationship. Give this one a shot. Give this one a go. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, because that's your karmic lesson from the last two ding-dongs. Remember, you can have what you want, be what you want, get it all there. But Source is going to be looking at this outside of you and the Leo and evaluating, how is Nicole doing? Is Nicole really like getting in too deep again? Is he really putting all those eggs in one basket? So like him, be with him, do what lovers do. But make sure that you got it together in there so that it's like when you guys, if you should hit a bump in the road in your chariot, it doesn't blow out of proportion. It doesn't send you reeling back into like thinking about old or other guys and stuff like that. Because that's where Source, if Source is going to interject and cause any, disruption in your frequency and your vibration, is because it wants to make sure that you have learned that lesson, that particular lesson. Okay? 100%. No, Tim's not going to call you, Emma. Okay, thanks, Nicole. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. Emma, I'll write your name down and put you on the list here. Okay. Then what I might do is go ahead and close the free list and go and put on some clothes, and I might get a bite to eat and stretch my legs out. I've been sitting in half lotus now for like, I don't know how long it's been, a couple hours. And then maybe I'll come back for you guys a little bit later tonight. And if your live show is going off, if Tati or Edith are popping off, join Tati and Edith. I'm going to be here as like, if you're waiting for your reading, come and chill with me. Just going to have an enjoyment, stuff like that. Emma, welcome. Elle. Hi, Elle. Welcome. I'll get Elle and Emma on there for sure, okay? Anybody else? If anybody else has been watching, been lurking in the background, now is your time to get my attention, because in the next minute, I'm going to be closing the free list. It's going to be it. And you guys will have to join me later tonight. But Elle, I've got you. Emma, I've got you. Okay? All right. So, Asterix. Do we have someone here named Asterix? Azrael? Asterix? You can ask whatever you want, Emma, when it's your turn. Okay, so I don't think we have anyone named Azrael, Asterix. Remember Gargamel's cat? Does anybody remember Gargamel's cat? There was a Sarah and Miriam. Sarah's up to bat, Miriam's on deck, and Emma's in the hole. And then we have Elle. Oh, wait. I forgot Bernice and Alex. And Tiger Dragon. We haven't read for Tiger Dragon. I got a lot of people on the go here. Okay, what I need to do is, everybody, is I've got to take a quick little... I have to go to the little psychic's room. I have to go to the little psychic's room. And then I'm going to come back. Okay, I'm going to put some melodies on for you guys. Just bear with me. It's just like a quick 5-minute break. Okay, I'm going to get a tune on for you. Remember, if you like the music here at this channel, our music sponsor's link is posted in the description box down below. He's an amazing. You can find him on Spotify. He's provided our interlude music. So hopefully you guys like his beats. And if you do, you can find more of him Staunch Records, everybody, down in the description box. I'll be back in like 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. All right, and with that, we are so close to being back. 100%. Let's just bring it back here. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being patient with me. 100%. Yes, Tiger Dragon JK is next. He wasn't, not that he was next. He is next. How can I help you, Tiger Dragon? Just kidding. Anything you like. I love the emoji, the little tiger emojis. Goes pouncing across the chat room. 100%. Okay, Miriam. Yeah, because if you hold up, we've got Tiger, Bernice, and Alex. And I'm not sure if Bernice or Alex are still here, Miriam. It might not actually be that long. All right. Welcome. Welcome, June Kobo. Hey, if you want to get in today, go ahead and donate whatever you feel your heart's desired. We had to close a free list because I got to go put some fuel in the tank. But I will be back later on tonight. And I know you're new here and I haven't got a chance to read for you. So it all comes back to your patience. If you want to get in here right now, go ahead and make a donation. If you want to just vibe and relax, I probably have some people that are not going to get their readings because they've already left. And if you're just a little patient, I'm sure we'll get around to you. Okay, whatever you have for me. I like that. I like that energy. Hey, Tati. Should we initiate Tiger Dragon with the Spiritual AF cards? Actually, Tiger might have already been around for a Spiritual AF card. Let's do a menagerie of things for Tiger because I like that energy. Here you go. Here you go. Look at this. This is for you, Tiger. Be yourself, even if you're crazy. Stop worrying about normal ass. Nothing ass judging your cool, weird ass. Right? There'll be none of that today. Anytime you feel yourself worrying about any of those asses, remember who you gotta wake up to every morning. And that's you, baby. You. Your job is to make sure you're good on your own terms. Check in with what you really care about and make sure that you're living up to that, not what all those other asses might be thinking. Okay, just for you, JK. Don't Don't worry about anyone else's butthole. You worry about your butthole, because that's the only butthole that truly matters. Tiger is a good Scorpio. Well, that's good. That's good. So we gave him that one. Let's give him another one. We'll give him a random from the Book of Good Vibes. Okay? Here you go, Tiger. Pleasure is always derived from something outside of you, whereas joy arises from within. And that's from Eckhart. Okay, really cool. Also a Buddhist proverb for you, Tiger Dragon, which is awesome. A generous heart, kind speech, and a life of service and compassion are the things that renew humanity. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir. Tiger, I feel like you already know all that stuff. So let's see what else we got for you. Oh yes, we can jump into this one and really get you a tiger by the tail. Are you a tiger or are you a dragon? What the fuck? You can't be both, can you? Or you can try to be. Oh, you're just kidding. Oh, that's okay then. Alright, let's see what we got from the service of Gaia and the native spirit for Tiger. Oh yes, very good. Very good. I love the sweat lodge. Tiger, if you can find a place where you can get your physiology caught up to your spirit, it's going to do you a world of good. I feel as though like you're stretching. People call it yoga, right? But you're stretching and your meditation, and even if that stupid Pilates stuff that they do, you're kind of maybe some strength conditioning, and as well taking care of stuff like your nutrition, so that your spirit is strong enough to travel far, far away when it needs to. And then when it returns, your body is nice and strong and you go out. You can accomplish the things that you need to for survival, in fact. But when it's time to go to bed at night, or when you want to take a nice vacation for yourself, you can be fully immersed and allow your spirit to be at the forefront of your conscious mind. And then when that happens, then you come into this level of the fullness of your being, and then the Great Spirit can give you like new visions or new purposeness to what you want to do. Okay, so the card of Sweat Lodge is very beautiful. Go within, but take care of your physical self, okay? Absolutely. I like it for you. I like it a lot. 100%, all right? And then, so that's really good. A yoga and Pilates instructor, right? Absolutely. Gazelle's back too. Oh, nice. A Falcor arrives for you. Right? This is really cool. Ace of Water. This is beautiful. There could be like a new relationship on the horizon for you, or some kind of new romantic undertaking, or you might be in communication that's with somebody or some lady that's inspiring a certain level of emotion or an emotional response from you. Is very nice. You might be interacting from a heartfelt point into a new relationship or some sort of new ladies. It's very nice. Very nice. This is the equivalent to the Ace of Cups, but this is water Falcor. You know, this is beautiful. This is the flow. And you're an awakening. You're an ascending person. I feel like your energy is very good. It's very fresh and new. And I like this card for you 100%. And it comes back to this nurture. Self-love is a huge message for you from Spirit at this time, Tiger Dragon. You know, if you have the tendency to burn the candle at both ends, you know, you get a little sleepy, you get a little tired, you get cough due to cold, whatever it might be. This Sweat Lodge card, this is all about, you know, healing and enlightenment. They're like one and the same. So through your Pilates, yoga, whatever you're doing, it's like you're kind of like playing this game of tag between physical survival reality, spiritual growth. Physical survival reality, spiritual growth, right? And it's kind of like, and then pretty soon it'll be like a train, chugga, 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 and it's over there for the overall balance. But I feel where you're picking up is in the strength conditioning. This like, I don't know whether it's breathing exercises or maybe you're hitting the gym and doing like 30 reps, the delts, the traps, whatever it is for you. Just make sure like that when you're in your practices that you fully come into your body before Spirit decides to travel far, far away, because it's going to enhance your experience 100%. Okay? So thanks, Tiger. Thanks for letting me do my thing and giving you a little bit of everything. All right, it's a pleasure having you on the program. Thanks for sticking around, and thanks for vibing with this community, with Gazelle and Tati and Edith and Christina and all of us. You know, from all of us here at 99.9 to the center of your universe, the center of your universe. Did I say the center of the center of your living room? That's beautiful, because that's where it's at. The center of your heart, the seat of your soul. All that good stuff. I'm so glad that you're here and that, you know, you're able to like take some of this away. But new love. There's new love. And it's self-love too. A focus on self-love for you. Did I hear Tati correctly in saying that you're a Scorpio? You should be flying high right now. You should be feeling that. You should be like really taking good care of yourself. Full of water. Sweat flows. The water dragon. You know. Fa la 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 la. Ba la 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 la. Girl, I want to make you sweat. Mana mana mana. Na na mana mana. All right, Tiger. That's fantastic. Boom. Boom sauce. All right, boom sauce. Christina has come and gone. Okay, that's beautiful. Is Bernice still here? Or Berenice? It wasn't Bernice, it was Berenice. Berenice, are you still here? We'll give Berenice a moment. And also someone named Alex had jumped in here on the new viewership. If any of you guys are still watching, jump at me now. It's your turn. I know you had to wait a long time. It is an exercise in patience and divine timing. All along when we're having just a little bit of fun. Toot toot. Toot toot. Yeah. I love that song. Beans, beans, a magical fruit. The more you eat, the more the toot. The more you toot, the better you feel. So eat your beans at every meal. All right. We'll call her up. We'll try and call her up, see if she's there. Paging Berenice. Berenice, your party is waiting at gate 42. Berenice, paging Berenice. Berenice, your party is waiting for you at gate 42. All right. Wow, Tati, do we have some trolls rolling through today? Good thing I got some moderators out. Holy moly. I've seen a lot of like hidden and messages and stuff. Were we getting trolled today? It's out of control. Eric Dubé. You're not tall enough to ride this ride, Eric Dubé. Get it together before you come in here. Right? Oh, I won't berate you too much. But if you're still watching, yeah, get your shit together. Get your shit together. That's the only thing I have to say to you. Okay. Because if Tati's had to hide you, you're a ding-dong. All right. So, okay, so Alex and Berenice were not here. The pilot has left the building. Absolutely. How about someone named Sarah? Do we have Sarah? If this is another question about Khaled, I'll take this pen and I'll jam it through my eye. I absolutely will jam it through my eye. I'll do it too, because I'm... Come down to Crazy Eddie's used tarot reading emporium. Looky here, I got red cards, I got green cards, I got enough tarot cards to choke a camel. Tell you what, my friends, if no one comes down to Crazy Eddie's used tarot emporium for a tarot reading in the next hour, I'm gonna club this baby seal. That's right, I'm gonna club the seal to make a better deal. All right, anybody want a tarot reading? What's going on here? Just kidding. I'll jam this pen through my eye. No, I won't do it. It's just clickbait. All right. All right. If Sarah's not here, yeah, dang dingle, your dangles be dank. That's my favorite one. And who did he tell you that to? Miriam, why don't you go ahead? We're gonna do Miriam, Emma Jones, and Elle. You can't ban me. Okay, well, we'll ban you 40 times. It's just 40 more views for the channel. Keep coming, ding dong. Ding dong, the grass is whiz, far, whatever, okay, whatever it might be. And you're not going to wreck our vibe. As anyone that's ever tried to troll us knows, you can't bring us down. You can't break our stride. It will not work. Miriam, go ahead and post your question, Miriam. That's Diane. Oh, okay. Did I inhale helium in the rest? I don't know. My throat might be. I might have to go take care of my throat chakra. Yeah. So the last three readings are Miriam, Emma, and L. Okay? L. It's just a letter. Letter L. Helps me remember which way is left and which way is right. I wish you could delete people in real life. You can. You actually can. You actually can. You just walk away. Okay? All right. He's probably embarrassed that he got exposed. All right. Miriam asks, what does Muhammad think of me? All right. Let's have a look. See what Muhammad's thinking of you. Is Muhammad's thoughts on Miriam right now? What does Muhammad think of Miriam? What does Muhammad think of Miriam? All right. I feel like my chat is a little bit delayed, guys, and that's okay because that happens while we're running the OBS. The stream is almost like over time. The longer we go, the like my chat like delays incrementally by just a little bit. So I know we've been on a long time when I feel the chat is super delayed. So we're gonna do 3 more readings, and that's how we go with the High Priestess. Wow. Okay, let's see what we can get out of Muhammad. Muhammad's kind of like pretty guarded over his spirit and over his feelings right now. He's a very awake person, I feel. So again, we'll see what we can draw. Okay, but we've got the High Priestess here letting me know we might have a tough time seeing into this. That Priestess doesn't flip usually. She doesn't flip the script. Okay. We've also got Wheel of Fortune. Wow. Okay. Now, one thing before we get started, Miriam, before I get going on these cards, I don't normally premise my readings with cautionary tales, but you have to remember we are reading for the energies of the day, all right? So what comes out here, nothing is set in stone. That's what the wheel means when it flips out of the deck too. Nothing is set in stone. Okay, wow. So here we go. He thinks that you would be a very nice person to date. He enjoys your company. I think he likes you as a person and how you present. He realizes that you've been, I don't know, either single or longing or filled with desire. Maybe he knows that you like him almost to a fault, perhaps, that you are like really kind of like hung up on this and he's aware of that fact. You've also pulled the Tower of this card. Let me know, because I saw the Wheel card there and the High Priestess, that things could be changing in his life and his feelings to you could be like very up and down from one day to the next. One day you cross his thoughts and then he spends quite a bit of time thinking about you, and then the next day it's as if like the separation that's between you is too great, so then he dismisses thoughts of you. It's very tough because he's unwilling to see the amount of happiness that you could actually bring into his life. I don't know if he feels like he's crossed a point of no return with you, or there's been some sort of like ultimatum, or if he's just too far away, or there's some reason why he feels like he can't have you, or something that keeps him from actually like acting on his desire towards you. Very much so. But it's been made very clear through action about what Muhammad is willing to do to be with you. Okay? It feels like mixed feelings from him. You're absolutely right, Miriam. It is. It's a mixed bag. I'll take you to center stage for you. It is a mixed bag of feelings for you. You know, what you got here, you know, he would love to bring a level of togetherness for you guys, but there's a lot of uncertainty of like, or this belief that he has that he can't make it happen. Okay, so some of it's being mirrored from your end. That makes sense then from the Four of Cups being here as to why some days it feels so good, and then other days it feels so far apart. And the feeling behind it here is one of you, if not him or you, has come to this point where you understand, like, even if you were both lying close together in bed, you may still feel miles apart inside, right? It's like that poison, like every rose has its thorn, right? And maybe like thoughts are getting in the way of just like kind of going out on a limb and just like being open and being like vulnerable and being open to a relationship. I don't know that he's overly open to a relationship right now, but he does really like you. And he does know that if he were to take action, that, you know, there's a good chance that you would receive him. But it's like, it's very Charlie Brown. It's very wishy-washy. It's very, the grass is green on the other side of the fence. But day to day, his thoughts towards you and the depths of his thoughts towards you, they change. You know, he engages only in certain levels of thought on any given day. And sometimes he thinks deeply about you, and other days go by and he like kind of kicks the thoughts, you know, he finds thoughts of you a little bit distracting. Okay, you're hung up on somebody else, right? And these are today's energies, mind you, right? So there's a lot going on there. All right. I really thought that guy was going to try and troll us 40 times and we were going to get 40 more views on the video. That would have been awesome. He'll help me break, the troll actually helps me break through the algorithm. They're not going to wreck our vibe. Absolutely. That would be a huge med of so many miles, right? Right? That old Poison song. You know, although we both lie close together, we feel miles apart inside. Was it something I said or something I did? Did my words not come out right? Though I tried not to hurt you, though I tried, but I guess that's why they say every rose has its thorn. Just like every night has its dawn. Just like every cowboy sings a sad, sad song. Every rose has its thorn. Yeah, it does. All right. So big hugs, Miriam. It's not easy energy to be into. You got to kind of like make your mind up. I feel a lot about that. So, Gurkery Metro Raid. That's what we call it. Absolutely, Gurkery Metro Raid. All right. Yeah, well, I'm glad it's clarified. I think you got a lot to do in terms of like making up your mind, Miriam, about really making it clear for yourself what you want. Manifest the trolls for. We haven't been trolled in ages, and now we're like getting trolls left, right, and center. I don't know. People upset with us. They don't like being the yang to our yin. And that's fair. Sorry that you're sick and sad, but we're happy and healthy. Ain't nothing going to change about that. All right, Emma Jones, go ahead and ask me if Tim will communicate with you. We're going to go into the dragon deck for Emma for that question. Will Tim contact Emma? What will he communicate? What will he say? If we get a yes, what will it be? Do you not see him anymore? You said you walked away from that job, right? You said you walked away from that. Hi, Pink Drop. Welcome. Welcome. Pink Drop, we welcome you into the chat and thank you for being here. It's awesome to have you. Our broadcast is just about over. So, unfortunately, if you click the bell and you subscribe, we should be back a little bit later this evening in a very low-key vibe. But definitely. Oh, Dr. Harry Buzz. We're getting trolled. Oh, and Star Power came back. You missed your turn, but it's very nice. Play nice. Oh, yeah, I play well. Okay, just lift your blockers up. Emma, I just want you to ask to lift your blockers up. Okay. Trolls are in another dimension. What? I forgot to mention you're from another dimension. Just hang tight, Pink Drop. Just hang tight. We're asking for Emma. Will Tim contact Emma? Okay, be very open to receiving, Emma. Be very open to receiving right now. All right, we got it. 3 of clubs, 4 of clubs. Yeah, it's funny. I still get a sense, taking a center stage for you, Emma. You've got the 3 of clubs, the 4 of clubs, the Jack of hearts, and the King of diamonds here. I think this person, I think Tim's going to ask you out, but I think he's very busy, and he's a little bit apprehensive to do so. He doesn't want to commit to you. He doesn't like committing. He doesn't like leading people on. And I'm not sure that he is very sure about getting into a relationship, about being in a relationship. But I really think that this person likes you. He's wanting to manifest love in his life, but he's just not absolutely certain as if you're the right one. Okay? It's very difficult energy to be in. I think he is going to ask you out. I'm not too sure as to when, but with the Four of Wands here and the Jack of Hearts, it's almost as if he really likes you, but he's apprehensive to go out on a limb, I feel. It's almost like he's waiting for confirmation. This is nice, though. The Ace of Hearts is here. I have a feeling he is going to contact you, and when he does, he's going to ask you out to lunch. He's going to ask you out on some sort of informal date. And that's the feeling I have, okay? For you, Emma. So thanks so much. I appreciate the question. All right, everybody that's joining us, thanks for joining us. We're being trolled heavily right now, but it's not affecting our vibe because we've been chilling on through all space and time. That's just how we do here. If you're joining the program late, please know that the list is closed. I'm going to read for L, and I'm going to read for Star Power. And then, unfortunately, I'm going to have to ask everybody to wait for the next broadcast, okay? And when that happens, could be later tonight, could be in a few weeks' time. I'm hoping to come back on a little bit later tonight. And yes, it does get more low-key than 8 people. I will live stream for ascending, awakening, spiritual people, whether there's 2 or 3 of us in the room, okay? All that stuff, okay? All right, and we're getting all these views from these trolls. I wonder if they're giving us thumbs down too. Who cares? We don't care. It's probably just the Blue Lion or Azrael Vicious. It's probably all that is. All right. What can I expect in my love life on November? Exara, yeah, just be patient. I'll have to ask you to just hit the subscription bell and catch us on the next live stream. I should be back a little bit later tonight, okay? How do I get my ass back into gear? Need the motivation from spirit. You can do it, put your back into it. You can get through it, put your ass into it. You can do it, put your back into it, all right? Richard Simmons, sweating with the oldies, all right? So do you want, as silly as I look right now, El, and as silly as Richard Simmons looked, and as silly as everybody that's ever done jazzercise or aerobathon, you know, sometimes that's what it takes. You got to get the physical heart going. You got to get it beating. You got to get it going, right? You got to really feel it. You go, right? You just got to give yourself that burst of energy. And sometimes it's a biorhythmical kind of thing. It's a biological sort of thing. There can be times where it's like so sedentary that it's tough to find motivation to become unsedentary because there's no physical boost. There's no physical charge. Like, I'd tell yourself to stick your fingers in a light socket, but that's unethical, and I really don't want you to do that. But you could do that. But I don't want you to do that because it would hurt a lot. But what you got to do is you got to realize that your heart is like this little generator inside of you, and it goes thump, 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 bump, bump, bump. And I mean, you're asking you to do whatever. Like, I feel like you're very good, Elle, at like setting your goals, setting some short-term and long-term goals for you, to journaling like how you're doing and how you're feeling, and that's all really good. It's all really well and good. Now, and you probably have been hearing many messages through your process of like, oh, you can manifest whatever you want. Oh, use the power of the law and attraction to have whatever you want, which is great because it takes all of that vortex positive thinking from that divine feminine side. But what the divine masculine needs, you know, too, and you're very well aware of it, is you need a kick in the ass. You actually have to go out and you can do it, put your back into it. You can do it, put your ass into it, right? It's kind of what's needed. And it's tough because it's like, how do we find that spark? What initiates that? Well, think about it. What brings you the most pleasure in the whole wide world? Is it ice cream? Is it nookie? Is it chicken salad sandwich? What is it, right? So what you can do is you can do an association exercise where you're like, all right, highest reward now equals highest effort, okay? It's very easy in this day and age. We can have skip the dishes. We can have Tinder date. You know, you want a date, you just dial it up on your iPhone. You want a chicken sandwich, you just dial it up on skip the dishes. there needs to be a point where you need to kind of, or you could play a bit of an association game with yourself. Remember, it's all a game. Your motivation, your level of energy, all that stuff. You have the creative control over it. So one technique I recommend to anyone feeling stuck in a rut about this self is that you find that thing that brings you the most pleasure. Is it nachos? Is it pizza? Okay? It's something that you do regularly that you love. Okay? It could be anything, right? But you say, I'm going to institute a little bit of discipline. I've always been a disciplined person, which is nice. And I feel that you have that. Okay? Your process is on overdrive 24/7, 365. Don't skip the pizza. But the association, that which brings you the most pleasure that you do regularly, associate that with an instigation technique. Okay? Every time I order food in, I'm going to go ahead and write 3 pages of my memoir. And then I will give myself permission to order food in. Okay? Every time I want to order food in, right? Your stomach's not happy. Well, so food's a bad example. It can manifest. I'm saying whatever works best for you, Al, right? In terms of that. Say you want whatever you want. Maybe for you it's a glass of red wine, right? Or whatever it is. Make yourself do something. Make yourself earn it, right? And then when you do that, then when you've come up against an energy of something that you absolutely procrastinate on or something that you absolutely wanted, it won't seem so insurmountable because you're like, wow, I do tough stuff every day just to get stuff I could have it if I wanted anyways. But I force myself to do something to feel like I've earned it. So then when your back's up against the wall against something that you don't want to do or something that you don't have to do, right? Or you really you want to put it off or it feels very unmotivating to get it done, you will feel that instant spark of inner strength to be like, I got this. This is no problem, right? You take it from the very easy so that you can apply it to the most difficult, right? And because it's very tough to get a jump start. But I would suggest that you start sweating to the oldies, and that's because if your physical body's on point right now, what are you motivated to do? Maybe it is a point of definition for you, El. Let me see. Maybe it is a point of definition for you. I don't feel like you're spiritually blocked. Nobody's you're not ill, right? Yeah. This is a situation about happiness. This is about fulfillment, the quest towards fulfillment. The 2 and the 7 of Cups is up here with the Ace and the 4 of Wands, okay? Ace and 4 of Wands, 2 and 7 of Cups. Happiness, okay? Happiness now, not happiness tomorrow. I want to be motivated to do what I need to do in order to make myself happy, right? What if you didn't have to do anything to be happy? What if you could just be happy and it didn't require anything at all? Would you really is it worth the effort? Would you really want it? Is it really that easy? I'm here to tell you, no matter where you're at in your spiritual journey, El, happiness is always a choice. We're into the age of Aquarius now, where many of us are waking up to realizing our fulfillment is not derived from outside of ourselves, right? The joy comes from within and that sort of thing. So the motivation, it kind of comes from within. You can turn on a catalyst. You could turn on me or Tati Torres Tarot, or you could or Richard Simmons, or Gene Simmons, right? Or Kiss or whatever. You could turn on the rock and roll music, to go and skateboard with the cool kids, whatever you want to do. But for you, the feeling I have is this is more of a biorhythm thing. It's more of a biological, we need to stretch it out. We need to get the heart pumping. And then once you do that, it's like a snowball effect. You get a little bit of energy, you get a little bit of spark, penis, happiness, right? It's kind of one and the same for you ladies. I get it. I totally get it. Just kidding. But it kind of works in a snowball effect like that. Okay, it is your choice. But if it's energy that you seek, and if it's a spark, and if it's energy that causes you need it in order to get up and to do it, a little bit of an association program, Maybe you pick that one song that you absolutely love, and you put it on random shuffle on your Spotify or on your iTunes. And every time that one particular song comes on, that's your get up and touch your toes song. If you're happy and you know it, touch your toes. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, touch your toes. Right? Head and shoulders, knees and toes. You can through simple associations, recognition, like pull the trigger on the situation for yourself. Right? It is a key technique that you can use to create energy inside your heart chakra, your root chakra, and if you are an experienced meditator, those things definitely help. Trainers, it's going to be you don't need those guys. You really don't need those guys and gals. Those professionals out there, you don't need that sort of stuff. All you need is a little bit of self-discipline and a kind word that hits you at the right time. And I hope I can be that kind word that hits you at the right time to be like, absolutely, If you've got us on subscribe, okay, and you come back for more readings, Al, I'm going to make you stand up and do jumping jacks before I give you a reading. Well, it's a simple association because you can realize that whatever you're questing towards, whatever your goal is, if you need motivation to get there, you need inspiration. You need spark for motivation. You need something to fire. It's like your car won't run unless the spark plugs are working. You need that little thing, right? Every time I do something that I hate, at the end of the month, I'm buying trainers. Oh, you mean shoes? Who would think that a lady would go out and buy shoes? What? Has the world gone crazy? Do women still buy shoes? Do they still do that? Holy moly, pudding and pie, kiss the girls and made them cry. I didn't know that ladies still bought shoes. They do, apparently. Apparently they buy shoes. They buy shoes for their feet. They'll buy shoes for the closet. They'll buy shoes to keep in the trunk of the car. They'll buy shoes to wear on a special occasion. They'll buy shoes to make sure that they have in case the other shoes still don't fit. Right? That's how they used to do it. Trainers. That's interesting. I love the UK language. It's so funny. And Yvette from New Zealand wearing your jumpers and wearing your trainers. But yeah, it's just something, that association, Al, I feel can really be beneficial to you. Okay, let me just pull one last oracle card. If it's motivation you seek, associate it with reward and work. Okay? And then motivation can come. Because it's got to be worth your time. It's got to be worthwhile. Because if you kind of like throw time out the window, if you throw value out the window, time will go by and then more time will go by and you won't be instigated or motivated. Okay. Boom. You pulled the card of protection. This is really interesting. This is like, you have a very pure and happy and honest sort of energy, Elle, and I really like it. Stay spiritually protected as well. Make sure, and I know you don't do the junk food thing, and thanks for letting me tell you that too, because that's one of those things where it's like, if you stay on guard for what you allow into your body in regards to your diet, your nutrition, and your environment, and again, I am not a doctor. I'm absolutely not a doctor, but you stay on guard against the stuff that brings you down. It doesn't have to be bad food. It can be too much like drama TV or too many horror movies, things that lower your vibration. That makes it harder to get up. So protect your energy against lower vibrational activities, and the more you do that, the better off you're going to be. Gazelle, can I have, Star Power. I want to talk to Star Power and I want to talk to Gazelle. And then that's it, folks. That's a show. That's a wrap. Hip hop, body rockin', doing the do, reading tarot cards and doing the do. Billy feeling always ill and bustin' laughs. We read our tarot cards and we hope it makes you smile. I don't know. Who writes this? Andy, who writes this stuff? All right. Is there anything I can do for you, Gazelle? Thanks for popping in and out of the chat today. Gazelle, you're an amazing reader, and I connect with you. If you want to connect today, if you got a quick question, I'm going to be back on later tonight, but I know it's getting late out there on the East Coast. Well, not late, but early late for winter time. 100%. We have woolly jumpers. Oh, woolly, woolly. Oh, woolly, woolly. Oh, woolly, woolly. Tati was thinking it too. All right. Star Power, and we'll do go backsies for Star Power. And I totally took Gazelle Daily Tarot's presence for granted today. And I'm sorry, Gazelle. Close friends of the channel, moderators and stuff, I generally do take for granted a little bit because It helps the show move by really good, and you guys are so amazing. I don't mean to take you for granted, but it ends up happening. I totally understand why it happens, because I know you're so awesome. I know you don't get offended easily. 100%. Wole bole. Wole bole. Wole bole. That's strong. Okay, Star Power, go ahead and post your question. We are almost at the end of 99.9 presents the Now and Zen Tarot readings. We're almost done. We're almost there, folks. Here, there, and everywhere. Does it feel like everything's gone quiet all of a sudden? It's because my chat is really lagging, guys. And that's how I know I have to end the stream soon. It's because the OBS program is kind of delaying the chat in the stream. And it kind of incrementally does it. It's not so bad at the start, but the longer it goes on, the more it becomes delayed. Some general reading, some general messages, please. Okay, Star Power, we can definitely do that. General readings, general messages. Let's go ahead. Ooh. Let's crack into Lenormand for you. Thanks, Star Power. Sorry we missed you on the first go-around. Thanks for being patient, and thanks for checking back in. That happens. I need to clean up my paint brushes, and then cheap acrylic dries up on them. Yeah, clean your paint brushes, silly. Right? What? Yeah. You gotta keep it clean. Keep the chi. Keep the, what do they call it? The feng shui. Keep the chi of your environment, of your sanctuary, clear and clean, and that might be helping you in the protection and leading to better energy flow in your house or in your room as well. Wow. Okay. So you've pulled the card of the puppy, Star Power. Look at how cute he is. He just wants to play, right? Always blissed out, and when he's not blissed out, he's sad. So for this, it's kind of like you need to want to watch the euphoric ups and downs. This is a card of playfulness, and it also represents a card of loyalty and dedication, all right? So you might be asking yourself at this point, what do you want to change in order to increase your dedication to your own happiness? And we talked a little bit in the last reading about levels of happiness. This is associated with perpetual bliss, you know, the family dream, domestic bliss. With the 10 of Cups, it's associated with that. But look at the little puppy. What are you forgetting about right now that requires your attention and could provide so much more of a reward for you, Star Power, in regards to like the love or the energy or like the beautiful nature of what you're able to take from it? Okay? Right? If anybody's coming at you, like if anyone's half-stepping in your environment as well, you maybe realize, like, there's another 9 here. Like, you've got 2 9s now. There's a big change coming. Then this is about people in your environment and about what you want to do. I get a sense that you're a little bit worried, that you're a little bit concerned about communication and being understood. And whatever that's in regard to, it's asking you to change your approach a little bit, Star Power, okay? It's kind of tricky. It could be something going on with home life. Okay, and with things of this nature, so you're clearing your energy, so that's good. Opening up the windows and letting the sunshine in, because it's like, frankly, there are some people, I'm not sure if it's people that you care for or people in your environment that rely upon you, but it's like you've had to be amazingly strong, okay? And it's very difficult. It's like things are coming in that are challenging, like things like stability and security for you right now. And it's like you're kind of having to fend them off, like one thing at a time. But again, I want to make sure that you're not forgetting about something, that you're sincerely like, and I don't know if it could just be like the rose garden or something there that is like around you that has this feeling like it's kind of like could be like decaying or falling apart, that absolutely requires your attention. And it doesn't have the ability to like tell you outright, scream out to you. Could be a man in your environment, right? Could be somebody that is thinking about you or is trying to reach out to you. And if it's not a gentleman, it does have this like kind of like this nurture, like this energy that it wishes to be nurtured. And this is a huge reading of change for you. When I pick up on your general energy, Star Power, you're going through a huge transition, a huge change. Oh, and it's like transformative, like huge transformational change, right? We got another 9 up here in the reading. So if you're single, if you're wanting a relationship, it's saying change your approach, refocus your energy, right? And if you are in a relationship, it's asking you to tend to the things that normally kind of like go unnoticed or get swept under the rug, or something of this nature. I don't mean for this relationship to be like bone chilling or weird or eerie in any kind of way, but I do get this sense of something is like kind of at the point of decay around you, but you have the ability or you have the chance to breathe new life into it, to change it, to save it, to make it new again. And I don't know how that manifests in your life. I can't see the actual ticky-tacky mundane of it, whether it actually is a dog or if it is your rose garden or whatever it is, but it's just saying. And it could be metaphorical too. It could be asking you to like breathe new life into your creative process, breathe new life into, redefine your relationship with somebody. Being like it's not too late to do that. It doesn't have to be so ingrained or so entrenched in the way it particularly is. Okay? So I was kind of like out on a limb there. That was like, I don't have too many readings like that where I'm like, is this resonating? Because it kind of had that like level of uncertainty to it. So you could be dealing with a lot of uncertainty and things that are asking you to change your approach, which can be quite tricky, quite difficult. Okay? So star power, that is wonderful. You guys, with the exception of Gazelle Daily Tarot, we are going to end the broadcast, end the program really soon. Let me just put this on for you. You're single? Yeah, what is it? There's something that's going to change. Something's going to change about your approach, or you're going to like start giving yourself more affection that's going to lead you to be able to like, I don't know, get in touch or have a new approach to something. There's something that is like kind of, maybe you've been single for a while and you're just like, I don't care about a man, I don't need a man, or something like that, where it's like you can do it, right? Oh my goodness, Mercury retrograde. All right, everyone. Hopefully I can get my computer running a little bit smoother for the next broadcast. That would be really good. That would be really good. That would be really good. Because until then, I'm kind of like, wow, I feel like we are like... What is going on? I can't get it back up. Oh. Computer, it must be Mercury retrograde. It's gotta be. Everybody, we've got some tunes on here for the time being. Hopefully you enjoy them. The link to the description... Wait, how did they say that? If you guys like this interlude music, we do have a new music sponsor. It's by the name of Staunch Records. I've got a link to his Spotify in the description down below. He's an indie music guy. He makes his own beats and produces them. We have some hip-hop tracks. He has a lot of like cool beats. And there is a link to his description down below. Special thank you to Taurus Tarot. Citron, you came in super late tonight, bud. I see you there, Citron. Thank you so much for joining into the program. We might be back a little bit later tonight. We might do the late night for some of you guys, okay? I just need a job. What happened? You need a job now? Oh my God. Did they ask you to... Wow. Don't be working for the mob now. We can touch base on that, Citron. We might be back a little bit later tonight. You're welcome, Star Power. I hope that resonated for you and you were able to put the pieces together. Oftentimes we ask the people receiving the readings to be intuitive themselves because, I don't know if your flowers are red, white, or blue. I don't know if you like chocolate cupcakes or not, but I just say these things. It's the message behind the message, and thanks for being intuitive. And hopefully that resonated for you. Come back in a little while. To Taurus Tarot, our network affiliate, our sponsor over there at Patreon. I don't have exclusive content at Patreon, but if you guys have a message, a channel page, or anything that you want to get out, hit me up there. We're always perpetually thanking people and networking and working together and building our community and striving for the best for one another. To macaroni artists everywhere, our monthly sponsor for the month of November. Remember, if it weren't for macaroni art, we would be up shit creek without a paddle, and that's a tough place to be. To Heidi Daras, okay, who created one of the decks we've been working with today, is known as the Mystic Dreamers Tarot deck. I highly recommend it. Beautiful creator, so our tarot creator, to Heidi Daras. To the good people at the Real Thank You Water, remembering when you drink water in appreciation, it keeps you feeling young from the inside out. Embrace that inner child. Live in a state of play. Start to look younger. Start to feel younger. Start to be younger. It's available wherever water is. Remember, when you have water, think thank you. You got to get the good stuff. They know where it's at, okay? Again, to our house sponsor, Silver Winger Stock Car Emporium, for all your stock car needs. Try to visit Stock Car Emporium. They've been lending us this space to do our broadcasts, so we would like to thank them. To Saruchi, who has also found us over on Patreon, for as little as $1 a month. You can get all the benefits and the extras that are included with that good stuff. Okay. You had a wonderful afternoon? Well, that's wonderful, Gazelle. That's awesome. I did. We're wrapping up the program, Gazelle. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to get your cards in. The chat is really laggy right now, so and we've been on for quite a time, so we're wrapping it up and saying thank you to everybody. Okay. Special thank you to Steve Stanil, to Sungaya, and to all the people that sent Nicole, to all the people that sent super chats today. Thank you so much for your sponsorship and your support of this channel. It means the world to me. For all of you guys that were out there that left a like or were new here and hit the subscribe button, that means the world to me. I wouldn't do this program if it wasn't for you guys, and I'm super appreciative of everything that you do for this channel, and I want to wish you the best in all things. Life ain't always easy, right? But when we step outside ourselves, sometimes we realize the adversity we face is mere pebbles compared to the real mountain that we have to climb. All right? And you can do that with ease, with support from one another. All of the wonderful tarot readers that always come to our little chat, we thank you. All right? If I missed anybody or anybody fell through the cracks today, Citron, I know I caught you late, but we'll catch you again next time for sure. I am truly sorry to anyone that fell through the cracks today. To all the trolls that came and tried to troll us, thanks for the views, guys. That's awesome. Help us break through the algorithm in the AI. So you guys actually helped this channel out a bit. You put Tati Taurus Tarot to work, and thank you so much, Tati, for the work you do as a facilitator, as a moderator of this channel. Okay? So with that, we're going to wrap it up. You know, thank you so much, everyone. I don't know what more I can say. Words can't convey my truest point of appreciation I have for you. So we will let it be at that. Appreciate you all so much. And until next time, be most excellent to one another. And as always, I remain legend.